Chapter 1. The Apprentice of the Small Town. Karazhan, an unremarkable border town situated in the northern part of the Franco continent, is surrounded by pristine forests teeming with resources that sustain the inhabitants and draw numerous merchants from afar. Like other cities in the north, Karazhan suffers from the annual 7-month winter freeze, and over time, the townspeople have grown accustomed to this harsh climate. Each winter, as the chill sets in, the streets of Karazhan become eerily deserted, devoid of life. However, this year, amidst a ferocious snowstorm, there appeared a young man who steadfastly maintained his daily routine of running in the cold. Lin Yuan, undeterred by the blizzard, ran at a steady pace, completing his accustomed route around the town without breaking a sweat. As he approached the only tavern in town, he halted as a familiar voice rang out. The heavy door curtain swung open, revealing a young girl, clad in a thick fur coat, with her delicate features brightening at the sight of him. She held a large silver jug and, with a cheerful smile, exclaimed, "Xiao Yuan, you're here. Are you cold? Why not come in and warm up?" "No need. I'm still a bit hot." Lin Yuan chuckled, waving his hand as he stepped forward to accept the silver jug from the young girl's hands. He took a step back, studied her with a smile, and complimented, "Wow, Helena, you're looking more beautiful every day. At this rate, you'll soon be a stunning beauty." Helena's cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and delight as she playfully retorted, "Xiao Yuan, you're insufferable. Always teasing me. If you keep it up." She trailed off, flustered, unable to think of a suitable retort. In a huff, she stomped her foot, shyly declaring, "I won't talk to you anymore," before retreating into the tavern. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, calling out him off, before continuing his run toward the end of the street. Not far into his run, Helena's head poked out from behind the curtain. She observed Lin Yuan's departing figure and let out a playful scoff, shouting, "Xiao Yuan, come over tonight for some delicious roasted meat." Lin Yuan turned back and waved, "No, Helena, Master is giving us a lesson tonight, so I won't be coming over. You all enjoy yourselves." "Oh!" Helena's face fell visibly, expressing disappointment as she watched him fade from view, remaining rooted in place for a long while. Lin Yuan continued running to the end of the street, arriving before the imposing iron gates of a lavish manor. Upon recognizing him, the two guards stationed there promptly opened the gates with courteous smiles. Lin Yuan strode into the estate and amicably waved to the guards before heading toward a luxurious series of interconnected buildings that served as the residence of his teacher, Master Wembroke. The entire estate and the grand Gothic-style white stone buildings seemed to command respect. Lin Yuan didn't know the size of the entire estate, but he was well aware that the building was over 400 meters long and nearly 150 meters deep, making it one of the most opulent and expansive architectural structures in all of Karazhan. As soon as Lin Yuan stepped onto the stairs leading to the building, a shimmering web-like glow illuminated the white stone steps, and a warm breeze swirled through the air, washing away the remnants of snowflakes clinging to his body and dispelling the chill. He felt invigorated. Upon reaching the entrance, the floor beneath him lit up with a yellow ripple, and the golden doors creaked open, welcoming him inside. Once the doors swung wide, Lin Yuan stepped in confidently. No sooner had he entered than a flurry of beautiful maidens rushed in from the right hallway of the grand hall. The lead maid's eyes lit up upon spotting him. She gently called out to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Yuan, you're back. Did you bring back the master's wine?" "Yes, I did." "Oh, Fanny, could you arrange for someone to help me change? I need to head to class soon," Lin Yuan replied, tossing the silver jug to the lovely maid. Fanny smiled broadly, nodding, and took the jug from him. She promptly instructed 2 other maids to assist Lin Yuan with changing his clothes. Returning to his room, Lin Yuan shed his heavy fur coat and donned a fiery red alchemist's robe before making his way down the corridor. After some time, he paused before an ornately carved wooden door. A clear voice echoed from within, "Is that you, Xiao Yuan? Come in, the door is unlocked." "Yes," Lin Yuan called out and carefully pushed the door open, stepping inside. The room he entered was unmistakably feminine, adorned with a stunning floral wall. Although outside the weather was frigid, inside, the atmosphere was warm and spring-like, teeming with blooming flowers in a riot of colors. Lin Yuan couldn't help but notice the peculiar patterns engraved on the stone floor, which shimmered faintly. These were the fundamental designs of an alchemical discipline known as alchemical glyphology, a basic skill every alchemist must master. As he navigated around the floral wall, he spotted a graceful young woman seated at a desk in the inner room, exuding an air of elegance and intellect. Clad in a similar red alchemist robe, she was holding a scroll made of parchment and gazing at him with a smile as he walked in. "Senior sister," Lin Yuan greeted brightly. The refined young woman nodded, then smiled as she appraised him. "Ah, you're starting to look like a proper alchemist. It's getting late, we should go before Master scolds us for being late." "Okay." Lin Yuan agreed eagerly as the gracious young woman stretched, revealing her developing curves. He quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat softly. Hearing the cough, the beautiful girl playfully glared at Lin Yuan and murmured, "You coward. I could do it, why can't you look? Such a useless guy." "Senior sister." Lin Yuan sighed, shaking his head. "Let's hurry, if we don't leave now, we really will be late." Fine, I get it." The elegant girl huffed but came closer and linked her arm with Lin Yuan's, adorably demanding. "Let's go, silly little junior brother." "Right, let's go." He agreed, glancing at the warmth of her touch on his arm, before they bypassed the door and quickly made their way down the corridor. Upon reaching the end of the hallway, they stopped before a red metal door. Lin Yuan reached to push it open, but the graceful young woman suddenly tugged on his arm and softly asked, "Junior brother, you're not upset about what I said earlier, are you?" "Why would I be upset?" Lin Yuan asked, surprised. She scrutinized his expression for a moment before timidly adding, Senior sister didn't mean to call you silly. Really, believe me. I'm not upset. Besides, why should I be?" "Don't worry." Lin Yuan laughed, shoving the hefty metal door open. He stepped aside, gesturing warmly, "Please, senior sister. After you." He, seeing Lin Yuan genuinely wasn't angry, the young woman relaxed, returning his smile gratefully before stepping gracefully inside. Once they were in, Lin Yuan followed, entering a large room that seemed to stretch for dozens of paces. Bookshelves lined both sides of the central aisle, and in the midst of the room stood an elongated oval conference table, adorned with opulent tassels. Various glass bottles, lit crucibles, alcohol burners, and curious potted plants sprawled across the table, alongside an array of colorful minerals and tools like hammers, scissors, and tweezers. "Let's go, senior sister," Lin Yuan called, perplexed at the absence of his peers who typically occupied seats at the table. The elegant young woman looked around, confused, then turned to him. "Why haven't those pesky fellows shown up yet? They're usually the first to claim a spot." "Who knows? Maybe they've something else to attend to," Lin Yuan shrugged, commenting casually as he stepped toward the large table. Just then, a deliberately exaggerated voice broke through the atmosphere from the entrance, mocking humorously, "Oh, look who it is, our little junior brother. Hey Dax, did you hear? I've recently learned our genius junior brother has switched careers to become a blacksmith. He's been spending all his time at the forge, neglecting his studies." "Really? That's shocking," a second voice joined in, dripping with sarcasm. "Why would you do that, little junior brother? I mean, you might be slow, but this is a bit much, isn't it? You're an apprentice to the master. Think about how this reflects on him." "Exactly. Some people really ought to consider how their actions affect our master's reputation." The intruder's taunts had shocked Lin Yuan, who had just stepped forward, halting abruptly. He turned calmly, coolly appraising the two figures that had entered, and said with mild annoyance, "What is it with you two brothers? How do you always seem to know exactly what I've been up to? Are you really that bored? Just watching me? You shouldn't let my petty affairs distract you from your own progress." "Little junior brother, our matters are none of your concern. You should focus on yourself. If you can't answer when others ask what you've learned, it won't just bring disgrace to the master, but to us older brothers as well." Scorning Lin Yuan, said a boy named Wesley. With a slight sneer, Wesley shrugged Lin Yuan aside as he moved forward, nearly bumping him. "Out of the way. Haven't you heard? Good dogs don't block the path." Wesley pushed Lin Yuan and walked on, while Dax, a larger and more muscular youth, stepped in front of Lin Yuan, looking down at him with a condescending grin. "Hey, little junior brother, I hear you've been training hard lately? TSK. With that puny frame, what makes you think you could compete with me? Look at these muscles, I could take you on with one hand. So, why not just accept your fate and stop trying?" As Dax flexed his impressive muscles, Lin Yuan's expression darkened, a flicker of anger spooling in his gaze. Seeing the anger, Dax laughed loudly. After showing off his strength, he pushed Lin Yuan again, mockingly suggesting, "Come on, coward. You think getting mad changes anything? If you really have the guts, let's fight. Don't worry, I won't hold back, I'll only use one hand." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. The tension in his hands as fists formed was palpable. Suddenly, the graceful young woman, who had been silently observing, stepped in front of him, glaring at Dax, her tone sharp as she demanded, "Dax, what are you doing? If you so much as touch him, I'll report you to the master. You two brothers are shameless enough. Xiao Yuan is younger than you. Is it the PCAF family tradition just to bully those younger than you?" "Bullied him?" Wesley scoffed, turning around lazily. "Wendy, do you think a lion would bother picking on a dog? You think he deserves my attention?" With a disdainful glance, Wesley resumed rifling through items on the table. Meanwhile, Dax coldly remarked to Wendy, "Exactly. Wendy, why do you always protect him? Do you really like him? Seriously? There are far better choices out there. He's just a worthless little mutt. Not worth your time. He can never match us lions." Dax's taunts elicited a boisterous laugh, and he turned to resume chatting with Wesley. Just then, a calm yet authoritative voice commanded attention from the entrance. "Dax, just who are you calling a lion and who a mutt?" At this, the four of them turned, the mood shifting. Dax's expression froze as he cautiously faced the newcomer and called, "Senior Brother Brooke, you're quite early today." "Am I?" A tall, handsome young man stepped through the threshold, draped in a similar red robe as the others. However, the difference lay in the golden star emblazoned on his chest, a symbol that only a first-level alchemist, recognized by the Alchemist Guild of the Fransto continent, was permitted to wear. The sight of this golden star drew the attention of the gathered youths, each exchanging envious glances. While Wesley's eyes blazed with jealousy, Dax and Wendy's faces reflected admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, shielded by Wendy, furtively studied the star on the young man's robe, a complexity flickering in his gaze. Chapter 2. Let us resolve disputes through competition. "Am I early?" The handsome youth, upon entering, posed the question to Dax again, but his expression suddenly turned cold. "Dax, do you wish for me to arrive later so that you two brothers can bully the junior disciple at your leisure?" Such audacity. "Wesley, I must inquire, who amongst us is the lion and who is the dog?" A profound silence enveloped the room, with Wesley and Dax bowing their heads, refusing to speak. Wendy cast a triumphant glance at the two brothers before pulling Lin Yuan from behind her and nudging him forward, intending to recount the recent events to the senior brother. However, upon catching sight of Lin Yuan, the handsome youth furrowed his brow and said, "Junior disciple, I have heard that you have been spending a great deal of time with a certain apprentice named Ian at Uncle Harriman's place. Even calling each other brothers, did I ask this true?" Wendy was momentarily taken aback, her gaze instinctively turning to Lin Yuan, whose expression mirrored her surprise. After a brief moment, he curiously nodded, confirming the rumor. Brooke, the handsome youth, scowled and admonished sharply, "Nonsense. Junior disciple, consider your standing. What is he but a blacksmith? How can you, a noble alchemist, choose to associate with a mere servant? You are a refined member of the elite society, while he is merely a lowly tradesman. How can you stoop to such familiarity? Senior Brother Brooke, you are only aware of part of the situation and remain ignorant of the rest. Our talented junior disciple has, instead of pursuing alchemy, decided to embark on the path of blacksmithing. From what I know, he has been diligently apprenticing with Uncle Harriman for several weeks now, focusing intently on becoming a competent blacksmith." Wesley, seizing the opportunity, mockingly reported Lin Yuan's predicament, relishing the moment as Brooke's expression darkened in shock. "Junior disciple, is what Wesley said true? Have you truly been at Uncle Harriman's for the past few weeks?" Lin Yuan remained silent, stubbornly gazing downwards, while Wesley shot him a derisive glance, preparing to escalate Brooke's ire further. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Wendy interjected, "Senior brother, do not heed Wesley's words. The junior disciple has been studying diligently. Just earlier, he was with me learning how to inscribe earth element protective runes. His progress has been remarkable." Wendy protectively drew Lin Yuan closer to her side, and upon hearing her words, Brooke's expression softened considerably. He furrowed his brow, glancing between Wesley and Lin Yuan, before lowering his voice to ask again, "Junior disciple, is what Sister Wendy said true?" Lin Yuan remained silent, but Wendy eagerly answered for him, "Of course it is true. Senior brother, would I lie to you? The junior disciple is indeed working hard today. As for Wesley, I cannot fathom why he is always targeting our junior brother and bullying him to, oh, by the way, senior brother. You heard it too. Wesley just called the junior disciple a wild dog in front of both of us. Wendy's eloquent defense drew Brooks' attention, and the handsome senior brother nodded thoughtfully, shifting his gaze towards Wesley. Wesley, you mentioned something about lions and dogs earlier. Now, I demand you clarify who is the lion and who is the dog. After Brooks' inquiry, the laboratory fell into another profound silence. With no one willing to speak, observing the lack of response, Brooks' expression darkened once more as he scrutinized Wesley and then Lin Yuan, glancing back and forth several times, before breaking the silence. Enough, do not feign ignorance. It is evident that today's events arose from your conflict. Since it is a dispute between you, let us employ the traditional method of alchemists, a contest to determine the victor. Junior disciple, Wesley, I grant you 1 week, after which each of you must present an alchemical product. The one whose creation surpasses the other's will have their words deemed truthful, and appropriate rewards and punishment shall follow. What say you, junior disciple and Wesley? Do you have any objections to my decision? No, I have no objections. I agree with the senior brother's proposal. In 1 week, I shall present a work that will surely satisfy you. Wesley immediately raised both hands in agreement, his face alight with excitement and smugness. Standing beside Wendy, Lin Yuan hesitated a moment, casting a glance at her. Before he could speak, Wendy misinterpreted his look and jumped in. This is clearly unfair. How is this unfair? Is my proposal not fair enough? Brooke responded, momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of displeasure as he regarded Wendy and Lin Yuan with suspicion. Undeterred, Wendy pressed on. Of course it's unfair, senior brother. Wesley is the eldest son of the Pecaf family, which is exceedingly wealthy. Even if he fails to produce anything, he can simply purchase a fine item from the market with his family's resources. Lin Yuan and I would have no chance against that. Thus, we must stipulate that the alchemical product cannot be any item currently available on the market. It must be a unique creation with specific utility or novelty. What say you, Wesley? Are you bold enough to compete on these terms? If not, perhaps you should concede now. Wendy's remarks left the 4 men momentarily speechless. Wesley's expression darkened, but before he could retort against Wendy's suggestion, Brooke pondered her proposal and nodded in agreement. Wendy has made an excellent point. Let us settle on this. The alchemical product must not be an existing item on the market. It must possess unique utility and innovation. Well then, Lin Yuan and Wesley, do you both believe you can create such an item within a week? If you think a week is too tight, I can extend the timeline to 2 weeks. What do you think? After Brooke's declaration, Wesley shot a resentful glare at Wendy, his face clouded with anger as he huffed in reluctant acquiescence. Just as Wendy was about to joyfully agree on Lin Yuan's behalf, Lin Yuan grasped her arm and quietly asked, Sister, what is today's date? Today is July 22 ND. Why do you ask, Lin Yuan? Wendy replied, confused. Lin Yuan smiled at her, then, appearing contemplative, turned to Brooke and casually remarked, Senior brother, in 2 weeks, I will celebrate my 14th birthday, correct? Yes, that is correct. Why do you ask, Lin Yuan? Brooke, equally perplexed, responded. Lin Yuan nodded, choosing not to clarify his meaning, instead beaming brightly at both Brooke and Wendy. Suddenly, his demeanor transformed, and he declared with enthusiasm, I accept the challenge. Senior brother, in 2 weeks, I will present a creation that will surely meet your approval. We shall see. Is it possible I could lose to you? Wesley sneered, subtly mouthing the words fool, before burying his head in search of something on the conference table. However, before he could find anything, Brooke clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention, clearing his throat. Brooke addressed the assembly, My dear brothers, our instructor has encountered an unexpected matter today, and thus tonight's class is canceled. Please return and study on your own, should you have any questions or uncertainties. Jot them down to ask during our next class. Now, off you go, and make sure to keep up with your studies. As Brooke concluded his announcement, a trace of disappointment flickered across the faces of the disciples. Nevertheless, accustomed to Brooke's sporadic absences or last-minute changes to the schedule, they quietly filed out of the laboratory, each heading towards their respective quarters. Once Wesley was the last to exit, Brooke clapped his hands again. Addressing the remaining 4, remember what I said. You have 2 weeks. I will report this matter to the teacher later, that time. Not only will I be present, but the teacher will certainly be there to inspect the works you submit. So do remember, 2 weeks is a deadline you cannot afford to forget. After Brooke finished speaking, he waved his hand to dismiss the crowd. Lin Yuan and Wendy made their way back to Wendy's door along the corridor. Wendy suddenly broke into a smile and proudly said to Lin Yuan, "Junior brother, your senior sister is quite clever, isn't she? That scoundrel Wesley has finally fallen into my hands this time." Lin Yuan, glancing at the triumphant Wendy, smiled in return, gently pushing open the door for her. Once she stepped inside, he said, "Senior sister, I want to be going in. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I will visit you again tomorrow." When he turned around, surprised, "Where are you going?" "Junior brother, I was just about to discuss what kind of project we should submit in 2 weeks. Hey, don't take this lightly. Did you not hear what the senior brother said before he left? He will be inviting the teacher to evaluate your works this time." Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "No worries, rest assured, senior sister, I will be 14 in 2 weeks. And by then, I will surely present a work that satisfies everyone." "Here we go again," Wendy exclaimed in astonishment. "You just asked me this question in the lab. Hey, junior brother, what does your birthday have to do with this competition?" With her bright eyes wide open, she looked at Lin Yuan, who smiled at her delicate features. "It has nothing to do with it, senior sister. Please don't misunderstand. I was merely inquiring. Now, I really must be going. I'll see you tomorrow." After Lin Yuan hurriedly departed, Wendy chased after him, calling his name several times. Lin Yuan turned back, waved his hand without looking, and continued on his way. As he walked away, Wendy pondered for a moment before returning to her room, furrowing her brows and sighing in resignation. Meanwhile, deep within the Wembroke Manor, in a modest yet book-laden bedroom filled with shelves and heavy tomes, Brooke was recounting everything that had transpired in the laboratory to an elderly man reclining against the bed. This elder, with hair and beard entirely white, bore a kindly expression, and the flicker of wisdom sparkled in his small eyes. As he listened to Brooke's account, he occasionally sighed as if grasping profound truths. When Brooke mentioned the competition he had arranged for the two brothers, a hint of concern crossed the elder's face, though it quickly faded. "By the way, teacher, how fortuitous that the competition coincides with Xiao Yuan's birthday in 2 weeks. I wonder what kind of work he will present, that if he performs poorly on his birthday, I truly would not know how to punish him," Brooke casually remarked, but the elder's demeanor grew serious. "Did you say Xiao Yuan's birthday is in 2 weeks? How old will he be? 13 or 14? 14, Brooke replied, startled by his teacher's sudden concern. "In 2 weeks, Xiao Yuan will indeed turn 14. Teacher, is there a problem?" The elder, Master Wembroke, displayed a look of astonishment, mingled with reminiscence and relief. His expression alarmed Brooke, who pressed for an explanation until Master Wembroke suddenly laughed. "Xiao Yuan is turning 14. How swiftly time has passed, for years have gone in the blink of an eye." After saying this, Master Wembroke coughed violently a couple of times, and Brooke rushed to support him. "Teacher, are you all right? I think you should not dwell on these matters too much. You should rest. I will handle everything." "I am fine," Master Wembroke insisted, patting his chest to calm himself. With a tone filled with joy and relief, he instructed Brooke, "Go find Wesley immediately. Tell him I am warning him. Within these 2 weeks, he must exert 200 effort to complete this project." Moreover, Master Wembroke paused, a mysterious smile spreading across his face, appearing even more pleased. "If he truly cannot produce this work, inform him that I permit him to seek assistance from his family. Regardless, in 2 weeks, he must present me with a work that satisfies me. Otherwise, he shall no longer be my disciple, Wembroke." "Teacher," Brooke was taken aback by the severity of Master Wembroke's punishment. However, Master Wembroke waved his hand cheerfully, urging Brooke to convey his message swiftly. "Go on. Time flies so quickly. 4 years have gone by, and Xiao Yuan is already 14. The elder murmured to himself, chuckling softly. Brooke, filled with doubts and shock, left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Unable to comprehend what had come over his teacher, and how Xiao Yuan's birthday connected to the upcoming competition. Chapter 3. The alchemical duel. The news of Lin Yuan and Wesley's upcoming alchemical duel in 2 weeks somehow spread throughout the town. By noon the following day, every resident was aware of it, and by evening, those who had been idle all winter were discussing even the minutiae of the laboratory incident. They fervently shared this exceptional gossip that had not been seen all winter, debating the origins and details of the event in homes, taverns, on street corners, and even at dining tables, eagerly speculating various outcomes. Their interest remained keenly focused on the two young men, both disciples of Master Wembrook. Soon, the activities of the two were also uncovered by eager townsfolk. Since that night Wesley had declared his intention to challenge Lin Yuan, he had returned home to the Pecalf family, where preparations were in full swing. Gathering knowledgeable assistants and alchemical materials for the upcoming duel. In contrast, Lin Yuan's demeanor raised questions. According to rumors, aside from the night, he decided to challenge Wesley when he locked himself in his room, making noises until dawn. He had done nothing else. He continued his daily routine, jogging and exercising as usual. Such calmness was undoubtedly suspicious. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's reaction, the townspeople's chatter grew even more animated. After 2 weeks of lively discussions, the momentous duel that captivated the entire town was finally upon them. That on the morning of the duel, Lin Yuan was startled awake by a series of violent knocks at the door. Before he could rub the sleep from his eyes and open it, the door was forcefully kicked open, and the strikingly beautiful Wendy stormed in like an enraged little tiger. "Senior sister, good morning," Lin Yuan murmured, clutching his blanket and rubbing his eyes in a daze, before attempting to lie back down for a few more moments of slumber. However, the furious Wendy had no intention of allowing him to do so. She stepped forward, yanked the blanket from him, and threw it onto the floor, her voice rising an octave as she shouted, "You idiot! You're driving me crazy. What time is it and you're still sleeping? Get up right now, or you'll truly drive me to madness." Wendy had every reason to be angry with Lin Yuan. For the past 2 weeks, despite her persistent efforts to redirect Lin Yuan's focus towards the upcoming competition, she had evidently overestimated her junior brother's patience and determination. On the surface, Lin Yuan always promised to take it seriously, repeatedly assuring her he would pay attention. Yet he would merely turn away and continue his carefree ways, completely disregarding her teachings and his own commitments. Frustrated, Wendy snatched the blanket and threw it to the ground in a fit of pique. The cold breeze finally jolted Lin Yuan awake, and he rolled over, grumbling as he searched for his clothes while addressing Wendy. "What is the big idea, senior sister? You don't have to be so violent about waking me. You know it's freezing outside. Don't you worry about me catching a chill? I couldn't care less if you freeze. You blockhead. Do you even know what time it is? If you don't get up soon, we'll be late." "Huh?" Lin Yuan quickly leapt up, peering out the window. Upon realizing the time, he stuck out his tongue and hastily dressed and washed. Meanwhile, Wendy stood by, exasperated, urging him to hurry up. Once Lin Yuan completed his morning routine in a rush, Wendy grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the door. After stepping outside, Wendy had not run far when she suddenly came to a halt. She stood there hesitating for a moment, then quietly said to Lin Yuan, "Junior brother, if the teacher asks you what you've been up to lately, just say that the problem posed by your senior sister is too difficult, and you haven't thought of any brilliant ideas yet, understood? And if the teacher scolds you again, just humbly admit your mistake, got it? After all, you are still young. The teacher won't be too harsh on you. I believe he'll only have a few words of criticism at most." After Wendy finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Yuan to respond, she quickly added, "In any case, remember, no matter what happens, I won't allow you to argue back with the teacher. I don't want you to be sent away while I remain here alone. Do you understand?" "Understood, senior sister. Don't worry, I will be fine." After Wendy spoke, her eyes reddened slightly. Lin Yuan felt a bit moved. So he gently patted her shoulder and then smiled as he linked his arm with Wendy's, striding confidently toward the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Wendy, her eyes misty with the urge to cry, found herself involuntarily being pulled forward by Lin Yuan. After taking only a couple of steps, Wendy clenched her fists tightly, reminding herself that she could not cry at this moment, and no matter what happened later, she had to be the strongest support for her junior brother. As Lin Yuan and Wendy arrived at the laboratory door, they had barely stopped when the large door creaked open. Though it was broad daylight, the interior was ablaze with lights. The corridor of the laboratory was filled with people dressed in splendid attire, whispering among themselves that as soon as the door swung open, all their gazes turned toward the entrance. Lin Yuan glanced around and realized that these individuals were the upper echelon of the small town, possessing a certain status and prestige. Their presence here, gathered to participate in this competition, could only be attributed to an invitation from Master Wembroke. There was no other explanation. Kumin, Xiao Yuan, oh, and Wendy, don't just stand there. We are waiting for both of you. Upon spotting Lin Yuan and Wendy at the door, Master Wembroke, dressed in a red robe adorned with 3 golden stars, immediately greeted them with delight. Lin Yuan responded and stepped inside, pulling Wendy along the red carpet of the central aisle towards Master Wembroke, faced with so many familiar and unfamiliar faces in the laboratory. Wendy appeared somewhat shy and dazed. Thus, she let Lin Yuan guide her by the hand as they walked up to Master Wembroke. What transpired next made Wendy feel utterly embarrassed, for at some point, out of fear, she had firmly grasped Lin Yuan's warm hand, leaning closely against him, creating an intimate and ambiguous scene. That it was precisely for this reason that Master Wembroke pointed at their tightly clasped hands and teasingly remarked, "Oh, my dear students, could you possibly put your hands down for now? After this competition, you can find a quiet place to hold hands at your leisure." The onlookers erupted into good-natured laughter. Wendy, bewildered by the situation, glanced at her hand intertwined with Lin Yuan's, and suddenly realizing the implication, she gasped and shyly released his hand, her face flushed as she hid behind Master Wembroke. The elderly man chuckled warmly, gently patting Wendy's shoulder in a gesture of comfort before turning to Lin Yuan, studying him seriously for a long moment. Suddenly, he gave Lin Yuan's chest a hearty slap and exclaimed, "Not bad. Xiao Yuan, you are much stronger than you were 4 years ago. Good, very good. Today, although it is the day of your competition with Wesley, it is also your 14th birthday, so allow me to wish you a happy birthday in advance." Lin Yuan looked at the aged Master Wembroke, attempting to smile but ultimately letting out a wistful sigh. "Teacher, I have grown up, yet you seem to be aging more and more. Oh, what does it matter? Aside from the gods, which human being is truly immortal? As for me, having lived a long life, I am content to have you as my students in my twilight years. I have no regrets left." Master Wembroke raised his hand to silence Brooke and Wendy, who were about to voice their thoughts, then clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, declaring loudly, "All right, let us momentarily set aside other matters and begin today's most exciting event. Next, my 2 most outstanding students, Wesley and Lin Yuan, will commence their alchemical duel." Upon finishing his words, he led the applause, and the others followed suit, the room echoing with applause for a while before the elder halted first. Pointing at Wesley with a smile, "All right, let us commence the duel. Wesley, you go first. Present your creation for us all to see what remarkable invention you have crafted." "Yes, teacher." At the mention of his creation, Wesley's expression instantly turned proud, but he cast a challenging glance at Lin Yuan before turning with Dax to dash towards the entrance. Moments later, the 2 of them returned, laboring together to carry a large object draped in ornate tassels to the center of the laboratory. They set it down, with Dax nervously rubbing his hands, while Wesley excitedly did the same. They exchanged a glance with Master Wembroke, seemingly awaiting his command. Master Wembroke playfully scolded, "Enough with the suspense. Quickly let us see what extraordinary item you've produced." As soon as he finished speaking, the spectators instinctively stepped forward, curious to gaze at the large object covered with tassels. After surveying the room with satisfaction, Wesley stepped forward and forcefully unveiled the tassels, exclaiming to everyone present, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the most extraordinary creation I have brought forth with all my wisdom and knowledge, the Shield of Blizzard." Beneath the unveiled tassels lay an oval shield affixed to a wooden stand, its silver-white hue gleaming with smooth lines and even thickness, clearly crafted by a skilled artisan. However, what truly captivated the attention of all present were the intricate and peculiar patterns and designs etched upon the shield's surface. These unique engravings were vividly illuminated under the indoor lights, allowing everyone to see them clearly. Wesley began to point out the distinctive patterns, elaborating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I have named this shield the Shield of Blizzard is due to its 3 significant features. First, this shield can reflect an ice star back to the attacker. Come, everyone, gather a bit closer. Look, I hold a knight's sword meticulously crafted by Uncle Harriman. Now, I shall use this excellent knight's sword to strike the shield of Blizzard, demonstrating its first advantage for you all. As Wesley spoke, he swiftly thrust the knight's sword into the oval shield fixed on the wooden stand. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed a flash of blue light emanating from the shield, followed by a visible surge of ice rapidly creeping up the knight's sword, enveloping it entirely within mere seconds. The thick layer of ice not only engulfed the sword, but it seemed to extend further, creeping up towards Wesley's hands and arms. Wesley quickly released the sword, letting it crash to the ground and shatter the ice on its surface, shaking off the ice shards from his hands as he smiled at the gathered crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this illustrates the first advantage of the Shield of Blizzard. Next, allow me to introduce its second advantage, which is another counterattack skill, an unpredictable wind blade technique. Wesley then took a thick wooden stick, about the size of a child's thigh, handed to him by Dax, and carefully struck the surface of the shield with it. Suddenly, the audience witnessed a flash of white light, and when it faded, Wesley found that the stick had split into two pieces, one falling to the ground with a thud, while the other remained in his grasp, now transformed into a sharp and neatly cut wooden spear. Wow! The crowd collectively gasped in awe at the transformation of the stick into a spear, while some nobles present, particularly interested in weapons and equipment, erupted into enthusiastic applause. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Now, please pay attention to the third advantage of the Shield of Blizzard, which is undoubtedly one of its most remarkable features. Come, Dax, let us demonstrate the most outstanding advantage of the Shield of Blizzard for everyone. After Wesley modestly smiled at the crowd, he gestured to Dax, who had been deftly donning a suit of armor nearby. Together, the two brothers lifted the storm shield from its wooden stand, with the fully armed Dax grasping it firmly in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, the final and most remarkable advantage of this storm shield is its ability to absorb magical attacks from adversaries, converting them into energy to bestow upon the wielder a frost magic shield. According to our tests, this frost magic shield can withstand nearly 100 physical strikes from a juvenile like myself. If faced with magical assaults, it can endure approximately 10 attacks from lower-tier spells such as Wind Blade and Fireball. Thus, this feature stands as the greatest merit of the Storm Shield and is the primary reason behind its formidable name. As Wesley spoke, he produced a parchment scroll and tore it open before the audience, that in an instant, a low-level fireball erupted from the scroll, crashing into the storm shield held by Dax, before the onlookers could utter a gasp. The surface of the storm shield shimmered with a silvery light, causing the fireball, which had barely struck the shield, to vanish with a swift whoosh. Dax then shook slightly, a cerulean aura enveloping him. "A frost magic shield," someone with discernment exclaimed, and the crowd awakened from their astonishment, erupting into applause. "Thank you. I am deeply grateful for your applause. Truly, thank you all." In that moment, Wesley felt a surge of pride and elation, his face aglow as he strode around Dax, waving like a great figure acknowledging the enthusiastic crowd. The thunderous applause continued for some time before he reluctantly ceased his circuit, only when the clapping finally subsided. After this whirlwind of excitement, Wesley remembered that the contest was not yet over. He turned cheerfully toward Master Vimbrock, proudly bowing before him. "Master, behold my creation. Are you satisfied with what I have crafted?" The atmosphere grew silent as all eyes turned to Master Vimbrock, awaiting his verdict. However, the master merely smiled, patting Wesley on the shoulder without answering, and then turned to Lin Yuan, who had been attentively standing beside him, saying, "All right, little Yuan, Wesley has showcased his work. Now it's your turn. Let us witness what remarkable creation you have accomplished." After Master Vimbrock spoke, he cast a casual glance at Lin Yuan and then at Wesley, who stood before him, proud as a peacock. Lin Yuan, catching the master's gaze and observing Wesley's preening demeanor, instantly grasped Master Vimbrock's intent. "Very well, Master. Just watch. I shall not disappoint you," Lin Yuan replied, turning towards the center of the laboratory, his demeanor relaxed and his steps light, showing no signs of tension or pressure. Wesley, observing Lin Yuan's empty-handed and overly confident posture, felt a surge of irritation that he opened his mouth to mock him once more, but, mindful of Master Wimbrock and the esteemed guests from Cherishing present. He restrained his impulse to deride him, instead emitting a disdainful humph through his nostrils as a sign of contempt. Although this slight sound was barely audible, Lin Yuan caught it, halting his steps to turn and smile at Wesley, asking, "What is it, Brother Wesley? Do you believe I cannot possibly defeat you?" Wesley glanced at Master Wimbrock and the other distinguished guests from Karazhan, maintaining silence regarding Lin Yuan's inquiry, yet a smirk of disdain flickered at the corners of his mouth, suggesting that Lin Yuan should already know the answer. Upon catching this contemptuous smile, Lin Yuan's grin widened. "Then, Brother Wesley, since you hold me in such low regard, shall we wager? If I win, my demand is modest. You shall bark like a dog twice. Should I lose, I will comply with any request of yours. What say you, brother? Shall we make this wager?" Wesley's expression stiffened, his face twitching for a moment before he disdainfully replied, "Little junior brother, I am aware of your penchant for folly. Yet I had no idea you would stoop to such an extent. Very well. Present your creation. If it truly surpasses mine, I shall not only bark twice, but I would bark 20 times. However, I fear you may lack the fortune for that. How could your creation possibly best mine?" Lin Yuan chuckled, clapping his hands. "How could I not feel you are destined to lose? All right then, it is settled. Brother Wesley, remember, 2 barks. I hope you will not go back on your word." "Rest assured, I will not renege. I only fear that it will not be I who barks, but rather you, little junior brother," Wesley retorted coldly, the tension between them intensifying, and the crowd's excitement began to rise as they eagerly watched the 2 brothers exchange barbs. Meanwhile, Brooke and Wendy, standing by with anxious expressions, were eager to intervene, but were held back by Master Wimbrock, who offered them a warning look, urging calmness as he, too, found enjoyment in the banter between his students. Chapter 4. I am certain of victory. As soon as Wesley finished speaking, Lin Yuan, chuckling, began to retrieve something from his collar, while retorting without mercy, "Oh, but how could that be, Brother Wesley? I have already informed you. I am absolutely certain of my victory." As Lin Yuan began to produce an item, all eyes in the audience were drawn to the collar of his robe. With each motion, a red thread emerged, tied to a square silver metal piece, which Lin Yuan pulled from his garment. He removed the piece from around his neck, smiling as he presented it to Wesley and the gathered crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my alchemical creation. This piece, which I crafted casually 4 years ago, originally bore no name. However, after witnessing Brother Wesley's flamboyant storm shield, I felt compelled to bestow a grand name upon my own alchemical work. Henceforth, I shall refer to this creation as Blessing of Strength. As for its effects, I invite 1 or more representatives to experience the benefits of my Blessing of Strength necklace firsthand, and then you shall discern whose creation reigns supreme." Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment, exchanging glances and remaining still for a moment. Noticing their hesitation, Lin Yuan tapped his forehead, laughing again. "Oh, forgive me. I neglected to describe the purpose of my necklace. It is called Blessing of Strength, and as the name suggests, wearing it grants one an additional boost in strength. Do not underestimate this extra strength, for I have etched 20 Blessing of Strength magical runes onto this necklace. Thus, while I say it grants only a little strength, the reality is that it can enhance the user's physical power by over 20. What? Impossible! That tiny metal piece can bear 20 Blessing of Strength runes? Indeed, it's unbelievable. Ordinary weapons can only accommodate 2 or 3 Blessing of Strength runes at most. Beyond that, there is no space. How could such a small piece contain so many? That can't be true. He must be boasting. Surely not. There are too many witnesses here for him to be lying. It seems unlikely he would dare to boast with Master Wimbrock present. He would certainly be the first to call him out. True. That makes sense that, this is simple. Why not have someone try it out to see if he's indeed boasting? Then hurry up and volunteer. Lord Doro, is there anyone stronger and more battle-hardened in this city than you? Yes. Lord Doro, you should step up and try it. We shall see if that young man is indeed speaking the truth. After a flurry of whispers, the crowd quickly selected 2 volunteers. These 2 individuals, unceremoniously stepping forward, approached Lin Yuan. Point 1 was Doro, the city's sheriff, and the other was the vice-captain of a relatively large adventurer guild named Camberley. Both were robust men, influential figures in the small town. Lin Yuan glanced at the two individuals before him and cheerfully remarked, "My esteemed sirs, I must apologize, but there is only one necklace. Who among you wishes to try it first? I shall go first. Camberley, hold on to this little rascal for me, that if it turns out he is merely boasting, ensure he does not escape. I intend for his teacher to administer a proper punishment." "Umph, young one, you still have time to reconsider." "Oh." The town sheriff, Doro, boldly snatched the blessing of strength from Lin Yuan's hands and casually draped it around his robust neck. The necklace settled onto him. Doro, who had initially harbored skepticism regarding Lin Yuan's earlier claims, suddenly gaped in astonishment, his expression morphing into one of sheer disbelief. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, eagerly awaiting his verdict. However, as time ticked by, Doro remained mute about his experience with the necklace, prompting some impatient onlookers to shout, "Hey, Sheriff Doro, what is the necklace all about? Do you feel anything after putting it on? Indeed, is the necklace genuine or not? Please do enlighten us." It was only when the spectators began to clamor that Doro snapped out of his stupor. He attempted to shake his fist, and then, in a fit of exuberance, shoved Camberley, nearly causing him to stumble. With uncontainable excitement, he exclaimed, "By the gods, this cannot be real. Strength. I can truly feel strength. Come forth. Who among you dares to challenge me? I am capable of single-handedly taking on all of you. Camberley, gather your entire adventuring party. Today, we shall engage in a proper contest." Doro, now past middle age, yet behaving like an impetuous youth, pounded his chest, bellowed, and waved his fists in sheer exhilaration. Camberley, nearly toppled by Doro's shove, stood momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, the vice-captain of the adventurers finally found two similarly strong young men from the crowd to join him in surrounding Doro. "Come on, you lot. I can take down all three of you with just one hand." "Humph. Don't doubt me, Camberley. I'll take you down first." With that, Doro charged forward, lunging at the unsuspecting Camberley. With a powerful roar, he seized Camberley's hastily thrown punch, flexed his arms with tremendous force, and before the astonished crowd, executed a suplex that hoisted the tall and burly Camberley off the ground, spinning him around before slamming him down onto the earth with a resounding thud. "Wow!" The onlookers gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Doro's sudden display of extraordinary strength, their astonished murmurs echoing through the air. The two young men who had joined Camberley were equally stunned. They were well aware of their vice-captain's prowess, and Camberley's considerable weight of nearly 86 kilograms was not easily tossed aside, especially not with a move requiring such physical exertion as a suplex. "Come on, you two. This is exhilarating. This is what true strength feels like." After felling Camberley, Doro charged at the other two young men with unrelenting vigor. The pair exchanged glances before stepping back cautiously, realizing they needed to adopt a more strategic approach. However, they quickly discovered that their tactics crumbled against Doro's overwhelming strength. One by one, they fell prey to Doro's grip, each being dispatched with the same suplex that had dispatched Camberley. Having triumphed over the trio, Doro rubbed his fists together in triumph and laughed heartily. "This is incredible. I've never encountered such a remarkable necklace before. Hey, young one, how much do you want for it? I must have it." Well, Sheriff Doro, this necklace is still a work in progress, so I cannot sell it to you just yet." Lin Yuan chuckled, gesturing for Doro to return the necklace. "You've had your turn. Now may I have it back? I still need to let others try it." "You're truly not selling. Young one, money is no object. How about this? I'll give you 20 gold gallons right now for that half-finished piece." Doro's reluctance to part with the necklace was evident, and upon announcing the sum, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Each onlooker murmured in disbelief over the staggering offer. 20 gold gallons could easily procure a fine alchemical creation in this realm. Doro's bid, in turn, signified his acknowledgement of Lin Yuan's work as something of considerable value, a recognition that could be pivotal for the apprentice. As Doro's offer echoed, Wesley felt an unsettling sense of competition rising within him. Meanwhile, Doro continued amiably. "So, young one, what do you say? A flat rate of 20 gold gallons, and I promise you, I won't shortchange you. Shall we finalize this transaction?" Lin Yuan, bemused, shook his head. It's not that I wish to disregard your offer. Sheriff Doro, the necklace is genuinely still a half-finished product. Even if it were complete, I could not sell it to you immediately. You see, I am counting on this necklace to measure my skills against my senior apprentice. What? Doro paused for a moment, then waved dismissively. What do you mean measure skills? Such a magnificent item. Wesley's creation cannot hold a candle to it. Hey Wesley, I'm telling you now, you've lost. Your creation pales in comparison to this masterpiece. So you best concede gracefully, understood? Doro's boisterous declaration only deepened Wesley's scowl, while Lin Yuan felt exasperated by Doro's obstinacy regarding the necklace. All right, Doro, let me settle this. The competition between my two students cannot be taken lightly. Regardless of the outcome, it must be clear and unequivocal that so. Please remove the necklace made by Lin Yuan. Rest assured, I will ensure it is gifted to you after the contest. How does that sound? Master Wembrook interjected to quell the escalating commotion. Initially, Doro was reluctant to concede to Wembrook's authority, clutching the blessing of strength like a prized possession. It was only after Wembrook humorously promised that the necklace would indeed be his after the competition that Doro finally relented, carefully removing the blessing of strength from his neck. Just as Doro unfastened the necklace, Camberley, who had been observing from the sidelines, rushed forward and snatched the blessing of strength from him. Without uttering a word, he donned the necklace and immediately charged towards his two subordinates, effortlessly lifting them both with a single arm. His expression suggested he still had plenty of strength to spare. Wow! Despite having just witnessed Doro's extraordinary display of power, the crowd was once again taken aback by Camberley's astonishing feat, their astonished whispers filling the air. This necklace appears to be genuinely magical. Indeed, while it may lack an aesthetic appeal, its effectiveness is certainly apparent. Absolutely. Both Sheriff Doro and now Lord Camberley have tested it. Given their reputations, they would not conspire to deceive us. What nonsense! I said from the start that the master was present. How could he possibly allow such trickery? Exactly. This is a case of a brilliant master producing remarkable students. Master Wembrook's disciples are truly exceptional, as the crowd murmured in small clusters. The expression on Camberley's face, which had been unwavering as he held up his two subordinates for an extended period, began to show signs of satisfaction. After a while, when his subordinates could no longer endure the strain, Camberley gently lowered them. However, it seemed he was still not content after merely testing the necklace's capabilities. He scanned the room eagerly, as if searching for something heavier to further assess its power. Master Wembrook cleared his throat, drawing Camberley's attention. Camberley, what do you think of this necklace? Are you not tempted to find something else to truly ascertain if it is as miraculous as my student claims? Indeed. Oh no, Master Wembrook. Your student's necklace is truly extraordinary, and I harbor no doubts regarding its efficacy. As for my desire to test it further, I merely wish to see to what extent this necklace can augment my strength. You see, for those of us who spend our lives in the field, battling beasts and enemies, it is imperative to have an accurate assessment of our combat capabilities. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to significant consequences. Oh, is that so? Master Wembrook chuckled. Very well then, I shall provide you with a heavy object, though I cannot guarantee your ability to lift it. Should you find it beyond your capacity, do not act the hero and attempt to lift it. Such folly could cause considerable harm to your body. Not a problem. Master Wembrook, I estimate I can lift approximately 400 kilograms, and if I truly push myself, I believe I could manage 500 kilograms. Camberley replied nonchalantly, patting his chest confidently. Master Wembrook nodded and then turned to Brooke, issuing a few quiet commands that Brooke's expression shifted, but he ultimately departed with haste. Within moments, Brooke returned, pushing a small cart laden with numerous hefty iron ingots, each weighing at least over 50 kilograms. Brooke and a few others maneuvered the cart into position. Camberley approached with a hearty laugh that he single-handedly took hold of the entire cart, dismissing the others like one might shoo away chickens, and began to effortlessly push the cart to the center of the laboratory. Ah, this is exhilarating, Camberley exclaimed, setting down the cart, that he boldly lifted 2 ingots, each weighing 300 to 400 pounds, performing a few flamboyant gestures before commanding his 2 subordinates. Hey, have you 2 rested enough? If so, Come over and help me gather the remaining ingots from the cart into my embrace. Yes, just like that. Goodness, these ingots are indeed heavy. Excellent. Bring me more. I still have strength. His subordinates hurried over, grunting as they handed him the remaining ingots, while Camberley, with determination, shouted for more, insisting he could handle it. However, as the seventh ingot was added to his collection, his expression began to strain, his face flushed. After a few deep breaths, he shouted once more, "One more! By the heavens, this is what a man ought to do. If I had possessed such strength earlier, I would have knocked that scoundrel Andrew to the ground long ago. This captaincy would not have been his to claim." Upon hearing this, the onlookers, who had been holding their breath in anticipation, erupted in laughter, while Camberley's subordinates struggled to contain their amusement, cautiously bringing yet another ingot to him. With a total of 8 ingots now in his arms, Camberley confidently circled the cart before commanding his subordinates, "All right, you can start taking them down one by one, that I've tested enough. No further trials are necessary." His subordinates promptly began to remove the ingots from his grasp. Once the final ingot was taken, Camberley rubbed his hands together, casually wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and turned to Master Vimbroke with a grin. "Master, how much does each of these ingots weigh?" Brooke answered, "Each one weighs 106 pounds. All 10 here are approximately the same weight." "Oh, so I just lifted a total of 848 pounds. That aligns closely with my estimates. That it seems that with a bit more effort, lifting 1,000 pounds is not beyond my reach." "Ah, you would not have achieved such feats without my blessing of strength necklace, would you? Now that you've had your thrill, return my necklace, for I too wish to test it and see if I can lift 1,000 pounds. Doro, who had been lingering, was now eager to test his own limits after witnessing Camberley's display of strength. He reached out for his necklace, but Camberley deftly evaded his grasp, smiling as he produced a coin pouch. After counting out several gold gallons and placing them into his own pocket, he abruptly thrust the pouch into Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan stood perplexed with the heavy pouch. Camberley cheerfully stated, "Young brother, here are 40 gold gallons. Consider this my payment for the necklace. Now that you have accepted my money, our transaction is complete, and you shall not take the necklace from me again." "What?" The crowd fell silent, and after a few seconds, Doro suddenly realized, his temper flaring, "You scoundrel, Camberley, have you the audacity to steal my property? I demand you return it at once, or else do not think I will not retaliate." Chapter 5. Enthusiastic Pursuit of Doro. "On what grounds do you think you can confront me? Are you challenging me to a fight? Come on then, do you think I fear you?" Camberley declared, hands on his hips, exuding bravado in the face of Doro's fury. Doro, clearly itching for a confrontation, hesitated as his gaze fell upon the blessing of strength necklace around Camberley's neck, wisely refraining from striking. Instead, he seethed, muttering a few exasperated phrases before turning to Master Vimbroke. "Master Vimbroke, you explicitly promised to give me that necklace. I want to leave today, unless I have it in my possession. I'll stay here until I do," Doro proclaimed, defiantly sitting down on the ground, adopting the demeanor of a petulant child. Meanwhile, Camberley reveled in his newfound treasure, parading it before the onlookers, embodying the very essence of a miscreant who believed he could lay claim to the item without consequence. The antics of both men elicited both amusement and exasperation from Master Vimbroke and Lin Yuan, while the crowd found their antics entertaining, laughter echoing as they regarded the two men with a blend of amusement and delight. After a brief period of joviality, Master Vimbroke approached Camberley, smiling, "All right, Camberley, enough of this. The competition between my two students has yet to conclude. Please return that necklace to me. Rest assured, this item was crafted by my student 4 years ago. Do you believe that after 4 years my student would be incapable of producing another? You will certainly receive an identical necklace. Now, hand it over so I may evaluate it and announce the victor of today as contest." Upon hearing Master Vimbroke's reassurances, Camberley reluctantly removed the blessing of strength from around his neck and handed it over. Master Vimbroke, after receiving the necklace, did not pass it on to anyone else, but instead held it up for a closer examination. He then glanced at Wesley, beckoning him over. "Wesley, come take a look. This is what your younger apprentice crafted 4 years ago. You should observe for yourself who has emerged victorious in this bout." Wesley swiftly approached, accepting the item from Master Vimbroke with a solemn expression, examining it intently. The gathered crowd collectively observed Wesley, who was intently examining the necklace, quietly awaiting his verdict. After what felt like an eternity, Wesley finally raised his head, his face ashen. Having scrutinized the small iron piece for a full 20 minutes, he returned it to Master Vimbrook and uttered in a barely audible voice, "I concede. Of the 20 blessings of power runes inscribed here, I could only count 14. There are 6 runes that elude my comprehension. Therefore, I admit defeat." "Very well. You have acknowledged your defeat. Now, Brooke, please escort our esteemed guests to the banquet hall to settle in for a while. Xiao Yuan, Wesley, Dax, and you too, Wendy, remain here that I have some important matters to discuss with you." Master Wimbrook's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, and the attentive demeanor indicated he was about to impart a significant moral lesson to his students. Hence, the guests and attendees discreetly followed Brooke out of the laboratory. Once the last lingering guests, Doro and Campbell, finally departed, Master Vimbrook turned to his students and earnestly addressed them, holding up Lin Yuan's creation. "You all witnessed how remarkably popular Xiaowen's work is. And I need not elaborate further that I must inform you that this masterpiece was created by Xiao Yuan 4 years ago, during his assessment as a level 1 alchemist. Now consider your own conduct as his senior peers. Who among you is not more ostentatious than your junior? Who among you does not flaunt more than he does? Yet, do you possess the merit to be so brazen? None of you have passed the level 1 alchemist assessment to this day. And you have yet to produce even a single piece that meets my approval. So I ask, what have you all been doing? Are you truly committed to your studies?" Master Wimbrook's admonishment was fierce, leaving Wesley, Dax, Wendy, and the others with bowed heads, faces etched with shame, shock, and disbelief. Clearly, Master Vimbrook was not inclined to conclude this educational session hastily. Clearing his throat, he continued, "I am aware that some of you often regard yourselves as nobles, deriding Xiao Yuan for being an orphan, that it has been said that some of you even liken yourselves to lions and dogs. Tell me, who among you is the lion and who the dog now? You must know in your hearts." Master Vimbrook expressed his disappointment, saying, "You do not aspire to excel academically or set a standard for your peers. Instead, you seek to elevate yourselves through mockery and intimidation. Is there no shame in such behavior? What distinguishes you from the ruffians and brigands outside? Your actions not only bring disgrace upon yourselves, but also tarnish my reputation as your mentor. How will outsiders perceive me? They will say I am incapable of teaching, that I failed to nurture my students, that I am not a good teacher. It pains me deeply. I genuinely feel sorrow for your conduct." Master Wimbrook's face reflected profound disappointment, and the chastised Wesley, Dax, and Wendy bore expressions of regret and shame. The room fell silent for a few moments. After taking a few breaths to compose himself, Master Vimbrook continued, "For years ago, when Xiao Yuan passed the level 1 alchemist assessment, I advised him to keep it a secret from you, to shield you from premature disillusionment that could undermine your confidence. Yet, what have you done in these 4 years? Frankly, I see no ambition or initiative in you. Instead, it appears you only learn when compelled, without any proactive pursuit of knowledge. Today, through the competition between Xiao Yuan and Wesley, I wish to convey that you are all but frogs at the bottom of a well, possessing nothing to take pride in. You are, in fact, the most pitiable of beings that you understand." Upon finishing, Master Vimbrook turned to Lin Yuan with a softer demeanor. "Xiao Yuan, for years ago, you expressed a desire to explore the world and learn more advanced alchemy. I promised you that when you turn 14, I would recommend you to attend Hadlin Magic Academy. Today is your 14th birthday, the moment for me to fulfill that promise. Here, take this acceptance letter. With this document, you may embark on your journey to Hadlin Magic Academy in the coming days to AS for your studies thereafter. It will depend on your own efforts. I can assist you no further." Master Vimbrook handed a piece of parchment to Lin Yuan, who received it with a complex expression amidst astonished, envious, and resentful gazes from those around him, remaining silent throughout. After encouragingly patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder, Master Vimbrook turned to his other students. "What are you staring at? No matter how much you look, it will not change the fact that Hadlin Magic Academy only admits alchemists who have passed the assessment with a level higher than 1. Thus, no matter how you try, you do not qualify to receive this acceptance letter from me. Therefore, none of you are to leave today. All must remain here for reflection until you genuinely recognize your errors. Do you hear me? Especially you, Wesley. You must contemplate your shortcomings thoroughly, that if you have not achieved a profound understanding of your mistakes before dinner, then consider the words I previously entrusted to Brooke. With that, Master Vim Brooke strode away coldly, leaving his students standing there, their faces a tapestry of human emotions, regret, remorse, resentment, anger, astonishment, and unwillingness, all intricately intertwined. As Master Vim Brooke reached the door, he paused and turned back to call out, Xiao Yuan, come here. Today is your birthday, and I invited the guests to celebrate it properly with you. So let us go greet them together. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Wendy, who remained frozen in place, and sent her a look urging her to bear with it for a while. He then quickly caught up with Master Vim Brooke, who took Lin Yuan's hand and hurried outside, all the while speaking with great enthusiasm. By the way, Xiao Yuan, many will certainly approach you to purchase your work shortly. When that happens, do not sell it cheaply. Charge them the full price of 40 gold gallons without hesitation. Do you understand? Chapter 6. The sisters' farewell. Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod as Master Vim Brooke eagerly continued, Xiao Yuan, I do not know how long it takes you to create one of these, but as your teacher, I must impart this wisdom. Never rush the creation of an alchemical piece, nor produce them in excess. Remember, rarity begets value. The scarcer the item, the more precious it becomes. As Master Vim Brooke imparted the lesson of rarity begets value, he led Lin Yuan briskly down the corridor toward the banquet hall. With their departure, Lin Yuan's 14th birthday drew to a close dramatically. In the following days, Wesley and the others were confined, spending long hours in the laboratory, studying diligently without Master Vim Brooke's supervision. Each was spurred on by the fact that Lin Yuan had passed the Level 1 alchemist assessment at merely 10 years old. They were driven to study tirelessly. This was the outcome Master Vim Brooke had hoped for, so he refrained from overseeing his other students and instead dedicated his time to preparing Lin Yuan's travel equipment and belongings. Under Master Vim Brooke's meticulous care, Lin Yuan's luggage was soon ready. After returning from the blacksmith's with several hastily crafted blessings of power, necklaces, the countdown to his departure began in earnest. In Lin Yuan's room, Master Vim Brooke observed as Lin Yuan donned a heavy fur coat and then layered a shining silver breastplate over it. Encasing himself thoroughly, he then smiled and said to Lin Yuan, Is this breastplate sturdy enough for you? The outside world is far different from home. If your armor lacks strength, any unforeseen circumstance could be life-threatening. Lin Yuan donned a black cloak and carefully took a pair of exquisitely crafted sheepskin gloves, adorning his hands. Finally, after securing a gleaming silver longsword to a position on his back from which it could be easily drawn, he turned with a beaming smile to Master Vim Brooke and declared, Master, rest assured, this armor is the finest crafted by Uncle Harriman himself, taking over a year to complete. The IT is not only the best in our small town, but would also stand out in a grand city like Hadlin. So, you need not worry, it is undoubtedly sturdy. As Lin Yuan spoke, he patted the shining breastplate, hoping to reassure Master Vim Brooke. The master gazed at Lin Yuan, resplendent in his armor, momentarily lost in thought. Standing silently for quite some time, noticing the master's prolonged silence, Lin Yuan instinctively glanced at his own attire, puzzled as to what might be amiss. Just then, a gentle knocking at the door stirred both Lin Yuan and Master Vim Brooke from their reverie. Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with the master before approaching and opening the door. Standing outside was Wendy, cradling a neatly folded white fur cloak in her hands. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, her expression shifted between joy and melancholy as she called out, Little junior brother. But when her eyes landed on Master Vim Brooke in the room, she quickly closed her mouth, a hint of trepidation evident in her gaze as she hesitated to speak. Master Vim Brooke appraised the white cloak in Wendy's grasp and then glanced at Lin Yuan's black cloak, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips as he stepped outside. All right, little Yuan, I will arrange provisions for your journey. You two take this time to share a few words. After all, it may be years before you meet again. With that, Master Vim Brooke departed. Both Wendy and Lin Yuan fell into a moment of silence, while Wendy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. However, she quickly masked her sorrow with a cheerful smile. Little Yuan, congratulations. I truly did not expect you to be the first among us to venture out of here. Lin Yuan smiled back at Wendy. Sister, you've come Please come in and sit. As Wendy stepped inside, Lin Yuan cleared a space amidst the clutter on his bed and motioned for her to sit. Smiling as he said, "Sister, there is no need for congratulations that I've merely left a tad earlier than you all. Eventually, you two will step out of here to pursue your studies at grander academies." "Oh, by the way, sister, I forgot to mention, I'm sorry for not telling you about this sooner. It was not my intention to keep it from you." Lin Yuan's face bore an apologetic expression. But Wendy interrupted softly. "Why apologize, little junior brother? Do not worry. I harbor no ill feelings that I am genuinely happy for you. Our little junior brother has grown up." With a wistful sigh, Wendy expressed her sentiments. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. After a brief moment, Wendy suddenly recalled her purpose, rising to present the fur cloak she held. "Little junior brother, as you embark on your journey, I have nothing of worth to give you. Save for this cloak I made it. I hope you won't think it too trivial a gift to accept." "Not at all," Lin Yuan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a broad grin as he accepted the cloak from Wendy. After placing it on the bed, he retrieved a wooden box from the side and said, "Sister, within this box are a ring and a necklace I crafted for you. Both items significantly enhance the wearer's resistance to frost, meaning even on the coldest days, you shall not feel the chill. Thus, you need not fear the cold anymore. Here, sister, try them on." As he spoke, Lin Yuan opened the box and presented a silver filigree ring and a silver necklace to Wendy. Wendy stared at the ring and necklace in awe, and Lin Yuan, feeling a twinge of regret, added, "I apologize, sister, for the rough craftsmanship of these items, that if you find them unappealing, I promise to create something finer upon my return." Lin Yuan gazed earnestly at Wendy, who snapped out of her reverie, clutching the necklace tightly. She examined it with care before suddenly snatching the box from Lin Yuan's hands, cradling it joyfully. Then, in a bold move, she stepped forward and planted a resounding kiss on Lin Yuan's cheek, exclaiming, "Little junior brother, I will definitely come looking for you." With that, she turned and fled, blushing fiercely. Lin Yuan stood there stunned, his cheek still tingling from the kiss, watching Wendy's retreating figure, speechless, just as her form vanished around the corridor's corner. Brooke, wielding a beautifully crafted black iron square hammer, strode into view. Upon encountering Wendy, Brooke halted, astonished as he observed Lin Yuan at the door and the blushing Wendy hurrying away. A knowing smile crept onto his face as he approached Lin Yuan. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Lin Yuan greeted, breaking the silence. Brooke chuckled. "Little junior brother, I heard you are about to embark on your journey. That I have little of value to offer, but this square hammer is a relic from my days as a first-level alchemist. While it may not match the excellence of your creations, it is the best I can offer. Take it. It may aid you in perilous situations." Lin Yuan inspected the square hammer, his voice barely above a whisper as he replied, "Senior brother, this is your prized possession. Are you truly willing to part with it?" "Prized possession? It is merely a hammer," Brooke reassured him. "Little junior brother, take care of yourself on this journey. When you achieve success in your studies, return and challenge me to a duel. Remember, this is our pact. Do not forget." With a hearty pat on Lin Yuan's shoulder, Brooke added, "Take care," before departing. Lin Yuan stood there, mouth agape, watching Brooke's retreating figure. After a moment, he sighed and scratched his head, troubled, before turning back inside. Not long after Lin Yuan entered his room, another knock echoed at the door. Before he could respond, Master Wembroke entered, accompanied by a robust, fully armored warrior. The warrior, clad in silver breastplate like Lin Yuan, wore a closed helmet and wielded a round shield in one hand and a one-handed axe in the other, with a large crossbow strapped to his back, adorned with intricate arcane patterns that signified its magical nature. As the warrior stepped in, he cautiously set down the shield and lifted the visor of his helmet, grinning broadly at Lin Yuan, young Master Yuan. "Greetings." Recognizing the warrior's face, Lin Yuan nodded in realization. "Ah, it's you, Ian. I hardly recognized you in that armor." Ian chuckled sheepishly, remaining silent. Master Wembroke glanced at the new white cloak on the bed and the square hammer, nodding approvingly at both Lin Yuan and Ian. "It seems you are both prepared. Little Yuan, as you embark on this journey, please exercise caution. Should any danger arise, remember that your life takes precedence. Furthermore, be patient and deliberate in your actions. Never act impulsively. Understood? Yes, I understand. Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod. Satisfied with his response, Master Wembroke declared, "Well, since you are both ready, it is time to set forth. The day is waning, and an early start may hasten your arrival." "Yes, Master. We shall depart." Lin Yuan replied enthusiastically, shouldering his belongings before stepping out alongside Ian. Together, they reached the grand entrance of the estate, where three magnificent steeds awaited them, their stature imposing. The sight of the majestic horses quickened their pace. Beside the steeds stood a petite figure clad in silver armor and a red cloak. Upon spotting Lin Yuan and Ian, she rose on her toes, vigorously waving her left hand as they approached. The petite figure removed her helmet-esque visor, shyly greeting Lin Yuan. "Young Master Yuan, you've arrived." "Indeed, Helena. Are you certain you wish to accompany us? I must warn you, the journey may be arduous," Lin Yuan cautioned, securing his belongings to one of the horses' backs, turning to the petite warrior beside him with earnestness. However, before he could finish his words, the petite warrior excitedly interrupted Lin Yuan, exclaiming, "Young Master Yuan, I am not afraid of hardship. Truly, just you wait and see. Throughout this journey, I shall serve you diligently. Believe me, please." Lin Yuan gazed at the delicate girl before him, his expression imbued with compassion and reluctance as he earnestly replied, "It is not that I do not believe in you, Helena. Rather, I feel a sense of guilt for the hardships you endure to serve me." Helena, her countenance even more animated, declared, "Young Master Yuan, being with you, I truly do not feel any hardship. Besides, I am naturally someone who serves others. How could I fear toil? Now let us hurry along. If we do not set off soon, the day will grow late." As Helena spoke, she reached to take the reins of Lin Yuan's horse. However, her hand was swiftly intercepted by Ian, who had been silently observing them. With a smile, Ian grasped the reins of three horses and said, "Helena, leave such labor to me in the future. Your duty is to ensure young Master Yuan's comfort and well-being." Once Ian finished speaking, he turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, "Young Master Yuan, do you have any further instructions? If not, shall we set off now?" Ian, holding the reins of the three horses, awaited Lin Yuan's response. Lin Yuan surveyed the prepared Ian and then glanced at the small, yet resolute Helena standing beside him. After contemplating, he shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "Very well, since you are determined to accompany us, you may join our journey. However, Helena, let me be frank. While we have yet to depart, you still have the chance to reconsider. If you change your mind midway, I shall not permit you to turn back. I shall not regret it, young Master Yuan. I will strive to journey alongside you." Helena exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clenched her fist in determination. Lin Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder before waving his hand at her and Ian, saying, "All right then, let us set off." "Yes," Ian and Helena cheerfully affirmed, and thereafter, Ian brought Lin Yuan's horse forward. Once Lin Yuan mounted, Ian climbed onto his own horse, while the petite yet agile Helena had already settled firmly on her steed. Once the three were secure in their saddles, they exchanged glances and, with laughter, lowered the visors of their closed helmets. With Lin Yuan leading the way, the trio released their reins and galloped forth as they burst through the gates of the estate. Several figures emerged from the main building, including Master Wembroke, Wendy, and Brooke, as well as Wesley and Dax, who stood behind their mentor, gazing intently at Lin Yuan and his companions as they rode away, silence enveloping them. Master Wembroke continued to watch until Lin Yuan and the others vanished from sight. Then he sighed softly and turned to his students, saying, "All right, everyone, return to your studies, and if you dedicate yourselves to learning diligently, you too shall have a day like this. Now, off you go. Look at the sky. It seems it might snow again." After dismissing his students, Master Wembroke lingered at the entrance, lost in thought as he gazed at the darkening sky, his mind evidently drifting to Lin Yuan and his companions. Chapter 7. Weapon Modification. Lin Yuan led Ian and Helena as they galloped out of the city. After more than 2 hours of swift riding along a spacious thoroughfare outside the city, they noticed that the snow-covered Karazhan had completely vanished from sight, while the ferocity of the blizzard intensified. The snow piled high along the roadside, prompting Lin Yuan to rein in his horse, Abandoning the thought of continuing further, he turned and waved vigorously to Ian and Helena, calling out, "All right, Ian, Helena, let us cease our journey for today. The snow is growing heavier. We should quickly find a sheltered place and prepare for tonight's campsite. Young Master Yuan, let us ride a bit further. I remember there is a small stone cottage not far ahead. It is the best windbreak in the area, and it is certainly safe. Once we reach there, we can rest easy tonight." Ian shouted through the blizzard, pushing back his visor. Upon hearing Ian's call, Lin Yuan glanced at the overcast sky and the raging storm around them. After a moment's thought, he looked at Helena, who was swaying slightly on her horse, and slowly shook his head, saying, "No, it is getting late, and this blizzard appears to persist for quite some time. Let us find a nearby, sheltered spot to camp. Ian, go gather some firewood in the forest and meet us back here shortly. Helena, take Ian's horse and follow me. We will seek a suitable campsite." With that, Lin Yuan dismounted, drew his long sword from his back, and proceeded towards the quiet, deep woods at the roadside. Ian and Helena followed suit, dismounting as well. Ian grabbed his battle axe and headed in the opposite direction to gather firewood, while Helena took hold of Lin Yuan's, Ian's, and her own horse, carefully trailing behind Lin Yuan as they ventured deeper into the primeval forest. After a brief while, Lin Yuan raised his hand, signaling Helena to halt. Before she could react, he turned and pointed excitedly at a large boulder ahead, exclaiming, "Hey, Helena, what do you think about camping beside that rock tonight?" Helena followed Lin Yuan's gesture and beheld a towering brown boulder standing majestically several meters high amidst a small clearing, resembling a great dragon roaring at the sky. The area surrounding the stone was impeccably clean, devoid of any snowflakes, making it indeed a suitable spot for setting up camp. After a few moments of contemplation, Helena pushed aside her visor and flashed Lin Yuan a sweet smile, saying, "Young Master Yuan, let us camp there tonight. Oh, by the way, allow me to handle the camp setup. You should hurry and check on Ian. We must not let him wander too far if he gets lost in the woods. It will be quite challenging to find him. Are you certain you can manage on your own?" Lin Yuan asked, surprised by her confidence. Helena nodded resolutely, patting her not-so-prominent chest and affirming, "I can do it. Young Master Yuan, rest assured. By the time you return, I shall have set up the tent and prepared a pot of steaming hot water for you all to wash up. But aren't you afraid of ferocious beasts lurking here?" Lin Yuan questioned, looking around uneasily. The towering trees in this forest muted the blizzard's fury, yet the dense, evergreen conifers cast an eerie atmosphere in the depths of the woods that as Lin Yuan spoke, Helena had already led the 3 horses toward the base of the boulder. Hearing Lin Yuan's concern, she turned, smiling brightly, and reassured him, "Young Master Yuan, worry not. It is so close to the main road. How could there be any beasts? Besides, even if there were, I am not afraid. Look, I have a weapon." Helena brandished a dainty lady's dagger from her saddle, demonstrating her skill with a few swift thrusts through the air. Observing her ease and proficiency, Lin Yuan noted the effort she had clearly invested in mastering the weapon. The surrounding environment indeed did not seem conducive to the presence of any fearsome creatures. Thus, he nodded at Helena, reminding her to exercise caution before turning to pursue Ian's direction. After a brief run, Lin Yuan found Ian in the woods on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. The sturdy lad was vigorously wielding his battle axe to fell trees, having already toppled several small ones. When Lin Yuan approached, Ian turned to him, greeted him warmly with "Young Master Yuan," and paused his work, pointing to the fallen trees on the ground. "Young Master Yuan, look. Is this enough firewood for tonight?" Lin Yuan prodded the wood with his sword, saying, "This should suffice. Now, Ian, give it your all and fell that tree, and then we shall return. Helena has already located a campsite and is likely setting up the tent now. Let us finish here swiftly and assist her." "Understood. Young Master Yuan, step back and let me put in some extra effort to fell this tree." As Ian listened attentively to Lin Yuan's words, he nodded vigorously. Gritting his teeth, he felled the small tree before him with a series of decisive strikes. Soon after, both he and Lin Yuan hurried back, each dragging 2 saplings. Upon locating the large boulder suitable for camping, they found that Helena had already erected a spacious tent beneath it. This resourceful young lady had even gathered some dry twigs and branches, igniting a lively campfire outside the tent. "Wow, Helena, you are truly remarkable. You've set up the tent so swiftly. Lin Yuan exclaimed from a distance, astonished. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Helena rose promptly and walked briskly towards him. Young Master Yuan, you have returned, she said, taking the saplings from Lin Yuan's hands and placing them aside for Ian to chop into firewood. She then turned back to assist Lin Yuan, brushing the snow off his cloak while cheerfully smiling. Young Master Yuan, if I cannot manage this small task, how could I dare accompany you? By the way, what would you like to eat tonight? I have roasted meat and bread, and of course, I secretly brought some barley wine, Helena said, casting a proud, mysterious glance at Lin Yuan that he expressed surprise, repeating, barley wine? Helena nodded affirmatively, lowering her voice triumphantly as she asked, Indeed, young Master Yuan, would you like some tonight? Absolutely. In this weather, having wine is the best. Oh, and Ian, that should suffice for now. Don't chop any more for the time being. Let us rest a bit and prepare for dinner together. While Lin Yuan conversed with Helena, Ian diligently chopped the two small trees into manageable logs, quickly creating a small mountain of wood. Noticing the ample pile and the darkness enveloping the outside world, Lin Yuan suggested that Ian take a break and join them for dinner. Hearing Lin Yuan's call for rest, the earnest Ian finally set down his axe, wiped the sweat from his brow, and returned with a hearty smile, saying, I'm not tired, young Master Yuan. You should rest, Helena, and I will prepare dinner. And once it's ready, we'll come get you. Helena nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan observed them both before stating seriously, Actually, I meant to bring this up earlier. Ian, Helena, you two should refrain from referring to me as young Master Yuan. We are all here together, and while you may be accompanying me in my daily affairs, I have never considered you as mere servants. Ian, Helena, I have always regarded you as my closest friends. So, please just call me Xiao Yuan as before. And Helena, if you wish, you may even call me Xiao Yuan Gij. As Lin Yuan teased Helena, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly retorted, But, young Master Yuan, Master Wembroke explicitly instructed us to treat you with the same respect we afford him. So, young Master Yuan, what should we call you if we cannot refer to you as young Master? What do you mean by treating me with the same respect? Helena, I am not nearly as venerable as my teacher. Therefore, there is no need for such formality, as for how to address me. Just as you did before. Xiao Yuan, did I quite like that appellation? Lin Yuan said, shaking his head impatiently. Helena and Ian exchanged glances before softly saying, But, Xiao Yuan, you are now an alchemist. My father mentioned that your status is even more esteemed than that of the lord of the city. Ridiculous. Your father is speaking nonsense. Do not listen to him. All right, this is how it shall be decided. From now on, you will call me Xiao Yuan, and the title of young Master Yuan is strictly prohibited. Do you understand? After issuing this command with authority, Lin Yuan turned and entered the tent, leaving Ian and Helena no opportunity to respond. The two stood there for a moment, exchanging resigned glances before turning back to their tasks of preparing dinner in no time, thanks to their efforts. A sumptuous meal was ready. Once the dinner was prepared, Ian entered the tent first. Laying down a thick waterproof blanket on the ground, he then retrieved a collapsible camping table from his belongings and set it up in the center of the tent. Once the table was ready, Helena swiftly brought in a pot of steaming meat soup, placing it on the table with a thud before dashing back out to fetch a large golden loaf of bread and a water skin filled with barley wine. After setting the bread and wine on the table, Helena gracefully removed her cloak, kneeling with a radiant smile as she addressed Lin Yuan and Ian. All right, Ian, Xiao Yuan, let us commence our meal. Finally it's time to eat. I was nearly starving, Lin Yuan exclaimed, eagerly scooping some soup into his bowl and gulping it down in large mouthfuls. Delicious. Hurry up, you two. After dinner, I have something important to discuss with you, Dido and Helena. This must be the barley wine you brought secretly, right? What a delight. With one hand grabbing a sizable chunk of roasted meat and the other reaching for the water skin, Lin Yuan gulped down several swigs of the golden barley wine, droplets spilling from the corners of his mouth, filling the tent with its rich aroma. Hey, slow down. No one is competing with you, Helena said, concerned as she moved closer to gently pat his back. Lin Yuan set down the water skin, smiled at her reassuringly, and replied, It's fine, before taking another few bites of roasted meat. With a serious tone, he addressed Ian and Helena, You both should eat quickly. I really have something important to discuss that affects all our future plans. So we must take it seriously. Lin Yuan's earnestness made Ian and Helena's expressions turn serious as well. The three of them swiftly devoured the food on the table, and after Helena cleared the dishes, Ian brought in warm water for them to wash their hands. The two then sat quietly at the table, watching Lin Yuan expectantly. Lin Yuan glanced at them, cleared his throat, and smiled. There's no need to be so grave. Here's the thing. I've been considering that our journey is not solely for studying alchemy at the Haviland Magic Academy. We also need to venture out and gain experiences. Therefore, I believe we should establish our equipment and combat roles for emergencies now. Ian and Helena exchanged bewildered looks before Helena quietly inquired, Xiao Yuan, what do you mean by combat roles? Lin Yuan explained, combat roles refer to our positions during any dangerous situations we may encounter while adventuring. Specifically, who is responsible for offense, who for defense, and who for support. Ian and Helena's confusion deepened, prompting Lin Yuan to shake his head and elaborate. It's quite simple. If a battle occurs, Ian will handle defense, I will take on offense, and Helena, you will provide ranged attacks and support. This way, we can form an effective combat formation and maximize our collective combat capabilities. With Lin Yuan's thorough explanation, Ian and Helena finally grasped the concept. They both pondered for a moment before speaking up simultaneously. Ian was the first to assert, Xiao Yuan, you shouldn't be the one responsible for offense. That should be my role. Meanwhile, Helena chimed in, Xiao Yuan, I can also join the fight. Look, I have weapons too. Lin Yuan raised his hand to halt their protests. No need to argue. I'm not saying you can't participate in the battle. What I mean is that we should establish our roles and cooperate during combat to maximize our overall combat effectiveness. All right, enough of this discussion. Tomorrow morning, we can practice my ideas in detail. For now, let us focus on preparing our gear. Ian, please take out your magic crossbow, and Helena, bring out your stiletto that I will enhance them for you. Ian and Helena instantly sprang to their feet in delight, rushing to retrieve their weapons and placing them upon the dining table, gazing expectantly at Lin Yuan. From his luggage, Lin Yuan produced a golden carving knife, first taking Ian's magical crossbow into his hands. After pondering for a moment, he began to meticulously etch magical runes onto the crossbow with the golden knife. Ian, taken aback by the sight of the exquisite knife, exchanged a glance with Helena and quietly explained, this is Master Wimbroke's most cherished golden carving knife. Crafted entirely from exquisite gold that, if sold, it could fetch at least 10,000 galleons. Helena gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief at the knife's value. However, she refrained from speaking, fearing that her words might distract Lin Yuan from his intricate work, and instead offered Ian a knowing look, her focus unwavering as she watched Lin Yuan skillfully carve elaborate designs upon the crossbow. Ian, too, fell silent, both he and Helena observing Lin Yuan as they patiently awaited the completion of his task. Lin Yuan concentrated intently on the carving knife, his mind brimming with ideas that transformed beneath the blade into an array of abstract and twisting magical runes that, as he worked, the once unremarkable crossbow began to shimmer with magical brilliance. When Lin Yuan finally exhaled in satisfaction and set down the knife, the crossbow was entirely enveloped in a flowing silver light, its beauty and sharpness enhanced. After finalizing the modifications, Lin Yuan raised his gaze to Ian and Helena. And after a moment's contemplation, he addressed Ian. Ian, I have successfully upgraded this crossbow. Overall, its power has significantly increased. Additionally, I have inscribed several runes of blessing of strength upon it, which has reduced its weight considerably. Therefore, I propose that Helena should wield this crossbow for long-range support in our battles against enemies. Sure. Xiao Yuan, whatever you decide is fine by me. Ian readily agreed with a nod, prompting Lin Yuan to acknowledge him with a brief nod before turning to Helena. Helena, your task is to familiarize yourself with this crossbow as quickly as possible. We do not expect you to hit every target, but your shots must not stray too far. Understood? Here, take it that I will assist Ian in upgrading his equipment, and then we shall test the results together. Lin Yuan handed the crossbow to Helena, who accepted it joyfully, cradling it and running her fingers over the beautifully shimmering runes. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan picked up Ian's battle axe and began to contemplate it thoughtfully. After a brief moment, he became engrossed in carving once more. The battle axe already bore numerous magical runes, each providing various enhancements. Some increased the wielder's stamina, others offered resistance to fire and lightning magic, while yet others fortified the axe's durability, granting it a defensive strength akin to that of a boulder. However, these runes had a common flaw. They were all quite large, occupying much of the axe's handle and half of its blade. This time, Lin Yuan chose to carve within a small space of less than half a palm's width between the existing runes. In this minuscule area, he deftly etched several diminutive and intricate runes, completing them in the blink of an eye. After finishing these, he had only utilized less than a third of the available space. And he proceeded to carve even more complex runes within the remaining two-thirds. Observing Lin Yuan's swift and skillful work in such a confined area, Ian felt a surge of admiration, while Helena, still clutching the magical crossbow, watched in awe. After completing the intricate carvings in the remaining space, Lin Yuan stood up, wielding the battle axe and testing its balance with a few swings. Satisfied, he nodded and handed it over to Ian. "Here you go. Ian, this is the extent of the modifications I can apply for now. Once we reach a major city, we will have a master blacksmith forge you the finest axe, and I will enhance it further, ensuring your combat abilities are significantly amplified." Ian, unable to contain his excitement, immediately began to assess the changes that he swung the axe a few times, then executed some air slashes, noticing that it felt considerably lighter. As he swung, he keenly detected that the whooshing sound was sharper than before. After confirming his observations, he glanced inquiringly at Lin Yuan, who nodded in affirmation, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, your perception is sharp. I have added 5 blessing of strength runes, 7 haste runes, and 2 rending runes. Consequently, you will experience a lighter and swifter feel in your strikes, and those rending runes have also increased your chance of breaching enemy defenses. To put it plainly, your likelihood of tearing through armor has improved by at least 2%. Lin Yuan spoke with pride, nodding at his own ingenuity while shaking his head in mild frustration at the limitations of the runes he could inscribe. In contrast, Ian's face beamed with joy, affectionately stroking his battle axe as if it were a beloved companion. Amused by Ian's reaction, Lin Yuan chuckled and shook his head again. "All right, let's venture outside and test the effectiveness of your newly enhanced weapons. Oh, and one more thing. Each of you take one of these." Lin Yuan turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something, spinning back to retrieve 2 iron tags, each attached to a silver chain, from his belongings. He handed one to Ian and the other to Helena. Helena examined her tag curiously, while Ian's expression shifted to one of shock and gratitude. Cradling the tag in his hands, his voice trembled with excitement. "Xiao Yuan, we can't accept this. It's far too valuable." "Valuable? It's merely a small iron tag. What's this? Are you refusing a gift from me?" Lin Yuan waved dismissively and strode towards the exit. Ian stood frozen in place, grasping both the axe and the tag, seemingly bewildered. "Enough of this. While it may seem valuable to others, it is but a trifle to me. Accept it and wear it. Come on, Helena, let us test the power of your new weapon. From this day forth, your primary task is to swiftly master this magical crossbow and become an effective support in our battles. You understand?" "Yes." Unlike Ian, who hesitated, Helena cheerfully donned the tag around her neck, carefully concealing it before grinning broadly as she followed Lin Yuan out of the tent. As Lin Yuan and Helena exited, Ian abruptly came to his senses, calling out to the empty tent. "But, Xiao Yuan, Uncle Harriman mentioned that your alchemical creation could fetch at least 40 galleons." Before Ian could finish, he realized the tent was already deserted. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted outside, accompanied by a dazzling burst of flames that vividly illuminated the tent's interior. Startled, Ian hastily tucked the iron tag into his clothing and rushed out, only to find Helena, under Lin Yuan's guidance, expertly wielding the magical crossbow and aiming at a nearby tree, launching a searing fireball. The fireball collided with the tree, igniting it in a brilliant blaze, followed by a resounding shockwave that reverberated through the air. Ian stood in awe, his mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend that this crossbow was the very one he had provided to Lin Yuan for enhancement. The transformation from its former state to its current prowess was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, Helena once again wielded her magical crossbow, preparing to shoot at the trees in another direction. Lin Yuan reached out to stop her, chuckling, "All right, Helena, let us call it a night for your practice. The potency of your crossbow is simply astounding. I fear that if you shoot a few more arrows, the residents of Karazhan behind us will be startled and rush over to see what is happening. That's enough for tonight. Ian, come over and give your battle axe a try. Let us see if you're satisfied." Ian promptly ran over, swinging his axe a few times before scratching his head and grinning. "Xiao Yuan, I'm very pleased. This battle axe you modified is truly impressive. What are you so pleased about?" "Oh, so you've swung it a few times and already know just how formidable it is. Honestly, you're a bit dense. Look over there. Don't you see the firewood you left unchopped? Bring that over and demonstrate its might for everyone to see." Lin Yuan chided Ian, who chuckled sheepishly. He patted his head and jogged over to drag two small trees in front of Lin Yuan and Helena. Taking a deep breath, he swung his battle axe vigorously and shouted as he brought it down with force. With a resounding thud and a spray of splinters, Ian's axe not only cleaved the small tree in half, but even embedded itself into the earth, with most of the axe buried in the soil. "You fool! Can't you be a bit gentler? Have you not realized that your combat prowess has increased significantly? A small tree like that should fall with a single blow. Was all that force truly necessary? You're not chopping wood. It looks more like you are trying to excavate the ground." Lin Yuan laughed while scolding Ian, who, after seeing his axe half submerged in dirt, found it hard to believe he had become so powerful, prompting him to chuckle again. Seeing Ian's silly grin, Lin Yuan teased him once more. "Come on, you're still laughing. Enough of those small trees. Look over there at that large tree. Let us see how many swings it takes you to bring it down." Lin Yuan pointed to an old tree about 10 paces to the left, towering over 10 meters tall with a trunk so thick that 2 or 3 people would struggle to encircle it. In the past, Ian would have required half a day to fell such a tree. His palms blistering from the effort, Ian approached the large tree, spat into his palms twice, rubbed them together vigorously, and then swung his battle axe with all his might at the base of the tree. With a dull thud, the axe glimmered with a red light and instantly sunk deep into the trunk, burying half of it within the wood. "Ha!" Ian bellowed, yanking the axe free and swinging again. Yet this time the impact was noticeably weaker. With a mere dull thud, the axe barely penetrated further than before. Such a stark contrast left Ian bewildered, prompting him to swing the axe furiously, delivering blow after blow. Yet, despite dozens of strikes, the results remained unimpressive until a flash of red light finally appeared, followed by a resounding crack as the great tree split in two and toppled forward. This doesn't make sense. Why do some strikes penetrate so deeply while others barely scratch the surface? Ian murmured in confusion, holding the battle axe as Lin Yuan shook his head and called out, "All right, Ian, come back. The 2 strong blows you landed earlier were due to the rend effect you activated. Didn't I tell you? Those 2 rend runes increase the likelihood of your attacks tearing through defenses, inflicting tremendous damage. Do you understand?" "Oh!" Ian exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, and he cherished the battle axe even more. He returned cautiously, bashfully thanking Lin Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, thank you for modifying my battle axe. Honestly, I'm extremely satisfied with it." "Satisfied, my foot. This axe is only a temporary solution. Once we reach the city, I'll get you a better weapon, and you might just end up discarding this one." Lin Yuan laughed and scolded. Ian scratched his head, repeatedly insisting he wouldn't do that. The trio stood outside, chatting merrily for a while before returning to the tent to prepare for rest. However, just as they retrieved their sleeping bags and organized their belongings, a long, thunderous roar of a beast suddenly echoed from outside the tent. Startled, the 3 of them sat up, and in that moment, the roar swiftly approached, growing louder by the second. "Not good, it's a magical beast. Quickly, everyone get up and prepare for battle," Lin Yuan exclaimed, leaping up and donning his armor in a flurry, grabbing his weapon before charging outside. Ian and Helena scrambled to dress, each clutching their weapons as they rushed out of the tent. Outside, Lin Yuan stood before the campfire, intently scanning the surrounding darkness, his expression grave. Ian and Helena joined him, warily surveying the shadowy woods. Ian quietly suggested, "Xiao Yuan, I'll take the lead. You and Helena stay back. If it gets too dangerous, you two must flee without worrying about me." Upon hearing Ian's words, Lin Yuan was incensed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't I say at dinner that in any battle, you protect Helena while I take the offensive and she handles ranged attacks? It hasn't been long since I said that, and you've already forgotten? And what do you mean if we can't win? You expect us to run? Nonsense. Do you think I brought you out here to train without any assurance of our safety? Enough with the defeatist talk. We'll be fine." Chapter 10. Icefield Rambert. After finishing his admonishment, Lin Yuan gave Ian's shoulder a firm push, then turned to Helena with encouragement. "Helena, don't be afraid. When the time comes, wait until you're certain before you fired. And no matter what, you mustn't hit Ian or me. We're too delicate for the power of your magical crossbow." Lin Yuan chuckled at the end of his statement, easing the tension for both Ian and Helena. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from just ahead, and a massive, snow-white beast with the body of a bear and the head of a ram leapt out of the darkness, appearing before them. Icefield Rambert. Ian gasped in shock. The Icefield Rambert is one of the formidable magical beasts found in the primitive forests surrounding Karazhan. These creatures are inherently large, with an adult standing nearly 6 meters tall when upright. As bears, their physique is naturally robust, and a single Icefield Rambert possesses the strength to easily crush a galloping warhorse. Thus, when Ian saw this ferocious beast emerge from the shadows, he could not help but exclaim in alarm, "Don't scream. Stay calm. Ian, you need to protect Helena at all costs. Do not let this creature harm her. Helena, be ready to shoot, but remember to aim carefully before firing. Whether we can take down this giant will depend on your accuracy," Lin Yuan hurriedly instructed. And without waiting for Ian and Helena to fully grasp his intent, he brandished his sword and strode forward. The Icefield Rambert roared in response, advancing with small, quick steps that as the two drew closer. The beast let out another thunderous roar before charging at Lin Yuan, lowering its massive shoulder to collide with him. The impact was tremendous, sending snow flying and nearly blinding Ian and Helena. "Xiao Yuan." Both Ian and Helena gasped at the sight of the massive beast's charge. But what unfolded next left them utterly astounded. Lin Yuan, facing the charging Icefield Rambert, lowered his head and roared in defiance, brandishing his sword as he too charged forward. The two collided with a resounding crash. And in an instant, the Icefield Rambert deftly leaped back, circling around Lin Yuan. Unfazed by the collision, Lin Yuan unleashed a swift arc of sword light, carving a gash into the ground as he stood resolutely, motionless. "Xiao Yuan." At that moment, Helena let out a startled cry, her delicate voice capturing the attention of the massive iceborne ram-faced bear prowling nearby. This colossal creature, with its robust limbs, turned its head and began to scrutinize Ian and Helena with its enormous eyes. Under the bear's gaze, both Ian and Helena felt a surge of tension, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, warily bracing themselves against the formidable beast. Blast! Lin Yuan, who had been standing silently for a while, suddenly broke the silence that as he spoke. A small spurt of crimson blood escaped his lips, and he then gingerly moved his limbs, turning towards Ian and Helena with a lingering sense of dread, and shouted, "Hey! You two, be careful. This beast possesses immense strength. You must not engage it head-on." Ian and Helena were momentarily speechless. The obviousness of this fact seemed unnecessary for Lin Yuan to reiterate. After issuing his warning, Lin Yuan dragged his long sword back towards the iceborne ram-faced bear, his steps deliberate. However, the bear appeared to regard him with considerable interest as soon as Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed. The creature swiftly pivoted, lowering its head and growling ominously. As Lin Yuan positioned himself before the bear, he raised his gleaming silver sword and grinned. "Come on, big fella. Let's have another go." That last hit was rather unsatisfying. The bear seemed to comprehend Lin Yuan's provocation, rising onto its hind legs and roaring ferociously. Then, with a sudden movement, it expelled a volley of ice shards from its maw, shooting straight towards Lin Yuan. Simultaneously, the bear lunged forward, closing the distance to Lin Yuan in mere moments, swinging its massive paws in an attempt to embrace him. "Bring it on!" Lin Yuan, who remained rooted in place, flashed a grin, inhaled the frigid night air, and then abruptly swung his long sword at the bear's right paw, delivering a forceful strike that he seemed oblivious to the oncoming barrage of ice shards and the bear's other colossal paw crashing down upon him. Ah! Witnessing this scene, Helena, already on edge, let out a scream of horror and impulsively shoved Ian aside. Racing towards Lin Yuan, as she ran, tears streamed down her face as she cried, "Xiao Yuan, run! Stop fighting! You can't get hurt!" Helena's sudden dash disrupted the battlefield. Ian, momentarily stunned, erupted in a furious roar and charged forward with his battle axe. Lin Yuan, caught off guard, hesitated, and his silver sword faltered mid-swing, ultimately cleaving into the bear's right arm, blood spraying wildly. Yet despite successfully striking the bear, Lin Yuan endured a more severe assault. The ice shards primarily struck his chest plate, but a few penetrated his right arm, piercing through his clothing and embedding painfully into his flesh. The true impact, however, came from the bear's retaliatory paw that crashed down upon him, sending him reeling. With a howl of agony, Lin Yuan was propelled backward, landing several meters away in the snow. "Damn it, Helena! Have you lost your mind? Why did you suddenly charge out like that?" After rolling several times, he managed to steady himself, disregarding the blood that poured from his mouth, and shouted, "Stay back! Watch out! It's right behind you!" Helena's frantic sprint had drawn the injured bear's attention. The now enraged creature, nursing its bloody paw, lunged after her with surprising speed. Yet, all Helena could focus on was Lin Yuan. Ignoring the oncoming bear, she rushed towards him, her expression filled with despair, clearly indicating that Lin Yuan was her everything without him. She would not wish to survive. As Helena dashed forward, the bear pursued relentlessly. Seated on the ground, Lin Yuan, filled with rage, clenched his fist, then grimaced as he reached for a red pill at his waist and swallowed it hastily. In an instant, he surged to his feet, bellowing as his physique expanded slightly, his strength and speed visibly enhanced. With renewed vigor, Lin Yuan grasped his sword and charged towards Helena, moving faster than the rampaging bear. Just as the bear was about to collide with Helena, Lin Yuan reached her in the nick of time, shoving her aside and plunging himself and his sword directly into the bear's embrace. With a resounding thud, Lin Yuan collided with the bear, staggering back a couple of steps, his arm hanging limply, clearly dislocated. The bear, too, bore the brunt of the encounter, with Lin Yuan's sword embedded in its side, crimson blood gushing forth and pooling beneath it. "Xiao Yuan!" Helena, having been pushed aside, scrambled to her feet and lunged forward once more. Lin Yuan, gritting his teeth against the pain, cradled his dislocated arm and shouted, "Don't come any closer." "Helena, shoot it for heaven's sake. Use your magic crossbow." Helena, jolted by Lin Yuan's urgent command, regained some clarity. Fumbling, she grasped her magic crossbow, trembling as she aimed at the bear, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles. Explosions erupted around the bear, forcing it to dodge wildly, exacerbating its injuries and causing fresh blood to flow from its wounds. Furious from the pain and blood loss, the bear halted, grasped the sword lodged in its side, and with a furious roar, wrenched it free, hurling it directly at Helena in a similar fashion to its earlier assault on Lin Yuan. The beast unleashed another volley of ice shards, charging towards the diminutive figure of Helena. Drenched in blood, the fleeting moment since the initial clash between Lin Yuan and the bear, only a few minutes had elapsed, yet the rapid pace of battle left everyone relying on instinctual reactions. Thus, when Lin Yuan observed Helena standing her ground against the bloodied sword and the oncoming ice shards, he slapped his forehead in despair, stomped his foot in frustration, and sprinted towards her. "Helena, get out of the way. That sword is razor sharp. It could slice you in half. Move." Lin Yuan yelled as he raced forward. Just then, Ian burst onto the scene, his imposing figure blocking Helena's view. The well-meaning youth swung his battle axe, deflecting Lin Yuan's sword before using his cloak to shield against the oncoming ice shards. With all his might, he swung his axe towards the bear's head. The bear, in a desperate attempt to shield itself, raised its still functional left arm, resulting in a fierce collision. The steel axe met the bear's arm with a resounding clash, yet the creature remained unscathed, shaking off the impact as if nothing had happened. However, Ian, who who stood protectively in front of Helena, reddened with effort, his hands trembling as droplets of blood trickled from his wrists. "You two incessantly issuing commands. Did I not say, Ian, that your only duty is to protect Helena? Helena, aim before you shoot. This haphazard firing wastes the crossbow's magic and achieves nothing." Lin Yuan hurried over, bending down to retrieve his long sword, which he then thrust into the ground at his feet. With a forceful push, he adjusted his left arm's joint, and after a crisp crack echoed in the air, his left arm regained its flexibility, allowing him to move freely once more, shaking his left hand. He picked up his sword and gravely addressed the sheep-faced bear, which was menacingly eyeing the three of them. "You two must not underestimate this creature any longer. Ian, your battle axe is ineffective. You cannot penetrate the thick layer of fur that protects its body. Therefore, remember, you must guard Helena closely and ensure she does not venture out. Helena, you two must wait for the most opportune moment to unleash your magical crossbow. Each magical fireball must not be squandered. Do you understand?" "Understood." Ian and Helena nodded obediently, genuinely convinced by Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan nodded in return, and then strode purposefully towards the formidable sheep-faced bear. Just as he took 2 steps forward, Ian suddenly shouted, "Xiao Yuan, toss me one of those pills you had earlier. Perhaps it might aid me in a critical moment." Lin Yuan halted, contemplated for a moment, then retrieved another red pill from his waist and tossed it to Ian, saying, "Ian, it's best not to consume this unless absolutely necessary. Its side effects can be quite severe." With that, Lin Yuan resumed his advance towards the sheep-faced bear. Ian caught the pill, anxiously holding it in his palm while watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Helena wiped the tears from her face and emerged from behind Ian, raising her magical crossbow, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. As Lin Yuan approached the sheep-faced bear, the already injured beast glared fiercely at him, snorting angrily and expelling frosty vapor from its nostrils. Gradually, the creature began to move, both man and beast carefully observing one another, poised to strike and deliver a decisive blow, after circling each other warily for a few steps. The sheep-faced bear suddenly lunged, hurling a flurry of snowflakes that obscured Lin Yuan's vision, that in an instant, it propelled itself forward, leaping like a cannonball, aiming to crush Lin Yuan, who was blinded by the falling snow. In the nick of time, as the massive form of the sheep-faced bear descended upon him, a fireball erupted from the swirling snow, striking the bear's head with a resounding explosion of sparks. The force of the blast pushed the bear backward, preventing it from landing on Lin Yuan. Reacting swiftly to the explosion, Lin Yuan, still momentarily blinded by the snow, instinctively dodged to the side and then swiftly turned. Thrusting his sword upward, in one fluid motion, the gleaming silver blade pierced the bear's abdomen, embedding itself deeply within the creature's flesh. This lethal blow drained the sheep-faced bear of vitality and the will to continue fighting. Silently, it attempted to flee, but the sword lodged within it and the grievous wound rendered it incapable of escaping far. After staggering a few steps, the immense beast collapsed in the snow, letting out a few final, defeated cries before its massive head drooped, its body lying still amidst the drifting snowflakes. After a considerable time observing the seemingly lifeless sheep-faced bear, Lin Yuan's body returned to its original size, and he slumped down onto the ground, weakly beckoning to Ian and Helena. "All right, it's over now. You two can come over. This beast is dead." Ian and Helena rushed over, with Ian positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yuan, gripping his battle axe and staring incredulously at the enormous creature that had fallen so easily. Helena, however, blindly trusted Lin Yuan's words, rushing to him to wipe the snow and blood from his face, carefully tending to the ice shards embedded in his arm, gently extracting them one by one and promptly bandaging his wounds with clean cloth. After a considerable effort, Helena finally finished treating Lin Yuan's injuries. Once she cautiously helped him to his feet and began walking toward the nearby tent, Ian, still fixated on the bear's corpse, finally reacted, exclaiming, "This creature is truly dead." He sprinted to catch up with them, disbelief written across his face as he occasionally glanced back at the massive body of the sheep-faced bear lying motionless. "Of course it's dead. Do you even know what kind of sword I wield?" That's not the point. That Dio, you know what effects the pill I gave you has. Let me enlighten you. That pill can increase the user's physical strength fivefold within 15 minutes. In other words, my combat prowess was 5 times greater than usual during that battle, so even the strongest sheep-faced bear couldn't withstand my strike. Therefore, its demise is entirely reasonable. Nothing extraordinary about it. Leaning against Helena's shoulder, Lin Yuan lazily explained to Ian, then added, "Moreover, my sword is quite formidable as well. Dio, you know its name. Don't be surprised. It is called Rending. It bears a total of 40 rending runes, so as you saw, each slash I delivered was capable of injuring that sheep-faced bear. Thus, my powerful thrust surely penetrated its body completely, rendering it incapable of survival." After finishing his explanation, while leaning on Helena, Lin Yuan ambled toward the tent. Just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly halted, weariness evident in his voice as he addressed Ian. "Oh, Ian, please take care of this sheep-faced bear's carcass. Remember, the pelt, blood, teeth, and eyes of the bear are all valuable materials for alchemy. You might also want to collect its paws. Anything else, leave behind unless necessary, ditto, and use my sword to process the carcass. Your axe won't cut through it, understood?" "Yes, Xiao Yuan. Rest assured, I will gather everything you need." Ian fervently nodded, grabbing his battle axe and running back. Lin Yuan watched from a distance as Ian strained to extract his long sword from the bear's body and began meticulously cutting into the carcass. Nodding in satisfaction, he looked down at Helena, smiling. "Helena, let us go inside and rest for a while. Oh, by the way, your shot just now was excellent. Maintain that level of focus in the future. As long as the three of us cooperate seamlessly, there's no limit to our adventures in this vast world." "Yes, Xiao Yuan, I understand. I will never disappoint you again," Helena replied earnestly, supporting Lin Yuan as they carefully entered the tent. Soon, the soft sounds of Lin Yuan snoring filled the air, and outside, as Ian diligently worked on the sheep-faced bear's corpse, his movements became increasingly sprightly. Meanwhile, the snowfall intensified as a fierce blizzard gradually enveloped the entire pristine forest. This relentless storm persisted for several days, blanketing the forest surrounding Karazhan in deep, pristine snow, which piled up to the horses' bellies, rendering any journey impossible. Furthermore, due to Lin Yuan's consumption of the red pill that temporarily augmented his combat strength fivefold during the battle, he remained exceedingly weak in the days that followed, confined to bed rest for several days before gradually recovering. Chapter 11. The alluring tavern keeper once recovered, Lin Yuan focused on training the trio's coordination. After spending 2 more days at the camp, they prepared to resume their journey as the heavy snowfall began to relent. With their gear packed, the 3 mounted their horses and set off down the road. The air was fresh after the snow, and at long last, the sun emerged from the gloomy clouds, casting rare rays of sunlight upon them. "Ah, how delightful it is to bask in the sunlight!" Lin Yuan exclaimed. Stretching languidly in the warm glow, Ian and Helena, riding alongside him, nodded in agreement, sharing in the joy of the long-awaited sun. The trio galloped down the road, their spirits high, as they made their way towards the southern region of Hadlin Magic Academy. In the subsequent days, the weather proved to be exceptionally favorable, with glorious sunshine illuminating the skies. As the trio hastened on their swift steeds, they emerged from the dense, primordial forest surrounding Karazhan, as though they had transitioned from the frigid realms of the Arctic to the sun-drenched splendor of the tropics. All around them, lush green grass and dew-kissed blossoms flourished, while the air grew warmer, shedding the chill of the northern woods in favor of a fragrant, warm, and damp earthy aroma. More importantly, they began to encounter other travelers along the roadside. And at the ends of various paths leading to the main road, quaint villages began to materialize. As they continued their journey, the population thickened, transforming the small hamlets into burgeoning towns. On the 5th day after leaving the forest, a grand city suddenly appeared at the end of the road. From the lips of fellow travelers, Lin Yuan and his companions learned that this was a significant waypoint on their journey. A medium-sized city strategically located between Karazhan and the southern Hadlin Academy of Magic. Halanga City, a northern stronghold of the Postuga dynasty. Halanga City belonged to the esteemed Hylon family, the premier noble lineage of the Postuga dynasty. Every corner of this city resounded with the grandeur and prestige of its aristocratic heritage. Lin Yuan and his companions entered, The immense red and gold orchid crest of the Hylon family was prominently displayed above the grand city gates. Upon stepping into the city, they were greeted by towering red ancient trees, each adorned with a large red and gold banner of the Hylon family. The combination of the red trees, the golden-edged banners, and the uniformly built structures of red stone lining the streets imbued the entire city with a striking crimson hue, perfectly encapsulating the opulence and grandeur of the Hylon family's noble status. "Wow, what a beautiful place!" exclaimed Heliana, her voice filled with awe as she gazed at the vibrant streets. Ian, equally mesmerized, stood speechless before the stunning red edifices, although Lin Yuan maintained a somewhat composed demeanor. He too felt the weight of their companion's excitement as passers-by began to whisper and snicker, clearly regarding the trio as naive country folk. "All right, my dear friends, let us save the sightseeing for later until we've secured a place to stay. Shall we? Come on, Ian, Heliana. We must hurry to find accommodations." Ian and Heliana, still captivated by the architecture, continued to point and marvel, oblivious to the chuckles directed at them by the onlookers. Frustrated by the attention, Lin Yuan cleared his throat loudly and spurred his horse forward, leading the way into the city. The clatter of hooves roused Ian and Heliana from their reverie, prompting them to hastily mount their steeds and follow him along the wide thoroughfare towards the city center. Halanga City was constructed upon a vast plain, devoid of any obstructive mountains or lakes. This allowed for meticulous planning during its establishment. The city walls were impressively square, and the layout of the streets, adorned with decorative trees and cobblestones, exhibited remarkable order and aesthetic appeal. Nearly all the streets were straight, providing clear visibility to their endpoints, making it exceedingly difficult to lose one's way within such an organized urban environment. As Lin Yuan and his companions strolled down the main street of Halanga, they were greeted by a plethora of shops, each more enticing than the last. There were grain shops overflowing with sacks of pristine grain and golden barley, florists filled with vibrant blooms that perfumed the air from afar, blacksmiths ringing with the sound of clanging metal as they crafted weapons and armor, and magical supply stores brimming with wondrous artifacts. As they approached the center of the street, taverns and inns adorned with a myriad of colorful signs began to catch their eye. After passing 2 or 3 inns, Lin Yuan suddenly halted, pointing to a clean-looking establishment nearby. "All right, we need not wander further. Let us take lodgings here. Ian, please inquire about the rates for a night's stay. Heliana, kindly unload our bags, and after that, take the horses to be groomed and fed." "Sure thing." Ian jubilantly dismounted and dashed into the inn. Following suit, Lin Yuan and Heliana dismounted as well. After Heliana unloaded their luggage, she gathered the horses together, preparing to lead them to the inn's stable for a thorough grooming. Just then, Ian returned, his expression boiling with anger. "Lin Yuan, this inn is a scam. They want 1 gold gallon for a single night in a shared room for all 3 of us." "What?" Lin Yuan frowned, his mood darkening. Before he could probe further into Ian's claims, 2 burly men suddenly emerged from the inn, flanking Ian and confronting him. They pointed accusingly at Ian, berating him loudly. "What did you say? You country bumpkin? This is a scam? How dare you speak such nonsense? Say it again if you have the guts. A scam? I'll show you what a scam is. You think you could just waltz in here and act like a big shot without any coin? There's a garbage heap nearby. You'd be better off staying there for free." As the 2 men continued their tirade, they began to shove Ian, their intentions to assault him becoming apparent. Lin Yuan observed the scene with a steely gaze before turning to Heliana, quietly instructing her to keep an eye on their belongings that he then strode forward with purpose. "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Why are you laying hands on my friend?" Lin Yuan confronted the 2 men with a cold demeanor. They paused their verbal assault, turning to assess Lin Yuan. After a thorough appraisal, they exchanged glances and smirked. "Oh, look who we have here. Seems like you're in cahoots with him, of course. I just stated he is my friend. Spare me your mockery. Now tell me, why are you manhandling my friend? Who gave you the audacity? Is this how you treat your esteemed guests?" Lin Yuan's voice rose sharply, his commanding presence momentarily startling the 2 men. They hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances before lowering their voices. "Well, we don't usually treat guests this way, but our most expensive room costs 6 gold gallons a night. For 2 of you, that amounts to 12 gold gallons." The implication hung in the air. But before they could finish, Lin Yuan grew impatient. Your answer is irrelevant. I didn't ask about the rates, that I demand to know why you thought it permissible to lay hands on my friend. Now, you will leave at once and fetch your manager. I wish to know how business is conducted here, for when did it become acceptable to assault patrons on the streets of Hailanga? Is there no law in this city? Lin Yuan's voice escalated, drawing the attention of passers-by, including several armored warriors adorned with the Hylon family crest. Under the weight of scrutiny, the two men's bravado waned, and they released Ian, forcing smiles as they approached Lin Yuan. Please, don't be upset. That was a misunderstanding, truly. We wouldn't dare lay a finger on your friend. Come inside. We assure you the best service our humble establishment can provide. Two burly men, sycophantically nodding and bowing, implored Lin Yuan to enter and converse. Lin Yuan cast a cold glance their way, disdainfully snorting through his nostrils. A misunderstanding? I beg to differ. You two were just engaged in a scuffle, clearly bullying my friend, who is an honest man. That am I wrong? No, I must speak to your boss that I am keen to ascertain the identity of the person who dares to allow his subordinates to commit acts of violence on the streets of Hylon Jia City. As he spoke, Lin Yuan unceremoniously shoved aside the two obsequious men before him, flung his cloak, and strode purposefully towards the inn. Meanwhile, passers-by began to take notice of the commotion, gathering in small clusters, quickly forming a large crowd at the entrance of the modest establishment. The cacophony of voices and the murmur of speculation rendered the faces of the two men chasing after Lin Yuan ashen. Upon entering the inn, Lin Yuan withdrew his long sword from his back with a swift motion, ignoring the two men trailing him, and made a beeline for the central counter of the lobby. With a resounding thud, Lin Yuan drove his sword into the countertop before a stunned gathering of patrons, and bellowed at the bewildered staff behind the counter. Damn it! Who among you is the proprietor of this establishment? How do your employees conduct themselves? Who grants you the audacity to assault people in the streets? Speak up. Who is the boss here? Are you all mute? His dramatic display and thunderous outburst instantly captured the attention of all diners and those seeking lodging, while the onlookers outside multiplied in number. The two employees who had pursued Lin Yuan now appeared pale, drenched in sweat from anxiety. Frantically, they approached from behind, continuing to bow and apologize profusely to Lin Yuan, while subtly signaling to their colleagues at the counter to assist them in quelling Lin Yuan's fury. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from the staircase leading to the second floor. What troubles you, young gentleman, to be so irate as to raise such a commotion? Lin Yuan and his companions turned to see an exceptionally graceful woman lounging against the railing of the second floor, playfully tousling her flowing locks and softly addressing Lin Yuan. And you are? Lin Yuan's gaze briefly lingered on the captivating expanse of her decolletage before he furrowed his brow and inquired loudly. There's no need to be so fierce. Handsome, were you not just ready to fight and seek someone out? Now that I have arrived, why maintain such hostility? The alluring woman, possessing an almost enchanting charm, continued to flirt as she descended the staircase, greeting everyone in the room with a radiant smile. My apologies, everyone. The service here has been lacking, and I appreciate your understanding. Ada, Air, why are you two standing idle? Hurry and serve our guests their drinks and meals. As for this young gentleman, you need not worry. I will ensure he is thoroughly satisfied. The beautiful woman approached the counter, dismissing the two men who had been apologizing to Lin Yuan, leaning seductively against the counter as she gazed at Lin Yuan with admiration. Oh, young sir, you are indeed quite handsome. Where do you hail from? You do not appear to be a local. As Lin Yuan opened his mouth to respond, the enchanting woman playfully placed her delicate finger upon his lips, silencing him. Then, before the eyes of the entire hall, she traced her finger along Lin Yuan's armor, down to the sword he had embedded in the counter, finally resting on his hand, teasingly caressing it while saying, Young sir, with your full suit of armor and such an imposing sword. Oh, I have heard you have a robust companion that if I, Sophia, am not mistaken. You must be adventurers from the northern Karazhan, correct? Hey, few dare to traverse the primitive forests at this time of year. You and your friend truly exemplify youthful ambition. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. I humbly disagree. In comparison to your esteemed establishment, we hardly embody the notion of youthful ambition. We are, at best, merely a band of destitute souls, fit only to sleep and refuse. Oh dear, handsome, do not be so pedantic. I can easily tell you are a well-bred young master from a noble family, so do not stoop to the level of those two fools. Just dismiss their words as mere nonsense. Sophia leaned closer to Lin Yuan, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, and he coughed, internally recognizing her allure. Yet he remained undeterred, replying with a playful smile, I am not a young master from a noble family, but rather a simple man. To be frank, I will not disregard what your employees have said. I intend to remember every word as for you, madam. While I find you quite beautiful, I am still young and wish to avoid succumbing to any woman's charms just yet. Therefore, please maintain your distance, and let us discuss matters of substance. Lin Yuan gestured to halt Sophia's approach, and upon hearing his words, the employees at the counter, having witnessed his actions and overheard his remarks, could not contain their laughter. Sophia's expression shifted, disbelief evident in her eyes at Lin Yuan's words. Upon hearing her employees' laughter, she swiftly turned, glaring at them with fiery indignation. You rascals! What are you laughing at? Get out of my sight! You never put forth any effort in your work, yet you are quick to undermine me. Do you wish to rebel? Now be gone! Sophia clapped her hands, sending her employees away, and then turned back to Lin Yuan, taking a deep breath before speaking calmly. So, young sir, how do you wish to resolve this situation? Please outline your terms if you insist on going to the Lord's manor to argue. Then we shall proceed there at once. But if you prefer to settle this privately, please propose a solution, and we will assess its fairness. What say you, young sir? Very well, Madam Sophia. Had you stated this earlier, I would have been more agreeable. My demands are quite simple. First, your employees must apologize to my friend and acknowledge their insolence. Second, I wish to take residence here. Please ensure the best accommodations for the three of us. Rest assured, I will not attempt to evade payment, nor will I shortchange you. However, I expect your service to reflect the price I pay. What do you think, madam? Do you believe you can meet these two conditions? Upon finishing, Lin Yuan swiftly withdrew his sword from the counter and sheathed it at his back. Sophia, observing the neatly cut hole in the counter, felt a pang of shock, but quickly broke into a playful laugh. Of course. I agree to both points. Young sir, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Adventurers as straightforward and charming as you are a rare find indeed. As a token of my appreciation, I shall offer you a 50% discount on all charges during your stay. How does that sound? Am I treating you well? As Sophia spoke, she could not resist teasing Lin Yuan further, her delicate fingers tracing circles on the counter before inadvertently drifting onto his cloak. Lin Yuan, bemused by her flirtation, thought to himself, this woman is insatiable. Does she not survive without enticing men? As Lin Yuan pondered, Sophia misinterpreted his silence as a cue for further advances, leaning slightly closer, her fingers still dancing across his armor as she called out, you two scoundrels, come over here. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 12. The teachers tricked the two men, immediately dashed from the hall, and approached Sophia, bowing and ingratiatingly asking, Boss, did you need us for something? Boss? ISNT, boss lady? Lin Yuan paused momentarily, and at that moment, Sophia turned around and slapped each of the men. Then, with a beaming smile, she looked at Lin Yuan and gently addressed her two associates. All right. Now about this matter, I've already negotiated it for you two to come on. First, you both hurry and apologize to this young gentleman's friend. Second, what are you still standing there for? Quickly bring out the finest items in the store to properly entertain this young gentleman and his friend. Understood? Well, if you understand, then hurry up and leave, or do you want me to personally escort you out? Upon hearing Sophia's words, her two associates were taken aback, standing there exchanging bewildered glances, seemingly questioning whether they had misheard her. However, when Sophia feigned anger and lifted her foot as if to kick them, the two men immediately snapped back to reality and scurried away in a flurry. After they departed, Sophia once again donned a look of feigned sorrow, clinging to Lin Yuan's breastplate, continuously tracing circles on it with her fingers. Young gentleman, look, I handled them just as you suggested. So, please don't look at me so coldly, all right? Come on, give me a smile, and perhaps tell me your name while you're at it. Boss, I am merely passing through. There's no need for you to know my name, is there? Besides, I've heard that it's not necessary to provide a name for accommodation. Lin Yuan replied with a wry smile, subtly stepping back a pace to create some distance from the persistent enchantress. After establishing some space, Lin Yuan leisurely said, "All right, boss, I'm feeling a bit weary. Would you mind preparing a room for me so I can rest before we continue our conversation?" "Of course. Dear young gentleman, if you need to rest, just say the word. How could I deny you that? Come, let me show you to your room, oh dear. Why are you carrying such a large sword all by yourself? Here, take it off. Someone, help this young gentleman with his sword, and let us head upstairs together." Sophia, uninvited, grasped Lin Yuan's hand and enthusiastically pulled him toward the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase, she seemed to finally notice the enormous sword strapped to Lin Yuan's back. Letting out an astonished gasp as she covered her mouth, she then eagerly offered to help him remove it and have one of her associates take it upstairs. The associate, following Sophia's instructions, stepped forward to assist in unfastening the sword from Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan, feeling a pang of concern, turned to stop both the associate and Sophia's actions, smiling as he addressed Sophia, who wore an expression of reluctance and concern. "There's no need for you and your associate to trouble yourselves with this. The sword isn't heavy. It's just an ordinary piece, so I can carry it myself. Now, Sophia, let us go. I truly am a bit tired and would like to rest." "Oh, very well. Let us hurry along." Sophia's eyelids fluttered slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. However, she soon resumed her charming demeanor, cheerfully leading Lin Yuan to the entrance of a lavish room. As she pushed open the door, she proudly proclaimed, "Young gentlemen, behold, this room is the finest we have to offer. Please step inside and rest well. Once you are refreshed, I shall return to chat with you." "All right, that sounds good, oh, and could you kindly bring my friends up as well? Also, we have 3 horses that need attending to, Sophia. Please arrange for someone to take care of them, give them a good wash, and feed them, would you?" Lin Yuan stepped inside the room, but paused at the threshold to speak a few more words with Sophia. She readily agreed, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Yuan before turning and leaving with a captivating sway. Watching her vanish at the staircase, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head before entering the room. Not long after Lin Yuan settled in, Ian and Helena arrived, burdened with numerous belongings. Escorted by an associate, as they entered, they were instantly awestruck by the opulence of the room. This suite, reputed to be the best in the inn, was adorned with lavish decorations. Thick fur carpets graced the floor, and the walls were draped with exquisite tassels. The furnishings were grand pieces of sandalwood, inlaid with gold and silver, exuding an air of luxury and wealth. Moreover, what delighted Lin Yuan even more was that the room was evidently a spacious suite, featuring several smaller doors leading to individual bedrooms. These smaller rooms were rather simple. Apart from a large bed, they contained little else. After thoroughly inspecting each door, Lin Yuan returned to the central dining table and took a seat. Ian and Helena, filled with excitement, followed Lin Yuan's lead, admiring the luxurious furnishings before opening several doors to explore the small bedrooms. Once they finished their tour and returned to the living room, they exchanged glances and cautiously addressed Lin Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, with such fine accommodations, the cost for a night's stay must be exorbitant, right?" "Exorbitant?" Lin Yuan poured himself a glass of water and took a couple of sips before looking up. "It shouldn't be too pricey. The owner assured me that during our stay, she would only charge us half the rent, so this suite shouldn't be too expensive." "But," Helena hesitated, speaking softly, "but I overheard the staff saying that this room typically costs at least 7 or 8 gold gallons for a night. Even with the owner's discount, it would still be about 4 gold gallons for us. For it is, then, we aren't short on money. Besides, spending 4 gold gallons for such splendid accommodations is still a bargain." "Hey, what are you two doing? Don't just stand there, sit down." Lin Yuan was unconcerned about the money, waving his hand for Ian and Helena to take a seat, but he then smiled reassuringly at Helena. "Helena, don't fret over a few coins. It's just a handful of gold gallons. What's the harm in spending it? We have the means, and we ought to enjoy ourselves when we can. Don't you think? Silly girl, just relax and settle in." Helena, with a troubled expression, glanced at Ian and then back at Lin Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly replied, "But, Xiao Yuan, we really don't have much money. I just checked, and we only have less than 80 gold gallons total. Furthermore, 65 of those are your tuition fees, which we definitely cannot touch, that is so if we stay here for more than 2 days. We might have to sleep outside on our journey. What? Lin Yuan, having just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it out in shock, coughing violently, that he then looked at Helena in disbelief. That can't be right. I distinctly remember bringing plenty of money with me. How could it have dwindled to just 80 gold gallons? Well, Ian and Helena exchanged glances, and finally, Ian shrugged apologetically at Lin Yuan, saying, "I'm sorry. Xiao Yuan, that I gave your money to Master Vimbrook, that he privately advised me that as an alchemist, you shouldn't carry much money on your travels. Only when your pockets are empty will you be motivated to find ways to earn a living, thus facilitating your alchemical studies without hindrance on the road. That's so. Master Vimbrook handed me a pouch identical to yours and quietly took your pouch away. Ah, you can't be serious. What kind of nonsense is this? To travel thousands of miles with only a handful of gold gallons for expenses?" Lin Yuan let out a wail of despair, rushing to his luggage and rummaging through it frantically. However, as he pulled out a black, magically woven pouch, he squeezed it and, upon feeling its emptiness, let out another heart-wrenching cry, clutching the pouch and lamenting, "No way, master. You're too cruel. My money!" While Lin Yuan mourned over his empty pouch in the room, downstairs at the counter, the alluring owner Sophia was meticulously filling a pouch with gold gallons, counting each coin with care that a few of Sophia's subordinates gathered around the counter, their eyes glistening with anticipation as they gazed hungrily at the increasingly bulging purse in her hands, wishing fervently that the golden galleons within would miraculously belong to them. With a bag brimming with gold galleons finally secured, Sophia closed it, and lifting it with a huff, cast a disdainful glance at her eager subordinates, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen money before? Do you wish to rob your aunt?" "Of course not, boss. We're merely admiring." "Indeed. We are here to serve you, even without pay." "Exactly. It is our honor to serve such a breathtaking beauty." As their expressions shifted, the fervor in their voices grew righteous and passionate, each vying to flatter Sophia with extravagant praises that elicited laughter from several patrons outside, who could not contain their amusement at the sycophantic display. Yet, their exuberance was swiftly quelled when Sophia slammed her hand on the table, casting a stern glance around the group. Immediately, they fell silent, watching their enchanting and alluring boss with trepidation. After surveying her subordinates, Sophia beckoned them closer with a delicate gesture. Once they had all huddled in, she whispered, "Remember this. You must treat the young gentleman upstairs with utmost care. Whatever he desires, you must deliver it to him at once. Furthermore, all his expenses are to be calculated at the lowest price. Under no circumstances are you to overcharge him. Understood?" The group fell into a stunned silence, and after a long pause, one of them timidly inquired, "Boss, do you truly have feelings for him?" "Surely not. He has just to have feelings for that fool. Do you think I truly care for his pretty face? Let me enlighten you. This young man possesses an identity far more formidable than his charming appearance suggests. You lot may not believe me, but I have encountered countless individuals in my life, and I have never erred in my judgments. That so, you must remain vigilant and ensure his every need is met." "Understood?" Sophia interrupted the subordinate's jest with an authoritative tone, insisting they cater to Lin Yuan without fail. While her subordinates remained baffled by her sudden insistence, Sophia's gaze inadvertently drifted to the counter, fixating on the distinct blade mark left by Lin Yuan's sword. Internally, she repeated a single thought. "You fools have no idea. This counter is not so easily pierced. Beneath this wooden surface lies a robust iron plate. Not even 3 or 5 burly men with axes could replicate this damage. Thus, that sword must be magical. Perhaps even a high-grade one. How many young adventurers in this world can afford a magical sword? Therefore, the identity of that young man is undoubtedly extraordinary, far from ordinary as his armor suggests." Sophia pondered this, growing increasingly confident in her assessment of Lin Yuan's remarkable identity, her earlier decision filling her with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, upstairs in his room, was already racking his brain, trying to devise ways to earn some money to avoid the impending dilemma posed by his travel expenses. "Ah, we still have the pelt and eyes of that sheep-faced bear. Helena, please fetch those items. We can sell them in town and secure some funds. Suddenly recalling the spoils he had acquired during their journey, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up at the thought of the pristine pelt, rumored to be quite valuable in the market. Chapter 13. The transaction. Lin Yuan's proposal did not immediately receive unanimous support from his companions. In fact, Helena vocally opposed it, believing that as an alchemist, Lin Yuan might need the materials for future concoctions. She refused to relinquish even a scrap of the sheep-faced bear's remains for him to sell. Eventually, after much persuasion, Lin Yuan managed to convince her that he intended only to sell the seemingly useless pelt to procure some quality raw materials for alchemical endeavors, thus earning his travel fare. Reluctantly, Helena agreed to let him take the pelt. With Helena's consent, Lin Yuan and Ian excitedly set out, the pelt in hand. As they descended to the bustling hall below, Lin Yuan's attention was immediately drawn to an elderly patron seated near the entrance. The man appeared quite aged, his hair and beard a snowy white, clad in a black wizard's robe adorned with 3 golden stars on his chest. He carried 2 medium-sized leather bags slung across his body and had several small fabric pouches hanging from his brown leather belt. At that moment, the old wizard delicately released a snow-white feather from his grasp, allowing it to dangle from a finely crafted bronze chain at his waist. He then leaned his long, sturdy staff against the table before slowly partaking of the food before him. This man is undoubtedly a wizard. As Lin Yuan passed by, he cast a few lingering glances at the wizard's 3 golden stars, hoping to ascertain the authenticity of his status. In truth, the old wizard's identity was beyond question. The robe and the stars were symbols that could only be worn by those who had passed the rigorous examination of the Wizards Guild. Anyone, even the most noble king, would face dire consequences for donning such attire without proper authorization. Thus, it was certain that this old man was a seasoned 3-star wizard. Lin Yuan paid no further heed to the old wizard and continued on his way with Ian. However, Ian, who had been trailing Lin Yuan closely, was immediately captivated upon spotting the esteemed wizard in the tavern's hall. His excitement was palpable as he stole glances at the old man, only to shyly avert his gaze when the wizard turned to meet his curious eyes. "Hey, Lin Yuan, did you see that? There's a wizard here." "Yes, I saw him." "Why, do you know him?" Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. Ian stumbled slightly, then managed a wry smile. "Lin Yuan, are you mocking me? How could I possibly know a noble wizard? I am merely an apprentice at a blacksmith shop." "What noble wizard?" Lin Yuan scoffed, surveying the bustling streets outside the tavern before stepping out confidently. "You shouldn't exalt these nobles, wizards, or alchemists too highly. Let me tell you, everyone is born equal. It's merely the professions we choose that create the illusion of distinction. Think about it. If you, Ian, were born into a noble family rather than a blacksmith shop, you would be a noble, not a blacksmith, wouldn't you? So don't dwell on it. Most people simply have better beginnings than you. The only thing that sets you apart is your upbringing." As Lin Yuan spoke, he led Ian briskly forward. The latter found himself perplexed by Lin Yuan's words. Struggling to comprehend the full depth of his message, he silently committed each word to memory, planning to discuss Lin Yuan's profound insights with Helena later. Eager to unravel the wisdom behind them, Ian meticulously recited Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan, ahead of him, abruptly halted his steps. He turned around and, with a vigorous pat on Ian's shoulder, broke into a joyful smile, exclaiming, "Ah, look! There's a ready-made grocery store here that buys all kinds of furs. How splendid! I thought it would take us a long time to find one. Come on, Ian, let us step inside and see how much they offer us for this sheep-faced bear pelt." As Lin Yuan spoke, Ian glanced upwards and indeed noticed a grocery store before them, its entrance adorned with a sign proclaiming, "This store purchases all types of magical beast furs." Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Ian felt that this store was somehow different from the others. Though he could not quite articulate WHYAT that moment, Lin Yuan had already ascended the steps and entered the shop, prompting Ian to shake his head and follow suit, clutching the sheep-faced bear pelt tightly. The grocery shop was modest in size, occupying roughly a dozen square meters. In the center stood a long counter, which divided the shop into a front and back section. The walls surrounding the front half of the counter were adorned with an array of magical beast furs, while the back half housed various miscellaneous goods. Lin Yuan scanned the shelves. He spotted many peculiar items, some of which he could not even identify. After Lin Yuan and Ian stepped inside, a commotion erupted behind the long counter, and soon a portly middle-aged man with a comical handlebar mustache emerged, displaying an exaggerated grin as he addressed them. "Ah, we have guests. Gentlemen, are you here to buy or to sell? Wow, what a beautiful pelt. You must be here to sell, correct?" The man's eyes gleamed with greed and excitement upon spotting the sheep-faced bear pelt in Ian's arms. With alarming agility, he leaped over the counter, rushing towards Ian, who instinctively recoiled, clutching the pelt tighter in a wary gaze. Realizing his own overzealousness, the man halted abruptly, rubbing his hands together apologetically and chuckling nervously at Lin Yuan and Ian. "My apologies. Gentlemen, I tend to forget myself when I see such exquisite furs that I simply cannot help but long to examine them up close. Please forgive me. Oh, do come, have a seat over here. I have some pastries I made myself. You must try them. They read delightful." After his apology, the portly man warmly invited Lin Yuan and Ian to sit on a row of chairs against the wall, that he then presented a plate of pastries before them, urging them to indulge in his culinary skills. However, Lin Yuan showed little interest in the pastries. Instead, he nodded and turned his attention to the furs adorning the walls. "You're the owner here, aren't you? All these furs. Did you acquire them all yourself?" "Indeed. I purchased these furs at a premium from various adventurers. To be candid, though my shop is small, it is quite renowned in Hailanga City. All the adventurers are familiar with my establishment. Whenever they come across superior furs, they flock here to trade, so you see, I've invested quite a sum in acquiring all these fine pelts." The rotund owner beamed with pride over his collection, patting his chest and extolling his own virtues before proceeding to regale Lin Yuan with the stories and origins of the furs hanging on the walls. "This, dear customer, is the pelt of a northern ice flame wolf, which I procured from a solitary adventurer. Cost me quite a bit. I believe it was over 200 gold gallons. But it was worth it. Just look how soft and durable it is. A noblewoman once offered me 500 gold gallons for it, but I couldn't bring myself to part with it." The owner continued to enthusiastically detail his collection, and after he had introduced nearly 6 or 7 pelts, Lin Yuan interjected, smiling at the portly man. "All right, my good sir, it's clear to me that you know your business well. Therefore, why don't you appraise this pelt for us? If the price is right, it's yours." Lin Yuan gestured for Ian to present the sheep-faced bear pelt to the eager shopkeeper. Reluctantly, Ian handed the pelt over, and the shopkeeper immediately clasped it, striding toward the counter. Carefully, he spread the pelt out and retrieved a measuring tape, meticulously gauging its dimensions. After a considerable time, he lifted his head, reveling in the moment, and declared, "If I'm not mistaken, this is indeed the pelt of an icefield sheep bear. Your specimen is quite intact, and it's evident you took it down with a single strike, making it particularly valuable. I shall not hide it from you. I can sell it for at least this amount." He gestured to indicate 500. Lin Yuan and Ian exchanged glances, both reflecting satisfaction in one another's eyes. "Very well. Then 500 it is. Today, you are truly getting a bargain, my friend. If it weren't for our overloaded baggage, I would never part with this pelt for such a low price. Indeed, if this pelt were taken to a larger city, it could fetch between 700 to 800. I must say, I'm quite fortunate to have crossed paths with you today. Now, I shan't waste any more of your time. Please wait a moment while I fetch your payment." The rotund man expertly rolled up the pelt and carefully placed it in a compartment behind the counter. After relaying his intentions, he hurriedly opened a small hidden door beside the shelves and dashed off to retrieve the payment. As the shopkeeper departed, Ian pondered aloud. "Lin Yuan, are we truly selling this pelt?" "Yes. Of course. Why do you ask, Ian? You're not contemplating keeping it for yourself like Helena, are you?" "Oh dear, both of you are so stubborn. With this money, we can procure the finest alchemical materials, and with my alchemical skills, do you truly believe I can't earn back these few hundred gold gallons? I assure you, as long as I'm willing to create something, there will be a line of eager customers for my alchemical creations," Lin Yuan proclaimed proudly in a hushed tone, and after some consideration, Ian conceded, ceasing his attempts to dissuade Lin Yuan from selling the pelt. Instead, he turned his focus to the pastries on the table. After sampling a few, Ian found himself choking on one. finally managing to catch his breath just as an elderly woman emerged from the small hidden door beside the shelves. Chapter 14. Deception and Retribution. The elderly woman was clad in a rather tattered floral dress, her head wrapped in a faded kerchief, showcasing her white hair. As she approached, one of her hands trembled incessantly, raising concerns about her ability to walk steadily. Lin Yuan and Ian exchanged sympathetic glances at her frailty, yet their attention quickly returned to the small hidden door behind the counter, eagerly anticipating the 500 gold gallons that were soon to be theirs. However, after waiting a considerable time, the small door remained firmly shut, showing no signs of opening. "Hey, that old woman, where's the shop owner? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Lin Yuan, feeling a bit anxious, stood up and walked over to the elderly lady, who was seated at the counter, struggling to thread a piece of linen through a silver needle. That he raised his voice to inquire. The old woman, startled by Lin Yuan's loud voice, looked up, her cloudy eyes straining to focus as she replied. "Who is it?" "Oh, a customer. What would you like to buy, dear?" Lin Yuan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Old lady, I am not here to purchase anything. It is the proprietor of this establishment who wishes to acquire our goods. Look, that piece of fur is what we sold to him, that he promised to fetch the payment for us. Yet he has not returned since. Where on earth did he go?" Lin Yuan raised his voice again, and the elderly woman behind the counter squinted her murky eyes, fixed her gaze on him for a moment, then turned to inspect the piece of fur he pointed at. She then stood up, trembling, and shuffled towards the fur. Lin Yuan patiently awaited her arrival, watching as she placed the fur onto the counter. However, the words that escaped the old woman's lips next caused Lin Yuan's eyes to widen in disbelief. With a cheerful demeanor, the elderly lady smiled and said, "Young man, you truly possess an eye for quality. This sheep-face bear fur is the finest piece we have in this shop, but if you were to purchase it to fashion a fur coat, I guarantee you would outshine the young ladies on the street. Now, thank you for your patronage. The total is 850 gold kalins. Once you settle the payment, you may take the sheep-faced bear fur with you." "What?" Both Lin Yuan and Ian gasped in unison, with Ian springing to his feet and striding towards the counter, fervently shouting at the old woman. "Hey, old lady, have you lost your mind? That sheep-faced bear fur belongs to us. It is something we sold to you. Do you understand? We sold it to you." "You big lad, what nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly an item displayed on our counter. Are you two attempting to swindle this old woman? Let me tell you, I am not afraid. Heilongja is a place of justice, and if you dare try to deceive me, I will take you straight to the lord of the city to seek redress." The old woman was even more agitated than Ian, banging her fist on the table and shouting at Ian and Lin Yuan. Following her raised voice, several burly men entered through the door, and upon their arrival, the old woman seemed to gain newfound vigor, yelling even louder, "Dear neighbors, you have arrived just in time. These two rascals are trying to swindle this old woman. Please, lend me your judgment. Do you have any idea how hard it is to maintain this shop? They want to walk away with such a beautiful piece of fur without paying." As the old woman spoke, her sorrow deepened, and tears as large as soybeans began to stream down her face. Meanwhile, the so-called neighbors chimed in to berate Lin Yuan and Ian. Not only did they voice their opinions, but they also subtly surrounded Ian and Lin Yuan, flexing their muscular arms while loudly denouncing the pair's shamelessness, their gestures exuding an air of intimidation. Ian stood there, bewildered by the old woman and her so-called neighbors, unsure of how to react. However, Lin Yuan began to grasp the situation. It appeared that he and Ian had fallen into a trap. The old woman and these so-called neighbors were clearly in cahoots, and this shop was evidently a den of deceit. With this realization, Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold as he cast a glance at a nearby burly man before striding to the counter and addressing the elderly woman in a chilling tone. "Old lady, I presume you do not have a plump old man with a handlebar mustache here, do you? You rascally young men, what have I done to provoke you? You dare attempt to extort this old woman? Gods, is there no justice left in the world?" The old woman disregarded Lin Yuan's question, continuing to wail and pound the table. Ian stepped forward, raising his voice. "Grandma, please stop crying. We are not trying to swindle you. That fur truly belongs to us. Why not call the shopkeeper out to confront us? You know, the plump old man with the handlebar mustache. You young man should have done your homework before trying to deceive others. This shop has always been managed solely by Mrs. Mayer. There is no plump old man with a handlebar mustache. Exactly, these two youngsters are clearly con artists. Indeed. How could you dare to swindle such a poor old woman like Mrs. Mayer? The burly onlookers erupted in outrage once more. Ian began to see the truth of the matter, glancing around before speaking up. Hey, on what grounds do you insist we are the ones trying to swindle her? You lot are clearly in cahoots, attempting to deceive us out of our fur. What did you say, kid? Do you want to die? Just because you're big doesn't mean I can't crush you with one hand. Exactly. Are you trying to turn the tables because your scheme has failed? Why are you blabbering so much? If you claim this fur is yours, then tell me, does it bear your name or any other mark? Indeed, show us the evidence. If you can prove that this fur belongs to you, we will help you reclaim it. This proposition received unanimous approval from the burly men, even causing the sobbing old woman to cease her weeping as she caressed the fur, resolutely stating, "Very well, since all of you neighbors say so, this old woman, shall prove our innocence. Young man, what proof do you have that this fur is yours? How long and wide is it, and what specific characteristics does it possess?" Ian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, that he had not measured the fur's dimensions, and in his efforts to ensure its integrity during the cutting process, he had opted for straight lines, leaving the fur perfectly rectangular with no defining features that he had no evidence to present. Meanwhile, the old woman described her acquisition of the fur with great detail. This fur was collected last winter, and it cost me over 500 gold kalins at the time. It measures 1.8 meters in length and 2.2 meters in width. More importantly, to avoid mixing it up with the furs brought in by customers, I marked it with a symbol. Neighbors, look, this is our shop's emblem, a rice character that I personally embroidered. Mrs. Mayer unveiled a corner of the fur, and the crowd leaned in to see a tiny rice character stitched into the fabric. Upon seeing this mark, Ian was left dumbfounded, while the other neighbors turned to Lin Yuan and Ian, smirking as though they had caught them at a weak point, ready to pounce and hand them over to the authorities. "This is impossible. It truly belongs to us," Ian protested urgently, but Lin Yuan cut him off, casting a cold smile at everyone present. "Dear friends, there's no need for theatrics. Since you have set this trap for us, any further discussion is futile. Very well, the fur is yours now. However, I wish to purchase it. How much do you ask for it?" Lin Yuan's calm inquiry was met with a cold gaze from the elderly woman, who defensively clutched the sheep-faced bear fur to her chest and replied, "Young man, you have no reason to be so fickle. One moment you claim this fur is yours. The next, you say it isn't. And now you wish to buy it. No, I am not as quick-witted as you. I shall not sell you anything. Please leave at once. My little shop does not welcome you." Mrs. Mayer seemed fearful that Lin Yuan might snatch the fur away, clutching it tightly as she stroked it for a moment before rudely ushering Lin Yuan and Ian out. The onlookers resumed their clamoring, implying that the pair had nothing left to say and should hastily depart. Ian's face flushed crimson. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at a nearby burly man, seemingly ready to unleash his frustration. In contrast, Lin Yuan merely snorted again, gracefully leaning against the counter while observing the old woman for a while before breaking into a smile. "Old lady, remember this. Some people are not to be trifled with, and some fortunes are not meant for you to do you understand? Greed for ill-gotten gains will eventually attract divine retribution." "Bah! You young man speak such nonsense." Mrs. Mayer." The old woman appeared incensed by Lin Yuan's words, spitting in anger and preparing to chastise him. Yet Lin Yuan casually turned away, pulling Ian along as they swiftly made their way toward the exit. As they walked, Lin Yuan cheerfully addressed the array of men glaring at them. "You lot needn't feign innocence. Let me tell you, if we were in the wild, none of you would leave here alive today. Consider yourselves fortunate to escape this time. But if I encounter you again, no one will be able to save you. Do you hear me?" "Oh, you are quite the arrogant one." "Indeed. Why not stick around and show us what you're made of? Let us teach them a lesson." "Brothers!" The group of burly men laughed menacingly as they mercilessly mocked Lin Yuan and Ian. Upon reaching the doorway, Lin Yuan halted, turning to gesture for Ian to exit first. After Ian stepped out, Lin Yuan cast a cold glance back at the men, sneering lightly. Suddenly, he stamped his foot down, shattering a square stone tile beneath him into countless fragments, irretrievable to its former state. The sharp crack of the breaking tile seized the throats of the men within the room, their expressions freezing in shock at the sight of the utterly shattered stone. Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings with a chilling gaze, scoffed, and disdainfully muttered, "A bunch of useless cowards," before striding away. After Lin Yuan had departed for some time, the men finally regained their senses, exchanging bewildered glances among themselves. They rushed to the spot where Lin Yuan had shattered the tile, each examining the imprints left behind on the ground. Their faces turned pale with horror. One man, whose complexion was slightly sallow, swallowed hard and cautiously addressed his companions. "Gentlemen, it seems we may have overstepped this time. This young lad is no ordinary adventurer. Indeed, we've underestimated him. Anyone capable of crushing such a stone tile with a single step cannot be an ordinary person. We've provoked him, and surely retribution will follow." "Exactly, boss, that to offend such a figure over a mere 20 gold coins seems rather unwise." As this group of men discussed the shock of Lin Yuan's display of power, an elderly woman male who was behind the counter suddenly shrieked in alarm, her voice rising in panic. "Oh no! Brothers Torlins, come quickly! We need help to extinguish the fire. My heavens, what on earth is happening? How did it suddenly ignite?" When the men gathered around the shattered stone tile, turned to investigate the commotion, they found the counter behind them engulfed in a roaring fireball. The wooden counter erupted like a volcano, sending fiery sparks racing across the room. That in mere moments, those sparks ignited most of the furs and furniture within. And before their very eyes, an uncontrollable inferno blazed forth, consuming the majority of the shop's belongings. Mill, clutching a large piece of fur, frantically attempted to beat out the flames at the counter. Yet, before she could manage more than a couple of swipes, the fire leapt up, engulfing the fur in an instant and racing up her sleeve. "Ah, help me!" Mill cried, her frailty forgotten as she swiftly discarded the precious fur in a desperate bid for escape. She leaped to the hidden door beside the shelves, but the inferno roared to life, violently blasting through the roof and sending debris crashing down. That a few pieces struck Mill on the head, rendering her momentarily dazed. She collided with the doorway frame, and the shelves beside the hidden door soon collapsed under the fire's fury, blocking her path completely. Realizing her escape route was cut off, Mill struggled back, recklessly leaping over the raging flames of the counter, rolling and crawling her way out the front door. As Mill burst onto the street, engulfed in flames, she ran across to the Torlins brothers, who immediately pretended not to recognize her and hurriedly retreated several meters away. Meanwhile, genuine neighbors rushed out, frantically attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing Mill, but by then, her entire shop was already consumed by the blaze, its ferocity visible from miles away. Soon, a contingent of city guards arrived. However, the sheer intensity of the fire made it clear that mere manpower would not suffice to save the shop. The guards could only isolate the burning building and dispatch someone to the Mage Guild for a renowned sorcerer to conjure rain to extinguish the flames. Yet everyone understood that the distance to the guild was considerable, and by the time a sorcerer arrived, the fire would have likely reduced the shop to ashes, despite knowing the futility of their efforts. The guards busily set up containment lines and diligently sought the sorcerer. Meanwhile, at the end of the street, two figures stood smirking with indifference, observing the raging inferno. Lin Yuan and Ian stood together, their expressions detached as they gazed upon the scene. The relentless flames devoured Mill's shop, stirring conflicting emotions in Ian, who had earlier been incensed by Lin Yuan's restraint. Yet, as he turned to Lin Yuan, a look of awe crossed his face. Ian had come to realize that although Lin Yuan had not spoken of it, the sudden fire was undoubtedly linked to him. Lin Yuan was not the coward he had initially believed him to be. Swallowing his pride in silence, that on the contrary, this young master, recognized as a distinguished first-level alchemist by the Alchemist Guild of the Franztor continent, wielded a far more ruthless means of vengeance than Ian had imagined. He had set the shop ablaze, and Ian had witnessed Mill emerging from the flames, engulfed in fire. Logically, a woman of Mill's age would hardly survive such a traumatic event. Most likely, she would not emerge unscathed. Thus, It dawned on Ian that this young master before him had not only extinguished the shop with a mere flick of his hand, but had indirectly signed Mill's death warrant. Such a brutal act of revenge, undertaken for a mere piece of fur, was indeed quite chilling. Chapter 15. Procuring equipment. As Ian pondered whether Lin Yuan's retribution was overly cruel, Lin Yuan turned and began walking down another street. Calmly, he beckoned Ian. "Come on, Ian. No need to linger here, that we need to devise a way to earn back our travel expenses." Ian was suddenly reminded of their dire financial situation, and the fleeting sympathy he felt for Mill evaporated. Frowning, he hurried to catch up with Lin Yuan, sighing as he said, "Xiao Yuan, what should we do now? We're out of money." "Don't worry, I've got it covered. Look, Ian, do you see that blacksmith shop ahead? Let's go in and see what good equipment they have. It's about time we upgraded these ordinary items we're carrying." With that, Lin Yuan strode forward. Ian, momentarily taken aback, muttered, "But how do we have money for new gear?" He quickly caught up to Lin Yuan. Perplexed, "Xiao Yuan, where will we find money for equipment? I think we should focus on earning some before we even think about shopping." Lin Yuan continued walking, casually asking, "Where do you suggest we earn this money?" Ian paused, contemplating for a moment before dejectedly replying, "I don't know where we could earn that kind of money, Xiao Yuan. How about I find a blacksmith shop and take up a job? Once I earn some wages, we can set off." "Forget it. With your meager earnings, we'd be old by the time we saved enough for our travel expenses. That be why then, I might as well wait to die instead of heading to the Hadron Magic Academy." Lin Yuan dismissed Ian's suggestion with a chuckle, then stopped in front of a blacksmith shop, cheerfully exclaiming, "Look, Ian, there is a blacksmith shop. It seems quite substantial. Let us go inside and see what they have. If we find suitable equipment, we can finally replace these worn-out items." Ian looked up and noticed the oak sign and the shop's name. That he murmured, "Steel and Mithril Blacksmith. Wow, this place has quite the reputation if they're using mithril in their name. What of it? Perhaps they truly can forge mithril equipment." Lin Yuan replied dismissively to Ian's astonishment that he bounded up the steps to the entrance of the blacksmith shop, calling out cheerfully, "Hello, is anyone inside? We're here to purchase equipment. Please bring out your finest gear." As soon as Lin Yuan's voice fell, a tall and burly man with a dark complexion emerged from the blacksmith shop. This man, with his muscular limbs glistening with sweat, sized up Lin Yuan and Ian. Scrutinizing their weapons and gear, he then smirked to himself, wiped the perspiration from his brow, and spoke to Lin Yuan in a deep voice. "What brings you here? Are you in search of weapons or armor?" While stepping into the shop, Lin Yuan replied, "Are you the proprietor of this establishment? What do you have to offer? Don't keep anything hidden. Show us your finest wares, for we are capable of purchasing anything." "Very well, then please follow me, esteemed guests." The dark-complexioned man, being straightforward, took a thorough look at Lin Yuan once more before striding ahead to lead the way. Lin Yuan followed him into the blacksmith's shop, and they halted before a row of weapons hanging on the wall. The man pointed at the weapons and briefly introduced them to Lin Yuan and Ian, saying, "Behold, these are the finest weapons in my shop. Young man, I can see you are knowledgeable, so I shall not withhold any details. These weapons are forged from 85 steel mixed with 15 mithril, making them far superior in both hardness and magical affinity compared to typical steel weapons. Moreover, if you can enlist an alchemist to inscribe magical runes upon these weapons, they will rival even the most formidable magical armaments." Standing there, the dark-complexioned man expounded upon the merits of his weapons with pride that as he spoke, Lin Yuan began to examine the weapons one by one, noting their exceptional quality. The swords were exquisitely sharp. The hammers were robustly crafted, and the massive crescent battle axe captivated Ian, who could hardly bear to set it down. "Do you like it?" Lin Yuan asked, as he pulled down another long sword resembling a samurai's katana, intending to hand it to Ian for him to inspect. However, upon turning around, Lin Yuan found Ian still enamored with the crescent battle axe, joyfully inspecting it and reluctant to part with it. Thus, Lin Yuan chuckled and inquired. Ian, startled, offered a hearty grin and nodded at Lin Yuan before reluctantly setting down the beloved battle axe. "If you fancy it, then take it, boss. I shall take both this crescent battle axe and the samurai sword. Oh, by the way, do you have any sturdy armor? We are in need of some robust and durable protection." Lin Yuan casually handed the samurai sword to Ian, instructing him to keep both the sword and the crescent battle axe safe for their journey home. Ian, somewhat bewildered by Lin Yuan's actions, clumsily carried the two weapons. Seeing the dark-complexioned man turning to another direction, Ian seized the opportunity to whisper to Lin Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? We don't have the money to buy these things. What shall we do if the owner asks us for payment?" "Don't worry, just follow my lead," Lin Yuan replied with a smile, giving Ian's shoulder a reassuring pat before hastily catching up to the man. The man enthusiastically guided them through the expansive, warm hall of the blacksmith shop, leading them into another room. Upon opening the small door, Lin Yuan and Ian were greeted by a dazzling array of silver, gleaming armor and shields. "Wow! Do you have ladies' half armor and small round shields? Excellent. I shall take this set as well," Lin Yuan exclaimed, spotting a petite set of closed half armor and a small round shield that could be donned on the forearm. After indicating his desire for those two pieces, he approached a massive square tower shield hanging on the right wall that he knocked on the silver shield, then turned to the dark-complexioned man, saying, "Boss, could you please take down this tower shield for us to try?" "Ian, come and see if it fits." Lin Yuan gestured for Ian to come over and try the tower shield, but Ian, holding a weapon in each hand, stood there somewhat awkwardly. After waiting for a moment, Lin Yuan looked at him quizzically and playfully chided. "You fool! Can you set down what you're holding first?" Only then did Ian hurriedly put down his weapons and approach to take the tower shield that the dark-complexioned man had retrieved from the wall. He grasped it, feeling its weight and testing its usability. After observing Ian for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly reminded him, "Don't use both hands, Ian. You need to keep one hand free for your weapon. Dante you? Now, try swinging the tower shield with one hand. Yes, just like that. Very good. Boss, I'll take this tower shield as well." After Lin Yuan's prompt, Ian complied, swinging the tower shield with one hand. His surprising strength startled the owner, especially as Ian joyfully returned to the man, wielding the tower shield in one hand and the crescent battle axe in the other. The dark-complexioned man could not help but regard Ian's not-so-bulky arms with astonishment. "Boss, what material is this full-body armor made from? Is it forged from the same 85 steel and 15 mithril as those weapons?" Lin Yuan asked, not yet ready to conclude his shopping spree. He was still selecting from the various models of closed half-armor lined along the wall. Spotting a particularly thick piece among the selection, the dark-complexioned man nodded upon realizing Lin Yuan was interested in that piece. "Indeed, this half-armor is also forged from 85 steel mixed with 15 mithril, and I added an extra half ingot of both materials during its crafting, so its thickness and defensive capabilities exceed those of standard armor by more than double." "Young man, did you intend to purchase this for yourself? Ah, you truly have an eye for quality." Just as the dark-complexioned man was about to commend Lin Yuan for his discerning taste, Lin Yuan smiled and uttered a statement that left him flabbergasted. "No, this is for my friend. Ian, stop fooling around. Once we purchase it, you can take your time to enjoy it. Now come over and take off your chest armor to try this half-armor on." The dark-complexioned man gazed in disbelief as Ian cheerfully jogged over. Setting down the battle axe and tower shield to remove his chest armor, Ian began to don the pieces of half-armor with Lin Yuan's assistance. The blacksmith could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, this is sheer madness. Young man, do you have any idea how heavy that crescent battle axe and tower shield are? I know your friend possesses great strength, but combined with the thickest half-armor, the total weight exceeds 680 pounds. Do you understand how it feels to carry such a burden? You might find it impossible to even walk, let alone fight. Really? That can't be right. It's only 680 pounds. Come on, Ian, take up that weapon and the tower shield. Oh, and you still need to put on your armor gloves here. This is the left hand, and this is for the right." Lin Yuan dismissed the blacksmith's concerns with a wave. And although Ian was surprised, the good-natured fellow jumped slightly and realized the armor didn't feel as heavy as the owner had claimed. Thus, he chose to disregard the man's warning, just as the blacksmith was about to reiterate the weight of the weapons. Armor and shields, Ian had already donned the steel gauntlets and grasped the crescent battle axe in one hand while holding the tower shield in the other, that he then effortlessly jumped around in front of the blacksmith. Swinging the crescent battle axe with ease, pushing back his closed visor, and casually remarked to Lin Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, the weight is manageable. I think I can handle it." "Goodness!" The proprietor of the blacksmith shop was truly on the verge of a breakdown upon hearing those words. He fixed his gaze intently upon Ian's face, desperately searching for even the slightest indication of deceit. However, the earnest Ian, with his unwavering composure, evidently disappointed him, for not only did Ian remain unfazed throughout, but he also engaged in a spirited display of prowess, brandishing his tower shield and swinging his battle axe, bellowing as he dashed from one end of the room to the other. Then, to the owner's incredulous eyes, Ian sprinted back, a whirlwind of energy, standing once more before him. Monster! This young man is undoubtedly a monster. The blacksmith reluctantly acknowledged the reality before him. This lad, clad in nearly 680 pounds of gear, was indeed a veritable anomaly, possessing a strength that belied his unassuming physique. Yet, what followed in Lin Yuan's choice of equipment left the blacksmith utterly astounded once more. Lin Yuan circled the room, filled with the finest armor the shop had to offer, before shaking his head in dissatisfaction and addressing the blacksmith behind him. Alas, good sir, this armor does not meet my expectations that you have anything superior. Rest assured, I am well funded and would not shortchange you. My young friend, all the armor here is the finest available in my establishment. Are you truly dissatisfied? The blacksmith inquired. It is not dissatisfaction per se, dear proprietor. I acknowledge the quality of your armor is commendable. However, it does not align with my requirements that I seek armor that is both lightweight and exceptionally sturdy, with a remarkable capacity for magical integration, one that can accommodate no less than 40 magical runes. 40 runes? The blacksmith was once again taken aback by Lin Yuan's audacity. After repeating the request in disbelief, he looked at Lin Yuan with incredulity. My young friend, you cannot be jesting, to my knowledge. No armor has ever been crafted to bear more than 40 runes. None, absolutely none. Our family has been in the blacksmithing trade for generations. That my grandfather was acquainted with a renowned alchemist, yet not once in his lifetime did he produce an item adorned with more than 10 runes. Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous magical weapons, and the most I have ever seen is 10 runes. Anything beyond that simply does not exist. Is that truly so, good sir? You have genuinely never encountered weapons or armor with more than 10 runes. Lin Yuan expressed his surprise at the blacksmith's assertions. The blacksmith nodded firmly, affirming, absolutely not. I can assure you, at least within our city of Halanga and its neighboring metropolises, there exists no magical weapon or armor with more than 10 runes. You may inquire around, and you shall discover the truth of my words. How can that be? Ian, who had been listening in astonishment, interjected, but Lin Yuan shot him a glare, signaling him to be silent. At that moment, the blacksmith had gleaned some implication from Ian's words, his expression shifting as he stammered. Could it be? My young friend, are you able to craft weapons with 40 runes? That cannot be possible. You are an alchemist? Oh no. To create such formidable alchemical weapons, you must be an alchemical master. But wait, you are so young. How could you possibly be an alchemical master? The dark-skinned man became increasingly contradictory in his statements. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, preparing to deny any claims of being an alchemical master, when suddenly the blacksmith's face lit up with excitement. He raised his head, his eyes gleaming. My young friend. Oh no, esteemed sir, may I pose a question? Do you possess the ability to inscribe runes upon weapons? If so, I would be willing to offer you all these items you are purchasing today in exchange for the crafting of 2 magical weapons. Chapter 16. Unexpected gains. What? Both Lin Yuan and Ian exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging glances before Lin Yuan asked, Are you certain? Good sir, these items must amount to a considerable sum. No, not so much. Altogether, I had intended to charge you 380 gold gallons for these items. This is hardly enough to procure a decent magical weapon in any major city, let alone a mere ordinary one here. Esteemed sir, I cannot hide the truth from you. Finding a competent alchemical master to inscribe runes on equipment for our humble blacksmith shop is exceedingly difficult. They simply do not regard our small establishment worthy of their attention. How can that be, good sir? I recall there being an alchemist's guild in this city. Why not hire an alchemist from there? Lin Yuan expressed his growing curiosity regarding the blacksmith's remarks. This situation was perplexing. While it was true that inscribing runes carried its challenges and taboos, and few could inscribe as many as he could, There were still many skilled alchemists in the world. Generally speaking, any alchemist would hardly refuse an opportunity to enhance a quality weapon's attributes and power through rune inscription. After all, it was an excellent chance for fame and directly related to their earnings. That Tio put it another way, if alchemists did not produce alchemical goods, how would they sustain themselves? Ah, esteemed sir, it is evident you are from outside. You forget that we are in Halanga City, where resides the noble family of the first aristocracy of the Postuga dynasty. With such a prominent household, the masters of the Alchemist Guild are overwhelmed with orders from the Hylon family. Leaving little time to attend to our small shop, the blacksmith lamented, his tone tinged with bitterness. Lin Yuan quickly grasped the situation. It was the Hylon family that had monopolized the alchemists from the guild. This made sense, considering that the Hylon family was indeed the foremost noble house of the Postuga dynasty, maintaining a large army and employing many mages and high-level adventurers, who among them would not seek to upgrade their magical equipment. Even he would strive to continuously enhance his alchemical gear. Given the lengthy crafting time required by alchemists, it was no wonder they could not manage other orders. A single order from the Hylon family could keep them inundated with work, practically wishing to stretch each minute into two. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. Seeing Lin Yuan's receptiveness, the blacksmith gazed at him with hopeful eyes and pleaded softly, "Esteemed sir, it has been quite some time since my shop last sold magical equipment. Please, I implore you, assist me by crafting just a couple of alchemical items that, if time is of the essence, even one would suffice. I beg of you. You must help me." The blacksmith appeared genuinely eager to possess an exceptional magical weapon as a hallmark to attract customers, earnestly beseeching Lin Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had no money to offer. From the outset, he had intended to trade his skills for equipment, and now that the blacksmith had proposed such a request, it aligned perfectly with Lin Yuan's intentions. Lin Yuan exchanged a delighted glance with the astonished Ian, signaling him to remain discreet. Then, with a gentle flick of his wrist, the golden-hued, exquisite engraving knife slipped from his sleeve. With a beaming smile, Lin Yuan grasped the knife and addressed the blacksmith. "My friend, since you have made such a request, I shall assist you in crafting a few magical items. However, let us establish the terms of our transaction. There must be equity involved. You must not think that I am taking advantage of you. Furthermore, after this transaction, you should not seek me out for additional alchemical items. Understood? Understood, esteemed sir. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the rules and will not trouble you again." No, you have misunderstood that I mean if you do not possess anything of greater value, there is no need for you to seek me out. However, if you do have something of worth, that would be a different matter entirely. I would still welcome your offerings for trade. Do you comprehend? Oh, I understand. Rest assured, as soon as I acquire anything of value, you shall be the first to receive it. After the dark-skinned man comprehended Lin Yuan's intention, instead of becoming angry, he surprisingly felt a sense of joy that he eagerly acquiesced, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Yuan and said, "My lord, might I inquire which of my armaments can be transformed into magical equipment?" Lin Yuan surveyed the assortment of armor strewn across the floor and replied, "The choice lies within your hands, my friend. Since this is our inaugural transaction, and I find your straightforwardness quite appealing, I shall craft 3 pieces of magical equipment for you. Each will be imbued with no fewer than 10 magical runes, ensuring that once sold, you will count your profits until your hands cramp. How does that sound to you?" "Absolutely, my lord. Oh no, I mean esteemed master. You are truly a benevolent soul. Please, just a moment. Oh dear, what was I thinking? Esteemed master, this way please. I have a splendid 10-year-old ice red rose wine that you simply must try." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's agreement to create 3 pieces of magical equipment, the dark-skinned blacksmith shop owner nearly lost his composure in his excitement. He persistently invited Lin Yuan into the back VIP room of the blacksmith shop for a brief respite, all the while extolling the exquisite taste and richness of the 10-year-old ice red rose wine, insisting that Lin Yuan sample his fine vintage before they proceeded with their negotiations. "My friend, let us not complicate matters unnecessarily, that I assure you. Crafting these 3 pieces of magical equipment will not take long. Furthermore, I have pressing matters to attend to upon my return, so please select the armaments you wish to enhance with magical properties, and bring them to me swiftly. Oh, and do decide on the specific magical attributes you desire. For once you have made your choice, I shall commence my work." Lin Yuan assisted Ian in transporting their ordered equipment from the armory, filled with armor, to a corner of the hall that he then asked Ian to temporarily oversee the shop while he leisurely followed the blacksmith shop owner into the establishment. The owner, slightly bowing, respectfully guided Lin Yuan while cautiously responding, "Of course, master. I understand that my grandfather's alchemical master would always have him consider the attributes to be added before proceeding, that if you would kindly wait a moment, I shall fetch something for you." As the blacksmith shop owner opened a wooden door before them, he graciously invited Lin Yuan to rest for a while. The room was furnished with several elegant pieces of furniture and a set of wooden sofas. With a golden wine set displayed on the ornate coffee table, Lin Yuan entered, taking a moment to admire the surroundings, and turned to the shop owner with a smile. "My friend, it appears your blacksmith shop is quite prosperous. Your room is beautifully arranged." The owner humbly attributed his good fortune to the blessings of his father and grandfather. After graciously ushering Lin Yuan to the center sofa, he straightened up and called out loudly into the corridor, "Ana, are you in there? Come out and attend to our esteemed guest." "Coming, father. Must you be so loud? You deafen someone?" A lively young girl soon appeared from the corridor, dressed in a bright yellow cotton coat, her hair styled in simple horns, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples that revealed her endearing nature even before she spoke. "My lord, this is my daughter, Ana. Ana, this is—" The blacksmith shop owner eagerly attempted to introduce Lin Yuan to his daughter, but suddenly realized that, despite their lengthy conversation and mutual exchange, they had yet to share names, addressing each other only as little brother and boss. This oversight left him at a loss, as he could no longer address Lin Yuan as little brother, given his newfound awareness of Lin Yuan's status as an alchemist, which would be quite disrespectful. Noticing the owner's discomfort, Lin Yuan quickly interjected with a smile, "Oh, I am Lin Yuan, that my friends call me Little Yuan. Ana, you may call me Little Yuan as well. By the way, my friend, you have a very charming daughter. How about I craft a piece of magical equipment for her?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan appraised the girl with her delightful dimples, discreetly estimating her height and weight. The blacksmith shop owner, excitedly rubbing his hands, replied to Lin Yuan's proposition, "Master Lin, I was just about to ask you to create a magical piece of equipment tailored for my daughter. You see, despite her adorable appearance, she is quite the tomboy, always getting into brawls, to the point that the neighborhood boys flee at the sight of her. She often pesters me about becoming an adventurer. I mean, what business does a young girl have becoming an adventurer? However, I have finally decided to let her explore the world outside, and when she tires of adventuring, she can return to learn the trade of blacksmithing and inherit the shop." As he spoke, the dark-skinned man exhibited a fatherly affection, fondly ruffling the hair of the girl, who was happily gazing at Lin Yuan. She responded with a few discontented huffs at her father's gesture. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding and asked, "What kind of equipment do you wish to create for her? A weapon or armor?" "Armor, of course. I do not wish for her to gain notoriety. I only hope she returns safely. So, master, I must trouble you. Ana dear, stop daydreaming. Hurry and fetch some ice red rose wine for the master. And tell your mother to prepare some food. The master will soon be crafting magical equipment, and he must have sustenance at hand." The blacksmith shop owner nudged the girl out to fetch the wine, then hurried off himself after apologizing to Lin Yuan. Left alone for a moment, Lin Yuan began to feel a touch of boredom when the door swung open once more. Ana peeked in, her hair styled in horns, cautiously scanning the room before bounding in excitedly. "Excuse me, are you an adventurer?" she asked, holding a small oak barrel, her head tilted curiously at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled, "I am not an adventurer." "Oh wait, I suppose I could be considered one. Little sister, why do you ask? Do you aspire to be an adventurer?" "Yes, I want to explore and see the world. I've heard there are many beautiful cities and places out there, but my father says only adventurers can travel to those places, which is why I want to become one." "Is that so?" Lin Yuan replied, somewhat surprised, and hesitantly asked, "Do you truly wish to become an adventurer?" The girl nodded earnestly, and after a moment of contemplation, she mustered her courage and asked Lin Yuan, "Then, can you create a pair of flying shoes for me? If I had those, I could roam freely." Lin Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually managing a wry smile. My dear sister, while alchemy is indeed wondrous, it has yet to reach the point of crafting shoes that fly. Such feats, I believe, can only be accomplished by deities. Us mortals lack such capabilities. Oh, the girl replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, about to speak again when the door opened yet again. The father of the young girl, the proprietor of the blacksmith shop, burst in with palpable excitement. Clutching an aged piece of parchment made from sheepskin, upon entering, he cast a glance at Aina, who stood holding an oak barrel, and then eagerly approached Lin Yuan, presenting the time-worn parchment to him. Master, look, this is the attribute list crafted by the alchemical master whom my grandfather had commissioned when creating magical equipment. It encompasses everything from weapon attributes to armor configurations. Lin Yuan accepted the aged parchment and, after a fleeting glance, felt a shiver of astonishment. The document contained a staggering array of over 20 attribute configurations, each accompanied by meticulous records of their effects. For instance, the first magical attribute configuration detailed 3-inch blessings of strength runes, 2-inch swiftness runes, and 5 rending runes. While the configuration itself might seem straightforward, the recorded effects were invaluable. Lin Yuan noted a line of numbers indicating that this particular magical attribute configuration could enhance the user's attack speed by 6, increase the chance of armor penetration by 10, and elevate attack power by 21. Given that this was merely a combination of 10 runes, achieving such remarkable results left Lin Yuan thoroughly impressed. Indeed, this document, a synthesis of past wisdom, opened a new door of understanding for him. The realization that the efficacy of the runes on a weapon is not merely a function of quantity, but rather the ingenuity of their combination. This is a remarkable find. The combinations inscribed on this parchment are undoubtedly valuable. As Lin Yuan delved deeper into the parchment, his excitement grew exponentially. The document not only cataloged numerous magical attribute combinations that could enhance weapons, but also detailed various configurations to bolster armor's defensive capabilities. Some of the combinations were so ingeniously crafted that Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel in astonished delight. He found himself wishing to memorize each of the 20-plus combinations at once, eager to return and experiment thoroughly to elevate his alchemical prowess. While Lin Yuan immersed himself in the parchment, the blacksmith cautiously approached with a glass of wine and politely offered it. Master, please try this. It is the 10-year-old ice red rose wine I mentioned earlier. The flavor is truly exquisite. Ah, Lin Yuan absent-mindedly replied, accepting the glass without lifting his gaze, and promptly gulped it down. However, he quickly regretted his haste. The moment the wine touched his lips, a rich bouquet of floral and fruity aromas enveloped his palate. And to his surprise, the drink possessed an unexpectedly refreshing chill. Catching him off guard, he coughed lightly, resulting in some wine splattering onto the sheepskin parchment, which alarmed Aina and her father. They hurriedly approached, anxiously helping Lin Yuan clean the spilled wine, profusely apologizing as they feared incurring his ire. Lin Yuan, dismissing their concerns with a wave of his hand, assured them that it was of no consequence. Aina and her father retreated a few steps, visibly uncertain of what to say next. Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly at the anxious pair, saying, "It's quite all right. I am simply unaccustomed to this wine. Aina, would you be so kind as to pour me another glass? I wish to savor this ice red rose wine properly. And, good sir, have you made your selections? Are there combinations here that you find agreeable? I am ready to commence my work." "Yes, indeed, Master Lin. I have made my decisions that I would like to start by crafting a defensive armor for Aina, followed by 2 magical weapons, a sword and a battle axe. The armor shall be made with this, and the sword and axe will utilize these materials." The blacksmith leaned in, pointing to the parchment Lin Yuan held, indicating his selections. Lin Yuan examined each choice, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Now that you have decided, I shall begin my work. Thank you, Aina. This is ample." He then addressed the blacksmith. "Please bring in the equipment to be enhanced with magical attributes. Once I finish this glass of wine, I will commence the crafting process. Take your time, master. The more you savor it, the more delightful it becomes." The blacksmith replied, albeit with a hurried gait, as he made his way outside. Lin Yuan took a small sip of the ice-red rose wine Aina had refilled, allowing the rich floral and fruity notes to wash over him before relishing the icy sensation that invigorated his senses. "Excellent wine," he exclaimed, setting the cup down. Aina promptly lifted the wine jug, eager to refill his glass, but Lin Yuan gently covered the cup with his hand and smiled at her father, who was laboriously bringing in a large box. "No, Aina, let us save the remaining wine for after I have completed your father's 3 magical items." Inside the box were indeed the 3 pieces of equipment the blacksmith had mentioned: a suit of lady's armor, a sword forged from 85 steel and 15 mithril, and a battle axe crafted from the same materials. The items were neatly stacked, suggesting they had been prepared long in advance. That it seemed that this father, anticipating his daughter's adventures, had thoughtfully prepared these items for her journey. Lin Yuan, glancing at the meticulously arranged equipment, quickly grasped the intentions of the burly man before him. With a subtle smile and a nod of understanding, Lin Yuan rose, approached the box, and began to carefully remove each item, placing them on the table before him. First, he regarded the lady's armor thoughtfully. Then, consulting the parchment for the chosen rune configurations, he adeptly maneuvered his gilded engraving tool and began to etch the magical runes into the interior of the armor. Typically, runes are inscribed on the inner surface of armor to conceal their magical nature from adversaries, thereby safeguarding the runes from damage during combat, ensuring their magical properties endure over time. That it is worth noting that alchemists are exceedingly rare. The entire continent of France boasts fewer than 20,000 registered alchemists, who are distributed across countless cities. The scarcity of skilled alchemists is compounded by the complexity and volatility of alchemy itself. Everyone understands that accidents are most likely to occur during the engraving of runes or the concoction of potions. Both runes and potions embody a fixed, tangible form of magical incantation. Although these incantations need not be vocalized, the prohibitions surrounding rune engraving and potion crafting mirror those of spellcasting. They must be executed in one seamless motion, without interruption. Should an alchemist falter and attempt to segment their work, the resulting runes may possess conflicting magical properties, leading to catastrophic explosions that could obliterate not just furniture, but potentially the entire laboratory along with its occupant. This perilous aspect indirectly contributes to the scarcity of alchemists on the continent. Furthermore, the intricate nature of runes presents another significant barrier to aspiring alchemists, while the allure of becoming an esteemed alchemist is universally acknowledged. The complexity and uniqueness of runes deter many from pursuing this path, as few possess the patience to replicate the same designs thousands of times to master rune drawing, nor do all have the means to undertake the costly study of alchemy to eventually qualify as professional alchemists. In the room, Lin Yuan remained engrossed in etching a series of intricate patterns onto the armor. His chisel spun, elaborate and abstract designs continuously emerged on the interior of the armor. Each time a pattern was completed, both Aina and her father, who had been silently observing, could not help but gasp in awe before once again holding their breath in rapt attention as Lin Yuan commenced the next magical rune. The admiration and reverence on their faces grew increasingly pronounced. After a while, Lin Yuan finally paused, placing the completed set of women's armor down. "All right, the 10 magical runes on this armor have been meticulously carved. Aina, go ahead and try it on." Upon hearing this, Aina eagerly glanced at her father, who, after a moment's consideration, gently nodded in encouragement. "The master has suggested you try it on, so do so. However, I must warn you, while you may wear it at home, you must not flaunt it to your friends outside, understood?" "Understood. I won't go anywhere," the young girl exclaimed, both excited and a touch aggrieved as she scooped up the women's armor from the coffee table and dashed toward the door. Watching her joyfully depart with the armor, Lin Yuan chuckled and shook his head. He picked up a glass of iced rose wine from the table, taking a small sip before turning his attention to the sword before him. The blade of this sword was not long, yet it was broad and thick. Moreover, its handle was quite peculiar, 1/3 the length of the blade and notably robust, designed for two-handed wielding. That it was evident to all that this was a two-handed sword. Lin Yuan stood and swung the sword a couple of times to gauge its weight before sitting down again, contemplating the combination of magical runes chosen by the blacksmith for the sword. Inscribed on the parchment before him, the blacksmith's selection was not without merit. 5-inch speed runes combined with 3 tear runes and 2 heavy strike runes would indeed maximize the sword's potential. However, as an alchemist, Lin Yuan felt compelled to innovate rather than merely replicate past methodologies. He pondered how to best enhance this sword's capabilities, aiming for deeper insights into alchemical knowledge and the most significant advancements. Thus, Lin Yuan contemplated what runes he would incorporate to augment the sword's attack power. This rune combination prioritizes speed while neglecting the sword's striking force, he mused. Yet, given that it is a two-handed sword, its impact must be formidable. With the addition of speed, it could indeed unleash greater power. But what if I not only maintain speed but also increase the striking power? His fingers tapped rhythmically on the rune arrangement. While his mind tirelessly compared alternative combinations, suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes as he realized, this combination is tailored for those lacking great strength, relying on speed to overcome foes. However, for someone with considerable strength, like Ian or myself, this strategy may not be optimal. Our strength allows us to overpower opponents, rendering speed somewhat superfluous. Therefore, it would be prudent to replace both speed and tear with 8 blessings of strength and retain 2 heavy strike runes. This adjustment might allow a single strike to determine the outcome of a contest. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more sense it made. He explained his idea to the blacksmith, who pondered it thoughtfully before politely offering his perspective. Master Lin, your suggestion is indeed suitable for someone of your friend's strength. However, such individuals are rather rare, are they not? Thus, I believe I should stick with the original combination to appeal to a broader clientele. After the blacksmith's gentle suggestion, Lin Yuan nodded. Very well, I shall proceed with the initial combination for the carvings. But remember, this decision is yours. Should you have regrets later, do not come to me. With a lighthearted chuckle, the blacksmith promptly assured Lin Yuan he would never entertain such thoughts. Lin Yuan then signaled for silence, calming his thoughts as he began to carve with swift precision on the sword's handle. Yes, Lin Yuan's chisel danced. The blacksmith's emotions grew, increasingly complex and elated. The scarcity of alchemists on the Fransto continent ensured that any alchemical equipment was certain to find buyers. Moreover, the presence or absence of such magical products was a pivotal indicator of a shop's prestige. When customers inquired about magical weapons, a negative response could diminish the perceived value of the shop's offerings, while a positive one could elevate them, regardless of the item's actual quality. This was the allure of magic, the blacksmith reflected, recalling his grandfather's wisdom. As Lin Yuan neared the completion of his intricate carvings, he finished the two-handed sword according to the chosen rune combination and casually tossed it to the blacksmith, without waiting for further input. He picked up the battle axe resting on the coffee table and began carving according to the previously selected magical runes that in no time. Lin Yuan's chisel left behind a series of flowing, yet oddly shaped and complex patterns on the heavy axe's handle. When the final design, the 10th rune, was completed, both the blacksmith and Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. Lin Yuan set down the axe and raised his glass, draining the remaining iced rose wine in one go. Once he finished, Lin Yuan looked at the blacksmith with a smile. All right, boss, it's time for you to inspect the goods. That if everything meets your approval, I must take my leave, that I have other matters to attend to. And I cannot remain here feasting indefinitely. Master Lin, how could you say such a thing? It is an honor to have you here, sharing a moment with me. The blacksmith replied, his eyes gleaming as he laid down the sword and picked up the battle axe. After testing its heft with a few swings, his expression grew increasingly satisfied and delighted. Unlike the two-handed sword, this axe was designed for high armor penetration and damage, featuring 4-inch tear runes for bleed runes and 2 paralytic lightning runes. Such a combination, coupled with the axe's weight and sharpness, would surely pose a formidable challenge to any adversary. The blacksmith swung the axe. It crackled with electric sparks, but before he could express his excitement, the door to the VIP room swung open. Not cautiously peeked her head in, adorned in the half-enclosed armor Lin Yuan had modified, sticking out her tongue playfully before stepping inside. How does it feel? Nah. What sensations accompany your new armor? Lin Yuan inquired with a smile. Nah cheerfully responded, beaming at Lin Yuan and her father. Father, this armor feels so light. It's much lighter than the ones you used to give me. And look, I can run faster in it. With that, She dashed from her spot to the door and zipped back in a flash, leaving behind only the faintest silver blur in the air. Of course you're faster. My silly child. Master Lin has inscribed several haste runes on your armor, increasing your speed by 18. Her father affectionately patted her head, feeling both amused and proud of her spirited display, that he then turned to Lin Yuan. Sincerity in his voice. Master Lin, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I would have no idea when I might find another alchemist to craft such fine equipment for my humble shop. Today, I am truly grateful to you that in the future, should you find yourself lacking any equipment, feel free to visit my humble shop. Anything I possess will be freely bestowed upon you. Do not be so hasty with your generosity. Your complimentary items come at a price. If I were to accept your gifts, you would undoubtedly insist I craft magical equipment for you in return to no. Let us not entertain such notions, my dear proprietor. Instead, I suggest you promptly sell those 2 magical weapons and save up to hire an alchemist who is willing to collaborate with you long-term. This is far more prudent than relying on me for assistance. Lin Yuan jested as he rose from his seat. The blacksmith, awkwardly chuckling along, was soon met with Lin Yuan's next words. Well then, I have savored the wine, and my tasks are complete, that I believe it is time for me to take my leave, that if you two have no further business, I shall be on my way. Until our paths cross again. With a nod to the blacksmith, Lin Yuan strode towards the door. The blacksmith hurried after him, persistently urging Lin Yuan to stay for another drink and perhaps depart after dinner. However, Lin Yuan resolutely shook his head. What a jest! Back at my inn, Helena awaits, famished for our return to share a meal. Should Ian and I linger here for dinner, we may indulge to our heart's content. But with Helena's frugal nature, I can only imagine her evening consisting of a cup of lukewarm water accompanied by a few hard biscuits. Such a disparity is utterly unacceptable. Thus, Lin Yuan remained steadfast in his refusal to dine at the blacksmith's establishment. Regardless, he was determined to return and treat Helena to a sumptuous feast. Ultimately, he firmly declined the blacksmith's entreaties, and along with Ian, they exited the blacksmith's shop, laden with their newly acquired gear, striding purposefully towards their inn. Only after Lin Yuan and Ian had traversed a considerable distance did the blacksmith and the armored hyenas stand at the door, reluctantly bidding them farewell. Upon their jubilant return to the inn, they were greeted by the cacophony of fierce combat and the clatter of overturned furniture. Before Lin Yuan and Ian could ascertain the cause of the chaos, a leather boot, accompanied by an irate shout, soared through the air, narrowly missing Ian's shoulder. Goodness, what transpired here? Has this place been raided by brigands? Lin Yuan exclaimed, halting at the entrance, surveying the disarray of toppled tables and the groans of those sprawled on the floor. Not a robbery. My young friend, you have arrived too late. Had you returned a moment sooner, you might have witnessed a splendid spectacle of noble youths engaging in rivalry. The lad still standing over there is one of the protagonists of this altercation, while the other, lying on the ground and calling for his mother, is the opposing party. As Lin Yuan spoke, a gravelly voice responded clearly to his inquiry. Following the sound, he noticed the old mage he had seen earlier, still seated with a large goblet, sipping his drink while observing the chaotic hall with a bemused smile. Oh, a rivalry. Over whom? Pray tell. Could it be for that Sophia? Lin Yuan casually remarked, before the old mage could reply. The standing youth turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan, sizing him up with a disdainful snort. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you are worthy of uttering the name Sophia? Why should I not? Is there some taboo surrounding this name? Let me tell you, not only will I call it, but I shall do so loudly. Sophia, Sophia, Sophia. There, I have proclaimed it. What will you do about it? Will you bite me? The young man's arrogance and contempt stirred an unsettling feeling within Lin Yuan. With a clatter, he discarded what he was holding, loudly shouting the name Sophia a few times. Hands on his hips, a mocking smile directed at the youth, clearly daring him to retaliate. The old mage, witnessing Lin Yuan's defiance, erupted into laughter. He scrutinized both Lin Yuan and Ian's gear, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes before shifting his focus back to the noble youth. Awaiting his response, amidst the groaning men on the floor, the noble youth appeared to be of high lineage, adorned in lavish attire, while his servant's clothing mirrored his own extravagance. Lin Yuan quickly noticed another peculiar detail. The scattered individuals bore various signs of a struggle: footprints, bruises, and torn garments. Even the youth's opponent displayed 2 prominent red marks on his face from a recent slap, yet the noble youth remained unscathed, his forehead devoid of sweat, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. This observation led Lin Yuan to conclude that the noble youth was either utterly incompetent in brawls or possessed some skill, able to deftly handle 1 or 2 adversaries, given the current state of affairs. It appeared the latter was more likely. After all, he stood tall, clean, while his followers and opponents lay in disarray, groaning in pain. Further solidifying Lin Yuan's assessment was the noble youth's reaction to Lin Yuan's provocation. Without a word, he swiftly picked up a broken chair leg, executing a graceful spinning kick that sent the leg flying towards Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan, taken aback, muttered, "A mere child attempting to brawl," before stepping forward to catch the chair leg with a resounding clap. Just as he was preparing to teach the youth a lesson about humility, a group of warriors clad in red and gold-laced orchid armor stormed in. Leading them was a soldier whose armor bore 2 golden orchids on the chest. His noble demeanor markedly superior to that of his comrades. Upon entering, the leader surveyed the scene of injuries and chaos, his brow furrowing slightly, but he then glanced at Lin Yuan, clutching the broken chair leg, before addressing the only standing noble youth. "Alfred, have you engaged in another brawl? This marks the 5th time this month you've caused a ruckus in public." "Uncle Odington, this time it was not my fault. Gunther provoked me first. I merely defended myself. You can ask these witnesses. They will attest to my innocence." The noble youth's demeanor softened significantly upon addressing the armored warrior as uncle, prompting a brief flicker of irritation on Odington's face before he regained his composure. "Oh! Yet again, someone else instigates you. How curious that trouble seems to follow you whenever you step outside. Last time it was Gilbert, before that it was Du Bois, and now it's Gunther. Who shall it be next? Do you take me for a fool, employing the same excuse repeatedly?" Odington chastised the youth, disregarding his protests. Before turning to instruct his soldiers to clear the disarray, he cast one last glance at Lin Yuan, still gripping the chair leg. Then his gaze fell upon the old mage, who watched the scene unfold with great interest. Noticing the 3 gold stars adorning the mage's chest, Odington's brow furrowed once more. He approached the old mage respectfully. "Might I inquire, esteemed mage, who you are?" "Oh, merely a passerby, young man. Given your rank, you must be Captain Odington of the Highland Constabulary. You are quite well known. Even I, a recluse, have heard of your exploits." The elderly mage chuckled amiably, offering praise to the captain of the gendarmerie before him. Odington managed a wry smile, glancing back at the chaotic scene in the hotel lobby, and felt a twinge of shame as he addressed the venerable mage, saying, "I am unworthy of such commendation from someone like you. By the way, esteemed mage, may I inquire your name?" "I've told you, I am merely a passerby, young man. You need not concern yourself with me. Did I suggest you hasten to address the situation here? Goodness, the altercation between those 2 factions is rather intense. In my extensive travels, I have seldom encountered such fierce brawls among noble youths in other locales." The old mage continued to express his astonishment. Odington's expression darkened, and after a few bitter chuckles, he apologized to the old mage before turning towards Alfred, who stood there with a nonchalant demeanor, grinning as he observed the gendarmerie soldiers clearing the battlefield. Upon reaching Alfred, Odington exhaled heavily, then loudly commanded 2 nearby soldiers, "Hansen, Fatten, apprehend this troublemaker and take him back to the gendarmerie for a proper confinement." "Ah!" The 2 soldiers, addressed by name, were momentarily taken aback, as was Alfred, who had previously maintained an indifferent expression. After a brief pause, noticing that his subordinates remained motionless, Odington raised his voice. "Hansen, Fatten, are your ears deaf? Did you not hear my orders?" "My lord, he is your own." "Enough. I command you to detain him. Must I repeat myself to ensure you understand?" The 2 soldiers exchanged troubled glances with Alfred, who appeared stunned, and quietly reminded their superior that this was his nephew. However, Odington's louder reprimand compelled them to swiftly approach and restrain Alfred, binding his hands behind his back with a slender cord. Once Alfred was secured, Odington pointed at the injured scattered across the floor and commanded, Arrest everyone here and bring them back for thorough interrogation. Oh, and this young man as well. Your attire suggests you are merely a wandering adventurer. Yet I must ask, how did you become embroiled in Alfred's predicament? No further ado, you shall accompany us too. Odenton gestured towards Lin Yuan, instructing his men to bind him as well. Lin Yuan was taken aback, and when Odenton's soldiers approached him, Ian stepped forward to shield Lin Yuan, defending him. My lord, you are mistaken. Young Yuan has no connection to this matter. He should not be apprehended. No connection. Then what is that in his hand? Young man, do not tell me that is a sausage intended for your dinner. Chapter 19. The fray. Odenton cast a glance at the half-broken chair leg Lin Yuan clutched and coldly retorted before continuing to his subordinates. Why are you still standing there? Detain them all and bring them back for proper questioning. Yes, my lord. The two soldiers, unceremoniously pushing past Ian, rushed to bind Lin Yuan. Infuriated, Lin Yuan shoved them away and, brandishing the chair leg, shouted at Odenton, Really? Sir, you intend to detain me based on this chair leg. Very well, allow me to pose a question. What does my possession of this chair leg imply? Does it mean I am implicated in your relative's brawl? Sir, your methods of law enforcement seem rather arbitrary. Before Lin Yuan could finish, Alfred, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. He was involved, uncle. This fellow just assaulted me and insulted me. Quickly, uncle, apprehend him and confine him for several days. Silence. Have you not caused enough trouble? Odenton barked, then turned to Lin Yuan with an impassive gaze. First, young man, you ought to address me as my lord. I dislike being called uncle. Secondly, whether you participated in this brawl is not for you to decide. Nor for me. It will be determined by the investigation. Lastly, since someone has already claimed you were involved, you cannot evade responsibility. You must accompany me, understood? Lin Yuan frowned in displeasure, anger surging within him. So you will believe whatever he says? Based solely on his words, you intend to detain me? Very well. It is clear you are biased, Lord Odenton. Your sense of justice is truly remarkable. As Lin Yuan's words hung in the air, the room fell silent, everyone turning to stare at him in astonishment. Odenton, having been publicly ridiculed, darkened in countenance and turned to Lin Yuan, his eyes blazing with fury. What are you all waiting for? Seize him, and take this young man as well. They are surely in cahoots. He must be complicit in the earlier fray. Odenton's voice rang out as he pointed at Lin Yuan and Ian, his subordinates rushing forward to bind them both. However, as they approached, Lin Yuan shouted, Ian, strike them down. Let none escape. Today, I shall see who possesses the power to apprehend me. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, Ian wasted no time and began to fight back. The soldiers clad in red-trimmed orchid armor were no match for Ian, who swiftly dispatched the nearest two with punches. With a fierce charge, he barreled into the crowd, sending several soldiers tumbling. Revolt! Call for reinforcements. Apprehend those two and bring them back for thorough interrogation. I wish to know who dares to wreak havoc in my city of Hailanga. Lin Yuan and Ian's unexpected resistance caught Odenton off guard, that as he watched his men fall like wheat in a storm. The captain of the gendarmerie seethed with rage. He commanded all present soldiers to engage in capturing Lin Yuan and Ian, and more soldiers surged forward, some even drawing their swords, encircling Lin Yuan and Ian from all sides. Seeing that weapons had been drawn, Lin Yuan refused to back down, swiftly unsheathing his sword. Ian, equally enraged, let out a fierce shout, picking up a newly acquired tower shield from the ground and standing defiantly beside Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan and Ian brandished their weapons, even more soldiers followed suit, drawing their arms as dozens of warriors in red-trimmed orchid armor surrounded Lin Yuan and Ian, just as a more intense battle seemed imminent. The elderly mage, leisurely sipping his barley ale, suddenly called out, Hold on, Captain Odenton, I have a few words to share regarding this young man. The moment the old mage spoke, the tense atmosphere in the room froze, all eyes instinctively turning towards him. Captain Odenton, hearing the mage's voice, stepped forward with a serious expression, addressing him. Esteemed mage, what do you wish to convey? The old mage smiled amiably, waving his hands dismissively. I am but a decrepit old man. I do not presume to advise you. Captain, I merely wish to point out that it would be prudent not to provoke this young man. You may find your entire group ill-equipped to contend with him. The old mage's statement surprised everyone present. And after a moment of astonishment, defiance surged among the standing soldiers, all casting challenging glances at Lin Yuan and Ian, ready for a confrontation. Captain Odenton's expression darkened as he took a deep breath and addressed the old mage. I do not quite comprehend your meaning. Sir, are you acquainted with this individual? Odenton inquired cautiously, to which the old mage shook his head vigorously. No, I do not know him. Well, not exactly. We have met before, but that was prior to my lunch. Yes, we encountered each other once before lunch, so, if we are to be precise, we are somewhat acquainted. The old mage's reflection elicited incredulous reactions from both Odenton and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook his head in disbelief. While Odenton's previously grim demeanor transformed into one of amusement, he forced a smile and muttered, Sir, how can a mere encounter suffice for acquaintance? Very well. Since you have no further instructions, I shall resume my duties. Pray, continue to indulge in your fine wine. Upon uttering these words, Odin turned swiftly. Fearing any further outrageous remarks from the old mage, he immediately raised his voice to rally his subordinates. Brothers, let us muster our spirits. The time has come to prove our mettle. Today, anyone who dares to tarnish our honor shall find no refuge under my command. Do you understand? Understood. A fervent chorus erupted from the warriors, who then menacingly surrounded Lin Yuan and Ian. Lin Yuan, standing unfazed, casually swung his long sword, while Ian steadfastly gripped his tower shield, loyally protecting Lin Yuan's front. As the agitated warriors advanced slowly, Lin Yuan suddenly flashed a grin at them. Gentlemen, I bear no grudge against you. So if I happen to injure any of you, do not harbor resentment. Also, my sword is quite sharp, so do keep your distance. If you draw too near, I might inadvertently cause you harm. Humph. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? Scoffed Odin from the rear, deriding Lin Yuan. Young man, do not delude yourself. There is no escape for you today. Perhaps, as the esteemed mage stated, you are indeed impressive. But do you have any notion of the number of men in my gendarmerie? Are you aware of how many city guards and seasoned adventurers reside in the entirety of Heilanga? Thus, young man, you have made a profoundly foolish decision. You are opposing the very people of Heilanga, and victory is beyond your grasp. With that, Odin gestured to his men. Charge, capture him. I wish to see just how formidable he truly is. Instantly, the entire hall erupted with gendarmerie warriors rushing forward, swords drawn. At least 4 or 5 swords were presented towards Lin Yuan, while even more warriors surged forth. In an instant, the brilliant gleam of blades illuminated every corner of the hall. And the servants of noble families, lounging or standing around the perimeter, displayed looks of horror and trepidation. Amidst the encirclement, Lin Yuan remained composed. He surveyed the approaching warriors and, disdainfully snorting at the swords thrusting towards him, he brandished his own weapon, bravely advancing to meet them. The moment their weapons clashed, the hall reverberated with a series of sharp clangs, followed by several glinting broken blades shooting overhead, striking the ceiling with a dull thud. Embedding themselves deeply within the onlookers expressed astonishment and fear. The sound of more clashing metal echoed, and the once advancing gendarmerie suddenly recoiled like a receding tide. Once they dispersed, the crowd realized that the foremost warriors had swords reduced to mere stubs. Their ornate red and gold-trimmed orchid armor now split open, revealing the colorful cotton and fur garments beneath. Odin's complexion paled as he fixed his gaze over the throng, intently focused on the long sword in Lin Yuan's hand. After a prolonged silence, he finally whispered, Young man, who exactly are you? Chapter 20. An unexpected turn. I am merely a passerby. Pray tell, does Heilanga have a custom of exchanging names before engaging in battle? For heaven's sake, why all this needless chatter? Let us fight first, and then we can converse afterward. Lin Yuan retorted unapologetically, then pointed his sword at the gendarmerie warriors, laughing. Come on. What happened to the bravado you displayed moments ago? Are you all retreating now? You there, the so-called captain. It seems your warriors are lacking. They haven't even begun fighting, and already they are faltering. Why don't you step forth and let this humble country lad witness the prowess of Heilanga's gendarmerie captain? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan relentlessly mocked Odin, eliciting a visible change in the expressions of the gendarmerie warriors surrounding him. However, in a surprising turn of events, Odin, rather than erupting in anger, remained transfixed by the sword in Lin Yuan's hand for a prolonged moment. Finally, he inhaled deeply, casting a distant glance at the seated old mage, and after a few more scrutinizing glances at Lin Yuan, he solemnly commanded the assembled gendarmerie. "Enough, release him. Take the others back. Disband." "What, my lord? You cannot be serious?" "Indeed, my lord. You are simply letting him go." "My lord." The abrupt shift in Odin's demeanor left all the warriors bewildered, prompting an uproar of confused inquiries. Yet Odin's dark expression silenced them swiftly, and they exchanged puzzled looks towards Lin Yuan before reluctantly dispersing to gather the previously brawling noble youth servants. Some gendarmerie warriors discreetly cast glances at Lin Yuan's long sword, and at this moment, they began to sense the underlying reason for their captain's sudden change of heart, something significant regarding Lin Yuan's sword. Yet, they were left perplexed as to why the typically unyielding Captain Odin would abandon his pursuit due to a mere sword. It was decidedly out of character. Moreover, many of the gendarmerie warriors observed Lin Yuan's equally perplexed expression, clearly indicating his own confusion regarding Odin's unexpected change of heart, which had left him in a position of ignominy. Lin Yuan stood there, bewildered, while Ian mirrored his sentiments, equally at a loss. After Odin ordered the retreat, his nephew, Alfred, regarded Lin Yuan with a similarly puzzled expression before glancing back at Odin, frowning in contemplation. After a prolonged moment of uncertainty, he suddenly fixated on Lin Yuan's radiantly shining sword, a glimmer of greed surfacing in his eyes. After a lingering gaze at Lin Yuan's gleaming sword, Alfred approached his uncle Odin and whispered, "Uncle Odin, why did you let that arrogant fellow go? Did you hear the insolence in his words? Are you truly going to let that slide?" Alfred's tone was artfully crafted, both provoking and coaxing. Odin glanced at him with a scornful smile, scoffing, "Alfred, as your uncle, I am well aware of your petty thoughts that I warn you. This young man may possess a remarkable background, so it would be prudent not to provoke him. Furthermore, I shall certainly inform your sister of your antics today. Let us see how she chooses to discipline you." "Huh. Uncle Odin, must you be so harsh? It was that fat fool who struck me first. When someone attacks me, I cannot simply stand by and take it. Save those words for your sister when you return. Come now, you shall accompany me to my gendarmerie for a little while." "Uncle, are you truly going to detain me?" "Surely not, for I am your own nephew." "Nonsense. Were you not my nephew, I would have dragged you back for a thorough interrogation by now. Understand, a commoner caught by me would be lucky to receive a beating before any questioning." As Alfred was roughly pulled along by Odin by the scruff of his collar, the richly dressed youth pleaded softly, reluctant to visit the gendarmerie. Yet as they neared the doorway, Alfred suddenly turned, casting several deep, lingering glances at Lin Yuan, conveying a silent promise that their encounter was far from over, before he followed his uncle and a throng of warriors out of the inn's hall. Once the last gendarmerie warrior had escorted Alfred's servants away, the previously silent hall erupted into a lively chatter, with adventurers and patrons emerging from every corner, animatedly discussing the earlier scene. Upon noticing Lin Yuan and Ian still within the hall, they instinctively gravitated towards Lin Yuan, eager to inquire about his identity. Lin Yuan, still bewildered by Odin's sudden change, found the flurry of compliments and questions from the onlookers to be insipid, and after politely expressing his gratitude, he and Ian each carried a chest and ascended the stairs with firm strides. Upon reaching the second floor, Sophia, the innkeeper, sauntered towards them, exuding charm and grace, smiling and greeting Lin Yuan from a distance. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly noticed that the alluring innkeeper appeared to have unshed tears at the corners of her eyes. Lin Yuan scrutinized Sophia once more, prompting her to immediately become alert. She awkwardly attempted to conceal the tear stains at the corners of her eyes and then smiled faintly at Lin Yuan, saying, "Hello, handsome. You're back. Your little sister has come to inquire about you several times, asking whether you have returned." "Oh, I see. Thank you, boss." Lin Yuan masked his inner curiosity with politeness as he nodded at Sophia. Subsequently, he and Ian passed by Sophia and headed toward their room. Upon reaching the door, Lin Yuan knocked gently, and upon hearing Helena's cheerful coming from within, he turned to gaze thoughtfully at Sophia's alluring silhouette as she departed, quietly pondering the tear he had just noticed. How strange! Helena opened the door, and as Lin Yuan entered with his box, he instinctively muttered this observation. After Lin Yuan and Ian had stepped inside, Helena began assisting Lin Yuan in unloading the box while softly asking, Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? What seemed odd? Lin Yuan glanced at Helena and shook his head. Oh, it's nothing to be. By the way, Helena, I procured a set of half armor for you in the city this afternoon. Try it on and see if it fits. If it's unsuitable or if there are any other issues, we can have someone adjust it in the next couple of days. Once everyone's gear is sorted, we can set off. What do you think? Do we need to stay for 2 more days? Helena hesitated, looking at Lin Yuan as if she had something to say. Lin Yuan, understanding her concern, nodded and smiled. You needn't worry about money. I'll discuss it with Sophia shortly, and tomorrow I'll borrow her hall to sell some trinkets. Once we've sold our items, we'll have the funds we need so rest assured, I've got it all under control. Helena's expression relaxed a bit as she nodded in agreement. However, she looked curiously at Ian, who was clad in full armor, and then at Lin Yuan, who was dressed as usual, and asked, Hey, Xiao Yuan, where's your armor? Why has Ian changed everything, but you haven't donned any? I didn't find anything suitable. So, I plan to exchange some money tomorrow and look for better equipment. Now stop being so inquisitive and hurry up and try on this armor that if it fits, I'll start inscribing magical runes on it tonight to enhance its defensive capabilities. After saying this, Lin Yuan opened the box and handed the closed half armor to Helena, urging her to try it on. Helena clutched the armor and dashed into her room to test it, while Lin Yuan turned to Ian. Ian, while I was busy negotiating with the blacksmith's owner earlier, I didn't get a chance to ask how your armor feels. Did I ask there anything uncomfortable about it? No, Xiao Yuan, this armor fits perfectly. By the way, I meant to ask you about what happened this afternoon. Ian trailed off, looking at Lin Yuan with hesitation. Lin Yuan paused briefly before comprehending. Please don't mention this to Helena. As for the equipment, just say we traded it for that fur, understood? Ian nodded gently, but then he cautiously glanced at Helena's room and leaned in to ask Lin Yuan quietly, Xiao Yuan, how did you manage to set that general store ablaze? Why did it suddenly catch fire? What? Lin Yuan was taken aback, then looked at Ian with a smirk. What nonsense are you talking about, Ian? I didn't do anything. It was clearly a fire in their own establishment. Not my doing. Ian stared at Lin Yuan, speechless. After a hearty laugh, Lin Yuan leaned closer and explained, It's not a big deal. I merely engraved a tiny magical rune on their counter with a knife hidden in my sleeve. Well, you know what happened after that? The fire ensued. Lin Yuan chuckled again, and Ian nodded in understanding, somewhat remorsefully stating, Xiao Yuan, they just wanted to swindle us a little, and we ended up burning down their entire store. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Ruthless, perhaps, but who asked them to blatantly attempt to deceive me? Lin Yuan shrugged, indicating he bore no regret over the matter, that he then rummaged through the box and retrieved the katana he had purchased earlier. After wielding it a few times, he inquired Ian, Ian, what do you think? If I were to use this katana in battle, what attributes should I enhance? Ian considered the slender katana in Lin Yuan's hand and replied, This type of sword is quite effective. It's convenient for cutting and fighting. However, its speed is lacking. You see, with a sword this long, someone unskilled could struggle to wield it properly, making it difficult to unleash its true potential. As Ian demonstrated the slashing motion in the air, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. I understand your point. You mean I should enhance the sword's speed, correct? Exactly, Xiao Yuan. The faster, the better. Ideally, it should be so swift that the enemy cannot even perceive it, at which point a mere flick would suffice to resolve everything. Ian proclaimed, executing rapid slashes in the air. Lin Yuan, observing his movements, fell into contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head and quietly told Ian, Ian, I somewhat disagree with your perspective that we must consider that our enemies could be either beasts or armored individuals. While speed is paramount against beasts when facing armored foes, such as the soldiers we encountered earlier, we cannot rely solely on speed, that no matter how fast we are, we cannot breach their armor, can we? Therefore, I believe we need strength, powerful, decisive strength. After stating this, without waiting for Ian's agreement, Lin Yuan took out a finely crafted engraving knife and began carving into the hilt of the katana. Ian watched as Lin Yuan deftly inscribed a series of intricate, clear magical runes onto the hilt. Within minutes, Lin Yuan had completed a dozen or so engravings. Just as Ian thought Lin Yuan would pause to test its performance, Lin Yuan suddenly inhaled deeply and began carving another set of intricate runes onto the hilt. After another series of engravings, Lin Yuan finally set down the engraving knife, satisfied, and waved the katana, saying, "All right, this should do. Come on, Ian, let us spar a bit and see how well I've modified this sword." Chapter 21. The Peculiar Old Mage. All right. Ian eagerly rushed to retrieve his tower shield. Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback by his action, exclaimed in bemusement, "Hey, are you mistaken? I intended for us to spar. Why are you bringing a shield? Hurry and grab your battle axe, so we can test each other." "Oh," Ian responded, turning back to the box to fetch his previously used battle axe that he returned and stood before Lin Yuan, grinning. "Xiao Yuan, how do we spar?" "Well, it's not exactly sparring. Just block my full force strike and let me know the outcome. Are you ready?" "Once you are, I'm coming in." Lin Yuan held the katana with both hands, performing an elegant flourish before solemnly signaling Ian to prepare for his attack. Ian crouched into a horse stance and confidently smiled at Lin Yuan, saying, "Bring it on, Xiao Yuan. I'm ready. All right, here it comes." Lin Yuan wasted no time and swiftly brought the katana down. Ian raised his axe to block, resulting in a resounding clang as both of them staggered back. Lin Yuan took 2 steps back, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he continued to twirl his katana, while Ian stumbled back 4 steps, his hand trembling on the axe, his expression as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. Momentarily dazed, this state persisted for quite some time before he finally regained his composure. Upon recovering, Ian exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Yuan, your strength is incredible. That last strike nearly overwhelmed me. I can't believe how powerful you are. Of course, my aim for this katana is to maximize its strength and critical hit potential. Let me tell you, I didn't even deliver a critical strike just now that if I had landed a double critical hit. Brother, you wouldn't be standing here chatting with me. You'd be lying on the ground." Lin Yuan chuckled heartily, satisfied as he sheathed the katana. Ian looked at the weapon with envy and quietly asked, "Xiao Yuan, how many magical runes have you inscribed on that sword? How does its quality compare to the gear you made at the blacksmith shop this afternoon?" "They cannot possibly compare to my own. I possess 16 blessings of strength, 4 heavy strikes, and 5 swiftness enhancements, resulting in an overall attack power increase of 50% and a speed enhancement of 20%. Their best attack power has only risen by a mere 21%, and their speed is even lower, scarcely reaching 10%. Lin Yuan remarked, shaking his head dismissively at the creations he had left in the blacksmith shop. Ian, overwhelmed by the barrage of figures Lin Yuan had just presented, took a moment to process the information before finally exhaling and whispering to Lin Yuan, "So, what you're saying is, the equipment we are using is indeed the finest, correct, little Yuan?" "Of course. Who else would I bestow the finest upon if not myself?" Lin Yuan replied, setting down the katana in his hand that he then scrutinized Ian's half-armor, contemplating before advising, "All right, remove your armor, and we shall have a meal first, and after dining, I will enhance the gear for both of you. Once that is completed, we shall have another contest." "All right," Ian exclaimed, eagerly beginning to strip off his armor. Lin Yuan, too, assessed his own gear before methodically removing each piece that the 2 were engaged in this task. Helena opened the door and stepped out, clad in a set of women's armor. The silver armor appeared well-fitted on Helena, with sharp angles and smooth lines that not only conveyed a sense of sturdiness, but also accentuated her feminine form. However, there was a slight flaw, being only a half-armor set. It offered little protection below the knees, and she wore a pair of light-colored high-top leather boots that clashed somewhat with the silver armor. Upon seeing her emerge, Lin Yuan paused his actions and turned to Helena with a smile, asking, "How does it fit, Helena? Is it comfortable?" "Yes, it's quite good, little Yuan. This armor you purchased fits me perfectly, and for some reason, it feels very comfortable." Helena twirled in place, allowing Lin Yuan to thoroughly inspect the fit of her armor. Once he confirmed it indeed suited her well, she approached him and whispered, "However, little Yuan, this armor seems heavier than usual. I nearly struggled to put it on after removing the necklace you gave me." Indeed, this armor has been specially reinforced and is twice as heavy as standard armor, Lin Yuan said. Tapping on the armor Helena wore with a grin that he then addressed both Helena and Ian with satisfaction. Well, let us temporarily halt the fitting of your gear here. Helena, quickly remove your armor and change into something more comfortable so we can enjoy a nice meal together. Ian, help me tidy up here. Place the new equipment in this box and the old ones in that one. Tomorrow, we shall sell the latter. Understood. Helena and Ian immediately set to work. After Lin Yuan removed his armor, he assisted Ian in organizing their equipment, while Helena swiftly changed out of her women's armor into a cozy fur jacket. She emerged carrying Lin Yuan's fur jacket and black cloak, helping him put it on. Once they were all prepared, Lin Yuan gestured to Helena to retrieve her coin pouch, signaling it was time for dinner. The three of them laughed and exited, heading down to the hall. As they descended the stairs, the other patrons dining in the hall immediately took notice of the trio, and the previously boisterous atmosphere quieted momentarily before returning to its usual clamor. Nevertheless, the gazes of the diners continued to linger on Lin Yuan and his companions. Dressed like a beautiful doll, Helena soon felt the unusual attention and curiously scanned the surroundings. She then stepped closer to Lin Yuan, whispering, "Little Yuan, why do I feel like everyone is staring at us?" Really?" Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, glancing around before smiling at Helena. "Nonsense, little girl. You're just scaring yourself. I truly feel as if someone is watching us," Helena insisted. Just as Lin Yuan was about to tease her about her naivety, a round of applause erupted in the hall. When the crowd quieted, an elderly voice resonated from a corner. "Hey, young lad upstairs, come join this old man for dinner." As Lin Yuan and Ian exchanged puzzled glances, the old voice called out again, "Don't mind the others, young brother. I mean you three." Lin Yuan and Ian were taken aback, while Helena tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "I told you someone was looking at us. Little Yuan, you know that mage over there? That mage?" Lin Yuan scanned the hall, his brow furrowing upon spotting two tables occupied by robed mages. The one sitting in the corner, the 3-star mage. Helena pointed, and Lin Yuan's heart raced as he exchanged a glance with Ian, both sharing a look of skepticism regarding the old mage's intentions. This old mage was indeed the one who had sat in the hall earlier, merrily drinking his barley wine while watching them engage in a brawl. Now, he was enthusiastically waving for Lin Yuan and his companions to join him for another drink. Realizing who it was, Ian hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to Lin Yuan and murmuring, "Little Yuan, why him? What does he want? What he desires is still unclear to me. However, since he has invited us to dine with him, it would be quite impolite to refuse that, so let us not raise any objections and simply enjoy the meal," Lin Yuan replied, feeling no malice from the old mage nor fearing any ill intent. After all, they were in the densely populated city of Heilongja, and the esteemed title of the Heilong family was not given lightly. Thus far, the local security had been relatively stable, moreover, akin to how alchemists were bound by their guild. Mages were also governed by the Mage Guild. The Mage Guild of the Franztor continent had explicitly stated that no mage could cast spells above 2 stars in cities with populations exceeding 10,000 without facing severe repercussions. Any mage who dared to flout this rule would inevitably attract the wrath of the guild's mage hunters, notorious for their formidable prowess across the continent. It was a well-known fact that no mage had ever escaped capture by the mage hunters. Therefore, based on this reasoning alone, Lin Yuan was confident that the old mage would not act against them without cause. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Yuan approached and unceremoniously sat across from the old mage. Ian and Helena hesitated behind him, contemplating whether to sit as well. The old mage, with a sly smile, glanced at the two before warmly addressing them. "Youngsters, it seems your standing is just as I suspected. Among you three, you are the one in charge." "Oh," Lin Yuan responded with curiosity, turning back to the old mage before chuckling. "Dear mage, you are mistaken. I am merely a good friend and brother to them. The reason I sat down first is that I am rather thick-skinned, while they are a bit more bashful. That am I right, Ian? Helena, what are you two waiting for? This kind mage is kindly inviting us to a meal. Hurry and take your seats. Come, Helena, sit beside me. Ian, you go over there with the mage." Lin Yuan, with familiar ease, arranged the seating for Ian and Helena. Throughout the process, the old mage merely watched with a smile, offering no objections. Once Ian settled next to the old mage, the mage clapped his hands, prompting the innkeeper, who had been waiting nearby, to shout, "Table 3, dinner is served. Young lads, come and get your dishes." As soon as the young man's voice subsided, several other young men, each bearing large silver platters, began to deliver dishes in a continuous stream that in no time. The entire table was heaped with a splendid array of culinary delights, featuring pork prepared in various styles, sausages and tender lamb, accompanied by an assortment of breads, pastries, and a vibrant medley of fruits. What astonished Lin Yuan and his companions even more was that those attendants swiftly brought forth a set of silver goblets, placing one before each individual. Shortly thereafter, the enchanting proprietress, Sophia, emerged gracefully from behind, carrying a silver pitcher and adorned with a charming smile. Lin Yuan gazed at the lavish spread before him, then turned to observe the mysteriously smiling old mage and the alluring Sophia. Despite his thick skin and resolute demeanor, he found himself utterly bewildered by the unexpected actions of these two individuals. Ian and Helena, too, were left speechless, staring blankly at the table that resembled a royal banquet. Together, they cast uncertain glances at Lin Yuan, their eyes twinkling with suspicion and their expressions hinting at unspoken concerns that it was evident to any keen observer that they were on the verge of revealing to Lin Yuan that this meal was certainly not as simple as merely sharing dinner with the old mage. Receiving the silent cues from his companions, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of doubt within himself. Just as he pondered whether to engage in an honest dialogue with the old mage, the latter preemptively broke the silence. "All right. I know you all must have a myriad of questions swirling in your minds, but fret not. After you take this sip of wine, I shall elucidate everything. Now, my friends, let us toast to our first meeting." With that, the old mage raised his silver goblet. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Sophia, who stood beside him with the silver pitcher. After a decisive moment, he steeled himself and lifted his goblet in unison with Ian and Helena, who followed his lead. "Cheers! Let us drink together." The old mage appeared pleased by Lin Yuan's gesture, and with a broad grin, he tilted back his head and downed the entire contents of his goblet in one swift motion. He then turned the goblet upside down, chuckling as he regarded Lin Yuan. Observing the old mage's empty cup, Lin Yuan scrutinized his own goblet for a moment before tipping it back and swallowing the exquisite wine in one gulp. The moment the sweet elixir coursed down his throat, it ignited a fervor akin to a raging inferno throughout his being. Yet, this warmth lasted but a fleeting few seconds before a wave of refreshing coolness, mingled with a rich sweetness, enveloped his palate. "What a fine wine!" Lin Yuan exclaimed earnestly, savoring the taste. "Indeed, it is a good wine. However, it pales in comparison to the Inferno Surge sold at our Hadlin Academy of Magic. Ah, by the way, young man, when you arrive at Hadlin Academy to register in a while, you shall have the opportunity to taste the Inferno Surge I mentioned. At that time, you will truly understand what constitutes an exceptional wine." Inferno Surge. Hadlin Academy, registration. Lin Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. His expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly rose from his seat, whispering urgently, "Who exactly are you? How do you know where I am going?" Ian and Helena immediately stood alongside him, their expressions vigilant as they fixed their scrutinizing gazes on the old mage. Both wore looks of utmost seriousness, with Ian's fists clenched, ready to spring into action should the old mage utter anything detrimental to Lin Yuan. However, it seemed the old mage, undeterred by Ian's threatening demeanor, beckoned to Sophia to pour him another glass of wine, leisurely taking small sips as he savored the drink that Lin Yuan's patience wore thin and his countenance darkened. The old mage finally ceased his tasting and smiled at Lin Yuan, saying, "Do not be anxious, young man. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Moreover, I must express my gratitude for your actions this afternoon." "What?" Lin Yuan inquired, his brow furrowing in suspicion as he remained silent, intently observing the old mage before him. The old mage chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Sit down, my dear young men. Freeman, do not subscribe to the notion of having my guests stand while dining. Come, take a seat, young man. Surely you are not genuinely afraid of this unarmed old fellow, are you? The old mage playfully raised his hands to indicate his lack of weapons, leaving Lin Yuan momentarily speechless. How could a distinguished three-star mage possibly possess weapons? Did he intend to venture forth like those adventurers, wielding blades and swords? Lin Yuan inwardly scoffed, though his expression softened slightly as he pondered for a moment. Gesturing for Ian and Helena to remain calm before taking a seat himself, addressing the old mage in a serious tone, "Mage, who are you truly? How do you know where I am headed?" As I mentioned earlier, young man, I am Freeman. Besides being a mage, I hold another title. I am also a faculty mentor in the magical department of Hadlin Academy. What? Lin Yuan's face paled, overtaken by shock and disbelief. Ian and Helena exchanged befuddled glances, then simultaneously registered the revelation, their mouths agape, as they turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Yuan. Surely this cannot be mere coincidence. Lin Yuan thought inwardly, then pressed for clarification. Even if you are a faculty mentor at Hadlin Academy, how do you know I am going there? My face does not bear the words I am a mage. Does it? Besides, I am not a mage. I have been tested since childhood and found to possess erratic mental fluctuations, rendering me unsuitable to be a mage. Oh, and who was the master who conducted your assessment? Freeman asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he lowered his voice. Lin Yuan scratched his head, contemplating before hesitantly responding. I believe it was a good friend of my teacher's. I apologize, but I honestly forgot the name of that master. I only heard that he seemed to be from Hadlin Academy. As Lin Yuan spoke, a sudden realization struck him that he looked at the old mage with astonishment, exclaiming, "Why do you ask me this? Could it be? Are you the very mage who assessed my mental capabilities, the friend my teacher has not seen in years?" Indeed, young man, you should know that the acceptance letter you received was originally meant for your teacher. I had anticipated he would pass it on to Brooke, yet unexpectedly, he chose to give it to you, Freeman remarked, taking a small sip from his goblet with a sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing Brooke's name, Lin Yuan's doubts diminished significantly, though a lingering uncertainty still resided within him. Seemingly perceptive of Lin Yuan's hesitations, the old mage set down his goblet and smiled. "Are you still curious about how I discerned your identity?" Lin Yuan nodded. The old mage chuckled. "Ah, it's quite simple, my young friend. When you left earlier, I cast a level 1 detection spell upon you that I sensed 6 distinct sources of magical energy emanating from you. 5 strong and 1 ordinary. The ordinary one had a unique frequency I recognized, characteristic of our Hadlin Academy acceptance letters. Thus, I deduced you were a newly admitted student that be why piecing together the responses from the other 5 strong sources and your age. I concluded that you are indeed the prodigious student, Lin Yuan, who passed the alchemist examination at the tender age of 10, as mentioned in the letter from that old rascal. Wembroke, so, young man, do you now believe me? Wow! Before Lin Yuan could respond, Sophia, who had been pouring wine nearby, gasped in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she stared at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at her, offering a wry smile, then leaned closer to Freeman, whispering, "Master Freeman, there is no need to unveil my background so publicly. Besides, your words might leave me feeling rather embarrassed." "What? Am I exposing your secrets?" Freeman feigned surprise, then scrutinized Lin Yuan with newfound understanding. "Child, do you wish to keep your identity as an alchemist hidden?" "Not at all." "Certainly not," Lin Yuan hastily denied, though he soon broke into an awkward smile, whispering to Freeman, "Master Freeman, I merely wish to avoid drawing excessive attention. You see, if I were to enter dressed as an alchemist, I would have no hope of enjoying a peaceful day." Freeman nodded in agreement and remarked, "That is indeed the case. Anyone here who learns of your status as an alchemist will surely seek your assistance." "Very well, my child. I promise you, I shall keep your identity a secret. I will ensure that your confidence remains unbroken." Lin Yuan smiled faintly, casting a glance at Sophia, who remained silent, now that this astute and beautiful proprietress was aware of his identity. The likelihood of maintaining his secrecy was evidently diminished. Moreover, Lin Yuan pondered that he intended to sell some items the following day, which would inevitably reveal his status as an alchemist. Thus, the notion of keeping anything under wraps was clearly unrealistic. He decided to let it be. Lin Yuan chose not to dwell on the matter. He raised his wine glass and respectfully addressed Freeman. Master Freeman, allow me to toast to you on behalf of my mentor. Cheers! Freeman boisterously lifted his glass, clinking it with Lin Yuan's. After both drained their cups, Lin Yuan set down his glass and inquired with a smile, Master Freeman, what brings you here this time? As far as I know, Hadlin Academy of Magic is quite distant to the south. You've traveled such a long way. Surely it cannot be merely to share this drink with a young lad like me. Certainly not. Freeman chuckled heartily, then turned serious, stating, I have come to hand over a task to the Mage Guild of Halanga. Now that the task has been completed, I plan to set off early tomorrow morning to visit your mentor in cherishing. To be honest, we have not seen each other in nearly a decade. And as we are both growing older, such opportunities will become increasingly rare. Hence, I wish to take the chance while I am still able to travel and see him. At this point, Freeman suddenly recalled something. By the way, my child, how is your mentor's health? It has been 10 years since we last met, and he never mentions his well-being in his letters. Frankly, I have no idea how he is faring. He's doing reasonably well. Master, my mentor remains in good health, with no significant ailments. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, succinctly updating Freeman on Master Wembroke's condition. They then exchanged thoughts regarding Master Wembroke's habits and temperament, when their conversation reached a natural pause. Freeman warmly invited Lin Yuan and others to indulge in the delectable feast laid out before them. After the group had satisfied their appetites, Lin Yuan discreetly motioned for Helena to cover the bill. Subsequently, he assisted the slightly inebriated Freeman back to his room. Once he had settled the old mage for a much-deserved rest, Lin Yuan returned to his own quarters with Ian and Helena. Upon their return, Lin Yuan beckoned Ian and Helena to sit at the central table in the living room. Once everyone was seated, he straightforwardly asked Helena, Helena, how much did we spend this evening? Little Yuan, I paid a total of 9 gold galleons, which includes the cost of dinner and the lodging for today. In total, our meal alone cost 5 gold galleons. Helena lamented over the extravagant expense. It was worth noting that 1 gold galleon could purchase 200 loaves of bread, and 2 loaves would suffice to satiate a robust in other words, a single gold galleon could sustain a typical family of 3 for a month. Whereas this one dinner had consumed the equivalent of 5 months' worth of provisions for an ordinary household. Such lavishness was utterly unimaginable for Helena, who hailed from a modest background. Do not fret. Money can always be earned again. Ian, please make a trip to that blacksmith shop we visited this afternoon and have him forge a few small pendants like mine. And Helena, give Ian some extra coins so he can stop by a few jewelry stores. Purchase any necklaces that resemble this one, regardless of the price, understood? Lin Yuan instructed, pulling a silver chain necklace from around his neck. Ian inspected it thoughtfully before earnestly agreeing, taking the coins Helena handed him, and promptly setting off. Once Ian departed, Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and then instructed Helena, Helena, please sort out your equipment. Place the new items together and bring them here for me to inscribe with magic runes. The old items should be kept together as well. Tomorrow morning, we will sell the old ones, exchange them for money, and then procure new and better gear. Is that clear? Yes, I understand. Helena nodded vigorously, then left the table to attend to her tasks. Lin Yuan stretched, loosening his muscles, and mused aloud with a wry smile. It seems another busy night awaits. Freeman enjoyed a restful night, though, as a man nearing a century, his actual sleep was limited. Thus, at around 4 in the morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, Freeman awoke. After lying in bed for a while, he recalled his journey northward that day. He swiftly rose, performed a simple grooming routine, and stepped outside to summon the night watchman to prepare his breakfast. When the yawning attendant finally brought his meal, Freeman sat in the hall, eating while contemplating whether he should inform Lin Yuan of his departure before setting off. However, he reconsidered, realizing it was only 5 o'clock, and young people tend to cherish their slumber. Moreover, Lin Yuan and his companions had consumed quite a bit of alcohol the previous night, so they were likely still asleep. He felt it would be inappropriate to disturb them, although Lin Yuan might not voice any objections. The sentiment could be difficult to gauge. After deliberation, Freeman decided to leave Lin Yuan a magical letter instead, opting to depart on his own. After all, Lin Yuan would eventually attend Hadlin Academy of Magic, and they would surely meet again in the future. Following this resolution, Freeman hurriedly finished his breakfast, penned a letter, sealed it with magic, and entrusted it to the attendant with instructions to deliver it to Lin Yuan once he awoke. He then hastily gathered his belongings and set off toward Karazhan. Not long after the old mage departed, Lin Yuan rose from his slumber. Shortly after, Helena and Ian also woke up. The three of them quickly groomed themselves and ordered breakfast to be sent to their room. Discussing their plans for the day while they ate, Lin Yuan, while enjoying his meal, said to Ian and Helena, "Today, we shall not sell our items at this, and I have considered that Master Freeman is still staying here. If we were to sell our goods in his presence, it would not bode well if he found out. Instead, let us take our items to the street and seek out an alchemy supply shop to sell them directly. Or," Lin Yuan paused, contemplating, "or we could find a place that accepts consignment sales and leave our items with them for sale." Helena softly interjected, "But, little Yuan, if we consign them, it might take a long time for them to sell. And consigned items typically fetch lower prices. They rarely sell for a high amount." "That is true." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. "Then we shall primarily focus on selling to the alchemy supply shop." "Oh, and Helena, please bring the alchemist badge from my luggage that if the shop offers me a price that is unsatisfactory, I will take it to the local alchemist guild and request their assistance in pricing it for sale. I believe my items should possess some market value, and the guild should be able to help me secure a fair price." "Yes, I understand," Helena replied. Lin Yuan nodded. "Very well. Let us hasten our meal. Once we finish, we shall depart." The trio quickly consumed their breakfast, gathered their items for sale into a single box, and headed out. Unfortunately, due to the changeover between the night and day staff, the attendant on the night shift inadvertently forgot to deliver Freeman's letter to Lin Yuan. It was only upon Lin Yuan's return that the returning night attendant recalled Freeman's magical letter and finally presented it to Lin Yuan. However, these events were yet to unfold, as Lin Yuan and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that Freeman had already departed. Together, Lin Yuan, Ian, and Helena set out, with Ian carrying the box filled with alchemical supplies for sale, Helena clutching the coin pouch, and Lin Yuan with empty hands. That as they walked, Helena caught up to Lin Yuan and quietly asked, "Little Yuan, should we ask someone if there are any alchemy supply shops nearby that offer higher prices for purchases?" "Yes, inquiring would be prudent." Lin Yuan nodded slightly, yet he soon shook his head again, saying, "However, this question holds little significance. Regardless of the shop, it ultimately boils down to the exchange of goods for payment, and as we are the sellers, it is evident that we will inevitably face deliberate attempts to drive prices down. Forget it. Go ahead and inquire. After all, these items are hardly of great value. Even if the price is slightly lower, we still stand to gain considerably." Helena obediently ran to the roadside and gently approached an early passerby, inquiring about a nearby alchemical supplies store that offered fair business practices. After the passerby pointed her in the right direction, she hurried back, joyfully informing Lin Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, that person mentioned a store nearby called Radiance of the Sea. Their purchasing prices are the highest. And it's not far from here. We just need to cross the 2 streets ahead and take a right." "Very well, let's go." Lin Yuan nodded, turning to beckon Ian to hurry along. The three of them hurriedly followed the direction indicated by the passerby. Soon, a narrow east-west street came into view. The street appeared quite ancient, with its cobblestones polished smooth by the passage of time and foot traffic. Most of the buildings lining the street were aged red brick structures, generally not very tall. Yet each shop sign and the row of flagpoles resembling street lamps, adorned with vibrant red and gold-edged orchid flags, shone brilliantly, indicating that these establishments were prosperous and thriving. "Radiance of the Sea. Xiao Yuan, this is the one." Helena quickly scanned the signs on either side of the street for the name of the shop the passerby had mentioned. With a burst of excitement, she pointed it out to Lin Yuan and eagerly took his arm. Striding purposefully towards the shop, as Lin Yuan and Helena approached the entrance of Radiance of the Sea. Lin Yuan suddenly halted, glancing across the street in surprise to his astonishment. He spotted another alchemical supplies shop directly opposite, intriguingly named Star of the Sea. Star of the Sea, Radiance of the Sea. How amusing it is that both shops bear such clever names, Lin Yuan remarked. Scrutinizing the interior of the opposite store, it appeared that the decor of Star of the Sea was quite similar to that of Radiance of the Sea. Both establishments featured a long counter in the center of the hall, flanked by several rows of shelves filled with various goods. Observing the signs of both stores, he noted that they bore a striking resemblance. Interesting. These two shops are positioned face-to-face, and in terms of pricing, they will undoubtedly undercut one another. It seems that today's small items will surely find buyers. Lin Yuan mused quietly to himself before stepping up the stairs of radiance of the sea. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, a young man suddenly burst forth from Star of the Sea, standing at the entrance and loudly calling out to Lin Yuan and his companions. "Hey, you three over there, we offer better alchemical gear than Radiance of the Sea. Come over here to shop. We can give you a generous discount." Lin Yuan paused, turning around to respond, but before he could utter a word, the door of Radiance of the Sea swung open, and a middle-aged man stepped out briskly. He grasped Lin Yuan's arm with a smile, inviting him to enter the store for a look, while simultaneously casting a fierce glare at the young man across the street, shouting, "You little brat, are you trying to steal my customers? Damn it, I swear I'll smash your shop one day and drive you out of this street. If you have the guts, come and try it, old man." "Who's afraid of whom?" retorted the young man defiantly, matching the middle-aged man's anger with a few loud insults. After a brief exchange of heated words, the middle-aged man, realizing the importance of business, quickly pulled Lin Yuan inside, shutting the door to block out the young man's shouts. "My dear customer, what kind of equipment do you require? We have everything you could wish for. We are the most comprehensive alchemical supplies store in the entire region," the middle-aged man said, guiding Lin Yuan to the shelves in the hall, eagerly inquiring about his needs. Lin Yuan casually glanced at the merchandise and then pointed to a breastplate, asking, "Are these armors imbued with magic runes by alchemists?" "Of course. Esteemed customer. To be frank, we have a long-standing partnership with the local alchemist guild. Almost all our magical equipment is crafted with great care by the masters from the guild. Take this breastplate you've chosen. It boasts 7 magical runes, enhancing the wearer with several high-level protective spells such as Ice Shield, Thunder Armor, and Earth Shield, ensuring that your defensive capabilities will be greatly increased. Walking through the Karazhan forest will pose no problem." The middle-aged man passionately extolled the virtues of the breastplate. Lin Yuan felt a chuckle rising in him as he listened to the man's exaggerated claims. "So, how much do you intend to sell this impressive breastplate for?" 17 gold galleons. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan smiled at the eager middle-aged man, turned to signal Ian to set down the box he had been carrying, and then opened it to retrieve a breastplate that Ian had previously worn. The middle-aged man, initially believing Lin Yuan was about to pay, wore an expression of delight, but when he saw Lin Yuan produce another breastplate from the box, his smile froze. After a long pause, he forced a smile and asked, "Dear customer, what do you mean by this?" "Oh, I'm not here to buy. I heard you purchase magical equipment, so I came to sell. This shopkeeper, what do you think of this breastplate?" "It has—" Lin Yuan began, but before he could finish, the middle-aged man's expression darkened entirely. "Young man, you're not here to buy? You came to sell? Indeed, is that a problem? Don't you accept magical equipment?" Lin Yuan replied. Puzzled, the middle-aged man's face twitched, and after forcing a smile, he said, "Of course, we do accept various excellent magical equipment. Is this what you wish to sell? Let me see what it is." The middle-aged man took the breastplate from Lin Yuan, casually inspecting it. Just as Lin Yuan was about to explain the number of magical runes he had added and the attributes of the breastplate, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, "Milo! Milo, are you in there? Come out, someone wants to sell something." "I'm coming, boss. I'll be right there." At the middle-aged man's call, a plump young assistant hurriedly emerged from a small door behind the counter. Upon entering, he swiftly retrieved a small box from behind the counter and jogged over to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took another indifferent glance at Lin Yuan's breastplate, then casually said to the assistant, "This is nothing special, just an old breastplate. Offer him 1 gold galleon and let them go." After speaking, the middle-aged man carelessly placed Lin Yuan's breastplate on a shelf and, without even looking at Lin Yuan's expression, turned to walk back behind the counter. Meanwhile, the plump assistant opened the small box, pinched a shiny gold galleon between his fingers, and handed it to Lin Yuan, saying, "Here you go. This is your armor payment. My friend, you've made a profit today. Selling such an ordinary item for 1 gold galleon is quite a feat. No one else would give you that price around here, ditto. But you don't want the money. Take it. It's yours. We at Radiance of the Scene never shortchange our customers. The assistant repeatedly urged Lin Yuan to accept the gold galleon. Looking at the gleaming coin and the assistant's expression of triumph, Lin Yuan's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Ian, who had been standing behind him, suddenly tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve and loudly declared to the assistant, "Isn't this a scam? You recalling such a fine magical item, an old breastplate, and offering only one gold galleon? Xiao Yuan, let us go. I refuse to believe there aren't other alchemical supply stores in this city that recognize quality." Ian was about to retrieve the breastplate from the shelf when a stout young assistant blocked his way and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, what is wrong with you people? Didn't we agree on a price of 1 gold crown? Why are you backing out now? Are you not selling it anymore? This is where you are mistaken. We had a fixed price. And how can you just decide to go back on your word? Who agreed on the price with you? It has always been your terms, hasn't it? Step aside, for we are no longer selling this armor. No matter how much you offer, we will not sell it to you, understand?" Ian retorted angrily, shoving the stout assistant aside to reclaim his breastplate, just as he was about to leave with it. The assistant grabbed his arm and shouted, "Hey, do you have no sense of business ethics? We had a perfectly good deal, and how can you just decide to back out? Do you think we, the people of the Glimmering Sea, are easy to bully? Oh, are you simply here to waste our time? Let us go to the Lord's manor. We will ask the Lord to adjudicate and see who is in the right." The stout assistant clung to Ian, refusing to let him take the breastplate. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, who had been feigning sleep at the counter, suddenly opened his eyes and disdainfully called out to the stout assistant, "Enough of this, Milo. Since they refuse to sell, there is no need for us to waste our money. Let them take their goods elsewhere." "Humph. I doubt they can sell that piece of junk for even 1 gold crown elsewhere." The middle-aged man shouted a few more times, then leaned back against the counter, returning to his pretense of slumber. Upon hearing his mockery and observing his contemptuous demeanor, Lin Yuan's face darkened to the point where it seemed as if ink could drip from it. While behind him, Helena was equally incensed. The young girl clenched her fists tightly, glaring at the middle-aged man with fury, and exclaimed, "Hey, how can you speak like that? How can you call our equipment junk? Do you not realize that this is—" "Helena!" Lin Yuan suddenly interjected, halting her words that he then strode towards the middle-aged man's counter. "Xiao Yuan, don't!" Ian exclaimed in alarm as he recalled the shop Lin Yuan had burned down the previous afternoon. He immediately sought to prevent Lin Yuan's cruel retaliation. Hearing his voice, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but continued striding towards the counter. In a fit of desperation, Ian called out again, "Xiao Yuan, stop! Helena is right here." Helena looked surprised, glancing back and forth between Ian and Lin Yuan, and upon hearing Ian's words, Lin Yuan, who had been advancing purposefully, paused once more, and finally came to a stop. He stood there for a moment, and when the middle-aged man noticed the commotion and looked at him with curiosity, Lin Yuan suddenly turned around and calmly instructed Helena, "Helena, take out my alchemist badge and show it to this fellow." "All right." Helena sensed that there was something being concealed between Lin Yuan and Ian. But clearly, this was not the time to pursue that line of inquiry. She quickly and obediently retrieved a small wooden box from her bosom, opened it, and produced a palm-sized golden hexagonal badge. Upon seeing the badge that signified Lin Yuan's status as an alchemist, both the middle-aged man and the stout assistant's eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief as they stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "Let us go sell my magical equipment at that shop across the street." Lin Yuan gestured for Helena to display the badge, then turned on his heel and strode toward the door without looking back. Behind him, the middle-aged man and the stout assistant stared blankly at Lin Yuan as he led Ian and Helena through the door and down the steps. Just as Lin Yuan and his companions ascended the steps of the glimmering star shop across the street, the middle-aged man suddenly came to his senses, rushing to the door, flinging it open, and calling out frantically, "Wait, esteemed alchemist, you must have misheard me. I meant 20 gold crowns. Please, esteemed alchemist, come back, whatever price you say. We can negotiate. Please don't leave." Lin Yuan paid no heed to the middle-aged man's frantic calls, watching as their competitor swiftly opened the door and warmly invited Lin Yuan and his companions inside. Suddenly realizing Lin Yuan's identity, the middle-aged man erupted in fury, spinning around to berate his assistant. "Damn it, Milo, you useless fat fool. Are you so thick-headed that you didn't realize you just chased away a noble alchemist? Do you have any idea how much you've cost me? Damn it. The middle-aged man's ire escalated, but there was a hint of guilt in his eyes that he was not only venting his frustration on his assistant, but was also regretting his earlier greed. Having attempted to swindle Lin Yuan out of his equipment, the thought of Lin Yuan's status as an alchemist and the arrogance he had displayed towards him filled him with remorse. As he chastised his assistant, he began to contemplate how to make amends for today's folly. For if word got out regarding his treatment of such a distinguished alchemist, it could jeopardize the very existence of his shop. And he might even face the city guards for his unscrupulous behavior. After all, he had just chased away an alchemist. The middle-aged man felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself upon remembering the alchemist's badge Helena had displayed. There were no more than 10 real alchemists in the entire city of Hyalon, and they seldom came to offer goods that it was a rare opportunity. And now he had not only turned away an alchemist willing to provide him with supplies, but had also gravely offended him. The situation was dire. The middle-aged man, consumed by regret, slapped himself twice and cursed. Damn it, this is what greed gets you. Chapter 25. The turmoil of selling equipment while the owner of the glimmering sea wallowed in regret. The owner of the Glimmering Star was exceptionally pleased that he had heard about the recent events from his own staff and caught sight of the genuine alchemist badge still clutched in Helena's hand. Immediately, his demeanor toward Lin Yuan turned obsequious. From the moment Lin Yuan entered the shop, he had been nodding and bowing, showering Lin Yuan with compliments. Lin Yuan listened coldly to the owner's flattery, meandering through the Glimmering Star shop without engaging in idle chatter. He got straight to the point, saying, I have some items I wish to sell, but if you cannot meet my desired price, I am also willing to consign them here. What do you think, owner? Which option do you prefer? You pose quite the dilemma. Esteemed sir. To be honest, I would be pleased with either option, that we merchants are not afraid of unsold goods. We fear the absence of goods to sell. So, I would be pleased with either approach, if that is acceptable. The owner of the Glimmering Star, named Tommy, was tall and broad-faced, his small eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan as he spoke, giving off an air of sincerity and eagerness. After a few moments of being scrutinized, Lin Yuan recognized this quality and felt his opinion of Tommy rise. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, his expression softening considerably. What is your name, owner? On average. How many customers do you serve each day? What kind of customers are they? The owner, Tommy, perked up immediately, eager to share. Esteemed sir, my name is Tommy. Customers often call me Tommy High because of my height. I serve many customers here, and we complete several transactions of magical equipment daily. Most of my clientele consists of regulars, primarily adventurers, so they have a pressing demand for weapons and armor. Weapons and armor. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Ian, signaling him to open the chest and bring out all their discarded weapons and armor. Ian's battle axe and armor, Helena's dagger and armor, and Helena's magical crossbow were soon laid out before Tommy. Once Ian had meticulously arranged the equipment, Lin Yuan pointed to several items and spoke softly to the owner, Tommy. Tommy, esteemed proprietor, take a look at these recent creations of mine. Each piece possesses formidable magical attributes. You may examine them at your leisure, and I would be happy to elaborate on their respective properties, though I would appreciate your promptness, as the true highlight of my visit lies in what I intend to sell you next. Oh, is that so? My lord, if you have something of value, please present it forthwith. That my humble shop lacks nothing but high-quality magical gear, But please, allow me a moment to prepare some fine sword lily nectar. Shall we sit down for a more leisurely discussion? Tommy's gaze was riveted on the array of equipment before him. Though the two breastplates appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, he quickly perceived the intricate and elaborate enchantments etched within their interiors. The three weapons on the ground, while seemingly ordinary in form and material, were unmistakably imbued with numerous and highly beneficial magical properties that in particular, the magical crossbow captivated Tommy, who greedily seized it, utterly enamored by its shimmering silver sheen. Such exceptional items, master. Your equipment is truly remarkable. As an adventurer well-versed in various weaponry, Tommy had diligently studied many aspects of magical runes and potions since embarking on his alchemical venture. His training allowed him to swiftly discern the attributes of magical equipment, and he recognized at once that this crossbow bore several blessings of strength, along with other practical runes such as breath of fire and swiftness. Truly splendid. Master, these items are indeed treasures. Setting down the crossbow, Tommy next scrutinized the battle axe. Marveling at its design before placing it aside and picking up the stiletto, he continued to inspect the two breastplates. And as he concluded his examination, a broad smile spread across his face. While these pieces might not be the pinnacle of magical craftsmanship, they were undoubtedly excellent merchandise within the bustling city of Halanga. Ensuring a profitable sale. Master, may I inquire about the price you seek for these fine items? Tommy tenderly cradled the equipment as if they were precious gems, not minding their weight. Just as he cheerfully sought Lin Yuan's pricing, the door to his shop creaked open, then a boisterous voice boomed in. Damn it, Tommy, what kind of rubbish did you sell me last time? Is this the best you have now? Wait, what do you have there? By the gods, that crossbow looks impressive, show me. A burly man clad in plate armor, even more imposing than Ian, strode in with an air of authority. Upon entering, he instantly spotted Tommy clutching the equipment as if hoarding treasure. The man quickly recognized the exceptional nature of Tommy's wares and, without hesitation, seized the magical crossbow and battle axe from his grasp. Tommy, clearly at a loss against such a formidable figure, could only shout, "Be careful not to damage my equipment," as he helplessly watched the man inspect his newfound possessions. Lin Yuan remained composed, while the robust man grew increasingly excited that he unsheathed the battle axe with fervor, confronting Tommy with a fierce glare. What the hell, Tommy? Do you think I lack funds? Why are you withholding such exceptional goods from me? After all these years of friendship, do you truly believe I would cheat you? Upon noticing the stiletto in Tommy's embrace, the man's eyes lit up anew. Without a second thought, he snatched it from Tommy's clutches, testing its balance with a series of swift thrusts. Damn it, Tommy. What else are you hiding? You have all these splendid items, yet you keep them from me. Are we not brothers? Wait, goes and let me explain. These items are merely... Silence. Whatever you have is now mine. State your price. I will take them all. Please, goes and listen to me. Enough of your excuses. Do you still consider me your brother? Today, you will sell, whether you wish to or not. By the gods. Gozen, let me finish my sentence. Frustrated by Gozen's interruptions, Tommy finally raised his voice, exclaiming, These items are not mine to sell. They are the creations of this esteemed alchemist, who wishes to consign them through me. Do you understand? Gozen, this gentleman is a highly skilled alchemist. What are you intending to do? The towering Gozen, initially startled by Tommy's outburst, quickly shifted his focus to Lin Yuan, the young dandy he had previously ignored. Gozen's demeanor changed instantly as he approached Lin Yuan with determination. This sudden movement alarmed Tommy, Ian, and Helena, prompting them to intervene. As Gozen advanced, he soon found his path obstructed by the vigilant trio, all poised for confrontation. Realizing his miscalculation, Gozen halted, offering a sheepish grin and addressing Lin Yuan with a softer tone. Esteemed master, I harbor no ill intentions, that I merely wish to request your assistance with a minor task. Please allow me to set down my weapons, and I will explain further. Do not be foolish, Tommy. This gentleman is an accredited alchemist that if you offend him, not only will I have words with you, but the Alchemist Guild and the Lord of the City will not spare you either. You cannot escape a grim fate, understand? I am well aware, Tommy. Why would I foolishly provoke this esteemed alchemist? You know me better than that. I simply wish to request his aid, genuinely. Seeing Lin Yuan's unyielding expression, Gozen grew anxious. Chapter 26, Appraising Items. Enough of this nonsense. Is this how you request assistance? Charging in with weapons in hand? No master would take that lightly. Tommy, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Yuan, continued, You must understand, Gozen, this is no ordinary alchemist. You should tread carefully. Gozen, sensing Tommy's concern, earnestly pleaded, I truly mean no harm. I only wish to seek your help with a trivial matter. Allow me to set my weapons aside. Please. As Gozen began to remove his weapons, Lin Yuan finally interjected. With a casual smile, he said, There is no need for such theatrics. Speak plainly. What do you wish for me to assist you with? Gozen's eyes brightened with joy. Esteemed master, I would like to first request your expertise in appraising an item, followed by crafting a small trinket. Please forgive my eagerness. We rough folk rarely encounter someone of your stature. Enough with the pleasantries. Present the item you wish to appraise. And remember, my services come at a cost. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Lin Yuan interrupted Gao Sun's pleasantries and proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. Gao Sun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, that is not an issue at all, that as long as you, master, are willing to help me ascertain what exactly this item is, I am more than willing to spend any amount of money. By the way, may I inquire what your fee is for appraising an item?" After pondering for a moment, Gao Sun, still feeling uncertain, pressed on with his question. Lin Yuan glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. "That would depend on the nature of the item you wish to have appraised. If it is an exceptionally rare magical artifact, my fee would naturally be higher. However, if it is merely an ordinary trinket, rest assured, I would not extort you for 10 or 8 gold gallons right off the bat. In any case, you need not worry. I have no desire to covet your meager funds. Now, do hasten to present your item. My time is quite precious." Yes, master. Look, this is the item I wish to have appraised." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's quote, a heavy weight lifted from Gao Sun's heart. Content. He removed a strangely designed ring from his right hand's index finger and handed it to Lin Yuan through Ian. After receiving the ring, Lin Yuan meticulously examined its design. It was a golden square ring, intricately engraved with a myriad of patterns. The square face of the ring featured a hollowed-out, relief-carved dragon, poised majestically upon a large stone. Ready to take flight, its form both formidable and lifelike. However, despite the ring's exquisite craftsmanship, Lin Yuan scrutinized it for a while and then lightly tossed it in his hand, finding no discernible peculiarities about it. "Is this the item you wish for me to appraise?" Lin Yuan inquired, frowning after a thorough examination. "Yes, indeed. It is this very item. To be candid with you, master, I stumbled upon this ring in a ruin during one of my adventures. First, I believed it to be an ordinary ring. But after discovering its remarkable durability, no matter how I tried to damage it, I began to suspect there was something unusual about it." Gao Sun explained in a rush. Lin Yuan, intrigued by his words, re-examined the ring meticulously. He even brought it to his mouth and bit down to confirm its remarkable hardness, which plunged him in a deep contemplation. Gao Sun and others held their breaths, waiting in silence for Lin Yuan's judgment. As Lin Yuan pondered the origins of the ring, he deduced from its intricate craftsmanship that it must have been carved by a highly skilled blacksmith or alchemist, given the refined artistry displayed in the miniature dragon. It was clear that only a master-level blacksmith or alchemist could have crafted such a piece. Therefore, it stood to reason that this ring should be quite renowned, for master artisans are a rare breed in this world. Moreover, the ring's robust composition, along with its hue and weight, suggested that it was forged from a rare metal known as fine gold. Considering these factors, the ring's provenance became increasingly suspect. One must realize that in the entirety of the Franzdor continent, few could afford jewelry made from fine gold, as its annual yield was merely a few hundred pounds. Such a low production rate, coupled with the metal's significant role in the realm of magic, meant that only the most affluent families, such as the Hylon clan, could indulge in the luxury of fine gold jewelry. Thus, the origins of this ring indeed raised suspicions. Lin Yuan, pondering this, looked up at Gao Sun, who stood there with wide, eager eyes. Gao Sun immediately flashed a smile and anxiously asked, "Master, have you discerned what this item is? Please wait a moment. I still need to conduct a few tests." Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head and turning to Tommy. "Tommy, do you have a hammer? If so, may I borrow it? I need to test the ring's durability." "Certainly. I will fetch it right away." Tommy promptly dashed off. Once he left, Lin Yuan turned back to Gao Sun and calmly inquired, "Gao Sun, from where did you acquire this ring? If I am not mistaken, it ought to be a rather remarkable item." "Well," Gao Sun chuckled awkwardly and replied in a hushed tone, "Master, as you might know, we who roam the outside world often have some rather eccentric acquaintances. This ring was gifted to me by one such friend, who claimed it was a valuable item and urged me to take good care of it. However, despite consulting many individuals, I have been unable to ascertain its true nature. So when I encountered you today, I hoped you could enlighten me on what it truly is." "Oh, have you consulted others?" Lin Yuan's interest was piqued as he probed further. "Whom else have you sought for an opinion?" Gao Sun chuckled sheepishly, appearing hesitant to divulge more. Lin Yuan quickly understood from his expression. It's fine, just tell me, what material is this item crafted from? Surely someone must have informed you. Oh, Gao Sun again chuckled awkwardly, tacitly affirming Lin Yuan's inquiry. Lin Yuan, observing his reaction, nodded thoughtfully. Ah, it seems your acquaintances are indeed plentiful. It is not common for an alchemist to recognize fine gold. Many may go their entire lives without encountering such a large piece. As Lin Yuan tossed the fine gold ring in his hand, his curiosity regarding its origins intensified. However, he recognized that the seemingly oblivious Gao Sun would likely not disclose the truth, so he tactfully refrained from pressing further. Instead, he resumed contemplating the fine gold ring in his possession. While Lin Yuan was engrossed in examining the ring, Tommy returned at a brisk pace, breathless, and eagerly presented a black iron hammer. Master, do you think this hammer will suffice? Yes, as long as it is a hammer, Lin Yuan replied. Lifting the seemingly heavy tool, he then placed the fine gold ring on the floor, instructing Ian and Helena to step back a little. Gripping the hammer, Lin Yuan turned to Gao Sun and declared, Gao Sun, I'm about to test the ring's durability. Do you have any objections? If not, I shall proceed. Not at all. Feel free to test it. Gao Sun replied with cheerful enthusiasm, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Lin Yuan damaging his ring. Aware that Gao Sun harbored much information regarding the ring, yet chose not to share, Lin Yuan did not hesitate, but he swung the heavy hammer and brought it crashing down. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the ground, and when Lin Yuan lifted it again, the floor tiles lay shattered, while the fine gold ring remained unscathed, embedded within the floor. Indeed, it is a fine gold ring, Lin Yuan declared, ignoring the broken tiles as he extracted the ring, unblemished, from the stone. Gao Sun, this is a fine gold ring. Generally speaking, only the wealthiest families can afford such adornments, perhaps the Hylon clan of the city or members of a royal family. Only the most opulent households would indulge in the extravagance of fine gold jewelry. Wait, something feels off. Hold on. As Lin Yuan explained the ring's nature to Gao Sun, he faced the sunlight streaming in from outside. An array of light illuminated the ring, revealing something peculiar about the golden dragon engraved upon it. Under the sunlight, he noticed a faint red glow emanating from the dragon's eyes. Just a moment, Lin Yuan exclaimed, intrigued as he began to poke at the dragon's eyes on the ring. After 2 attempts yielded no result, he twisted it vigorously, but still, nothing happened. Finally losing patience, he gave the dragon a light slap. A seemingly ordinary gesture, yet to his astonishment, a hazy golden light suddenly radiated from the ring in his hand. The dragon, once poised to take flight, awakened as if from slumber. Its previously imperceptible eyes widened, revealing a pair of glowing red orbs. Moreover, the golden light spread up Lin Yuan's arm, enveloping him entirely, transforming him into a golden figure. The patrons within the establishment were taken aback when Lin Yuan, enveloped in a radiant golden light, suddenly waved his hand to halt Ian and Helena as they rushed to assist him. He chuckled. Ah, I see now. This must be the dragon's power. What a remarkable artifact. Truly a splendid item. What? Dragon's power? The gathered individuals echoed in unison, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to grasp the significance of the term. They anxiously awaited Lin Yuan's explanation as they gazed at him, shrouded in the golden glow. Lin Yuan gently swung the warhammer in his hand, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, this should be dragon's power. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, your ring seems to possess some peculiarities in its usage. Master, what does dragon's power entail? And what exactly is peculiar about this ring? Gao Sun queried, his curiosity palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan replied, the dragon's power is the ultimate version of the blessing of strength magic emblem. To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered such a top-tier emblem. And I can assure you, it is indeed a remarkable item that if my calculations are correct, this ring could enhance your vitality by approximately 12 points. Yet its activation mechanism is rather strange that I have always wondered why. Despite being a top-level emblem, it does not activate automatically upon completion like other emblems. Instead, it requires a physical tap to function. As Lin Yuan spoke, He tapped the dragon's power again, and then, with a furrowed brow, he exclaimed, "By the way, how does one even dispel this state? Damn it, who crafted this ring? It's utterly vexing." While he desperately tapped the ring, attempting to discern a method to revert the state, his futile efforts led him to finally toss the ring away. Instantly, the flowing golden light receded from him like a retreating tide, swirling in the air for a moment before the once glimmering golden ring dimmed, resembling a dying torch, before landing on the ground in a lifeless state once more. Chapter 27. Want to buy my goods? A test. Gao Sun stepped forward to retrieve the ring Lin Yuan had discarded, carefully wiping off the dust from its surface before adorning his middle finger with it once more. He then eagerly turned to Lin Yuan. "Master, I have another question. You mentioned this ring is called Dragon's Power? May I inquire as to what Dragon's Power truly signifies and its purpose? Have I not just explained it? Dragon's Power is a magic emblem, an elevated version of the Blessing of Strength. It can augment the user's vitality by around 12 points. Thus, this single Dragon's Power emblem is equivalent to 12 Blessing of Strength emblems. Do you understand?" "Oh, so it enhances my strength. But, Master, how do I activate the magical properties of this ring?" "Tap it," Lin Yuan replied succinctly. "Give it a firm tap, and when you wish to dispel the state, simply remove the ring." "Oh!" Gao Sun exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice, and he began to mimic Lin Yuan, vigorously tapping his own ring. However, after numerous attempts, he failed to achieve the effect Lin Yuan had demonstrated. Lin Yuan frowned and instructed, "Tap the eyes of the golden dragon design." "Yes." Just like that. Following Lin Yuan's guidance, Gao Sun struck the golden dragon on the ring, but the majestic dragon remained unyielding, and the ring continued to exhibit no response. Undeterred, Gao Sun persisted with several more forceful taps. Yet still, there was no reaction. "No way," Gao Sun muttered. Increasingly anxious, he continued to strike the ring vigorously before finally conceding, dejectedly sighing to Lin Yuan. "It seems this item has a mind of its own. Damn it, it appears I, Gao, am not destined to wield such a marvel." Lin Yuan frowned. "Your assertion is misguided. The popularity of magical equipment stems from its convenience and practicality. Consider this. If the items we create are only usable by us, then what purpose do we, as alchemists, serve in this world? If our creations cannot be utilized by others, to whom would we sell them? But this thing truly cannot be used." Gao Sun murmured, just as Lin Yuan was about to suggest seeking a more skilled alchemist at Hadlin Magic Academy. A sudden idea sparked in his mind, prompting a joyful smile. "Gao Sun, do you believe this item lacks utility? Are you seeking something more effective? Fear not, for encountering me today is indeed your fortune." As he spoke, Lin Yuan gestured for Ian to open a chest, from which he retrieved a collection of golden necklaces. The necklaces appeared quite ordinary, featuring slender golden chains with small square metal plates suspended beneath them. And as Gao Sun and Tommy leaned in for a closer look, they could clearly see that the small plates were adorned with a series of intricate engravings. Tommy, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized, "This is Blessing of Strength? My heavens, you managed to engrave." Tommy meticulously counted, his voice trembling with excitement. "There are a staggering 10 Blessing of Strength emblems engraved upon this tiny plate. Goodness, Master, I will take all of these. Name your price, and I shall pay you immediately." "Step aside, Tommy. These are items the Master intends to sell to me." Gao Sun initially seemed perplexed, but upon hearing Tommy's evaluation and witnessing his reaction, he swiftly pushed Tommy aside. Positioning himself before Lin Yuan and eagerly extending his hand, flashing a sycophantic smile, "Master, may I have a look at these necklaces?" As Gao Sun spoke, he eagerly reached for the necklaces Lin Yuan held. But Lin Yuan gently pushed his hand away, obstructing his grasp, and leisurely passed the necklaces to Ian behind him. Gao Sun and Tommy's eyes remained fixated on the necklaces, their anticipation palpable, until both simultaneously voiced their confusion. "Master, what is this?" Patience, Gao Sun, Tommy. "Before I sell you these items, I must conduct a test." "Oh, and Tommy, you need not participate, but you should observe, as this test is crucial. It directly impacts how you will sell these items in the future." "Now, Tommy, do you have anything excessively heavy at home? Bring it forth. I need it for testing." Gao Sun, Lin Yuan's remarks left both Gao Sun and Tommy bewildered. Nevertheless, trusting in Lin Yuan, Tommy excitedly scurried behind the counter to retrieve several heavy shields. Struggling to carry them one by one, to the point of perspiration, Lin Yuan approached, lifted one of the shields to assess its weight, then set it down, nodding approvingly at the still bewildered Gao Sun. Come now. Gao Sun, see how many of these shields you can carry at once. Carry this. Gao Sun hesitated, uncertain of Lin Yuan's intentions. Lin Yuan nodded, stepping back to encourage him to proceed. Gao Sun glanced at Tommy, who urged him to follow Lin Yuan's instructions. With determination, Gao Sun approached, rubbed his hands together, tested the weight of one shield, and then, in one motion, managed to lift 4 shields together. Excellent. Gao Sun, your strength is impressive. But wait, do not set them down yet. Hold them until I tell you to release them. Lin Yuan exclaimed, applauding Gao Sun's feat of lifting 4 shields that he then halted Gao Sun's inclination to lower the shields, and moved toward the remaining 2 shields on the ground, giving them a kick before turning to Gao Sun, who was still holding the shields, and asked, Friend, if I were to add these 2 shields to your load, would you be able to manage? Gao Sun pondered for a moment and replied succinctly, Well, Master, I could probably hold them for a short while, but if I were to carry them for an extended period, I believe I would struggle to maintain my grip. Understood. Now, Ian, add these 2 tower shields to his load. Gao Sun, carry them for as long as you can. Once you feel overwhelmed, just tell Ian to help you take them off. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling Ian to assist Gao Senator. Ian stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the heavy tower shield from the ground, and placed them atop the 4 shields that Gao Sun held in his arms. Ian's display of strength left Tommy, who stood nearby, astonished, and even Gao Sun cast a few surprised glances at Ian. Lin Yuan was aware of their astonishment, yet he had no intention of revealing the source of their surprise. Soon, however, Gao Sun found himself too preoccupied to ponder Ian's extraordinary strength. His face began to flush, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. After observing him for a moment, Lin Yuan remarked, All right, it seems he has reached his limit. Ian, please assist him and let him rest for a while. Ian nodded, stepped forward to take the 6 shields from Gao Sun's grasp, and retreated to the side. Gao Sun, now red-faced and panting heavily, wiped away perspiration while exclaiming about the heat. Once he had caught his breath, Lin Yuan wasted no time. He pulled out one of his many necklaces and handed it to Gao Sr. Here. Put on this necklace I crafted, and then see how many tower shields you can lift. Gao Sun accepted the necklace without hesitation and draped it around his neck. Immediately after donning the necklace, he approached Ian, who still held the tower shields. Brother, you must be tired as well. Let me take over for a bit. Gao Sun, feeling a bit defiant, reclaimed the 6 tower shields from Ian. However, the moment he touched them, he was struck by the astonishing sensation that they had suddenly become much lighter. Gao Sun marveled at the 6 shields in his hands, scrutinizing them to confirm their weight and quantity. When he verified that they were indeed identical to before, his gaze shifted to the small iron piece hanging from his chest. Lin Yuan smiled and spoke, Ian, add more weight for him. Let our brother Gao Sun truly experience the increase in his strength. Understood, Ian replied with an understanding smile. Reaching down to place the battle axes, daggers, armor, and magical crossbows onto Gao Sun's tower shields, the onlookers retreated to the sight of Gao Sun, like a juggler, proudly strutting around the spacious hall, burdened with an impressive array of equipment. This is fantastic, truly exhilarating. Tommy, your gear must be of inferior quality. Otherwise, how could it be this light? Look, I can almost lift it all with one hand. Gao Sun shouted in delight at Tommy, who was momentarily flabbergasted by his words. Just as Tommy was about to retort, the door of the shop was suddenly pushed open. Tommy's words caught in his throat as he, along with Lin Yuan and the heavily laden Gao Sun, turned to observe the entrance. In the midst of their attention, a group of individuals surged into the store, surrounding a strikingly handsome man and woman that as they entered. Lin Yuan and the other men present collectively gasped in astonishment. For the woman among them was breathtakingly beautiful. This enchanting beauty, whose visage could be described as a calamity to nations, possessed a delicate oval face adorned with a subtle, serene smile that not only accentuated her allure, but also imbued her with a tranquil grace. Coupled with her tall, curvaceous figure and flawless skin that seemed to glisten with vitality, she resembled a goddess who had stepped forth from a painting, exquisite, captivating, and infinitely dignified, while the crowd marveled at her stunning beauty. An elderly, diminutive man emerged from the group. He cleared his throat with a dismissive cough and called out loudly to Lin Yuan and the others. "Hey, who among you is the owner of this shop?" That would be me," Tommy stammered, shaking off his astonishment and rushing forward to ingratiate himself with the group. The old man subtly blocked Tommy's path, insisting, "Bring out everything of value. Our lady wishes to make a selection. Oh, and kindly ask those bystanders to step aside. If they wish to purchase something, they can wait until our lady departs." "What?" Lin Yuan, Gao Sun, and Tommy were all taken aback. Tommy, bewildered, glanced at Gao Sun and Lin Yuan, then turned back to the old man, stuttering, "Sir, what did you just say? You want me to throw them out?" "Of course. Our lady does not appreciate being disturbed by strangers, especially by rude ones. What say you? Owner, are you unwilling? You must consider carefully. Our lady is the cherished jewel of Lord Morpheus. If she is pleased, your reward could sustain you for an entire year." "The cherished jewel of Lord Morpheus. Then, oh no, is this lady Miss Morpheus?" Tommy exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Just as he stood there, flustered and unsure of how to proceed, Lin Yuan, who stood behind him, spoke calmly. "Ian, add some more weight for Gao Sr. Gao Sun, how are you feeling now? If I were to add 2 more tower shields, would you be able to handle it?" "No problem, Master. Even if you were to give me 6 more tower shields, I could manage," Gao Sun replied, suddenly invigorated, as if he had tapped into boundless strength. After his enthusiastic declaration, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Morpheus, who, curious, turned her attention to him. Upon noticing the 6 tower shields and other equipment Gao Sun was holding, Morpheus' eyes sparkled with interest, and she leaned toward a nearby young man, softly whispering something to him. The young man frowned, displeased, and cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan and Gao Sun, commanding his companions, "All right. Galen, my sister has stated that this is a shop, and everyone has the right to come in and make purchases, so we need not ask these individuals to leave." "Yes, young master, miss, you are truly too generous. Shopkeeper, why are you still standing there? Hurry and thank the lady for her magnanimity." The diminutive old man, named Galen, turned back with a respectful acknowledgement, praising the lady's kindness before addressing Tommy loudly. "Hey, why are you still dawdling? Shopkeeper, are you daft? Quickly bring out your finest items. Our lady wishes to buy from you." Seeing Tommy frozen in place, Galen shouted once more. Tommy jolted back to reality, nodding in agreement as he turned to retrieve the requested items. However, he hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly and asking the old steward, Pardon me, what specific equipment are you looking for? Although my shop is small, I do have quite a variety, but if I bring everything out, I fear it may not fit." As Tommy spoke, Ian had already taken several ordinary but sufficiently heavy shields from Tommy's shelves and began adding them to Gao's Senator before long. The number of shields Gao's son held increased from 6 to 8. Then swiftly to 10, that completely engulfed by the shields. Gao Sun struggled to maintain his grip, and it was evident to everyone that he was now on the verge of collapse, his hands trembling and his legs quaking. Just as the crowd anticipated Gao Sun's imminent downfall, Lin Yuan quietly stepped forward, casually draping a golden necklace around Gao Sun's neck to everyone's astonishment. Upon wearing the incongruous golden necklace, Gao Sun steadied himself, his legs no longer shaking, and even had the strength to shout, "Hey Tommy, I told you your wares were all junk. Look, I can lift these shields with both hands. How pathetic." "You!" Tommy was infuriated, stammering a single word before pointing accusingly at Gao Sun, unable to articulate his frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan simply smiled, gesturing for Ian to support Gao Sun, before addressing him once more. "All right, Gao Sun, do you now understand the purpose of these 2 necklaces?" "I understand, Master. These necklaces are remarkable. Brother, please assist me. Master, I want these 2 necklaces, no matter the cost." Chapter 28. First come, first served. Gao Sun immediately began to shout excitedly, after asking Ian to help him set down what he was holding. He promptly took out his purse and, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired of Lin Yuan, "Master, how much are these 2 necklaces in total?" Lin Yuan chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I do not concern myself with monetary matters. Here, allow me to introduce my esteemed steward, Helena. Please liaise with her and ascertain the total cost. Oh, by the way, Gao's son, do you still wish for those magical weapons you asked about earlier?" "Yes, of course. But master, what is the price for those magical weapons?" "I want them all," Gao's son exclaimed, eagerly declaring his intention to purchase everything. Just as he was about to discuss the pricing with Helena, the imposing steward, Galen, standing behind them, suddenly interjected, "Hey, big guy, don't be so hasty to pay. Our lady is also interested in what you purchased. Please set down your items so she can have a look." "What?" Gao-sin, who was poised to inquire about the price and make payment, was taken aback that he turned around, astonished, and pointed at himself, saying, "Steward Galen, are you speaking to me?" "Of course. Is there another large fellow buying things here?" "Now, kindly set down the necklace around your neck and the magical weapons you've bought. Our lady wishes to see them." Galen reiterated his demand, albeit with a tone laced with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Gao-sin's expression soured. He touched the necklace around his neck, glanced at the magical items laid out before him, and, feeling displeased, retorted, "Steward Galen, if your lady wishes to purchase equipment, I asked either a plethora of other items in this shop. Why must she specifically inspect what I've acquired? Moreover, I purchased these with my own money. Why should I be compelled to show them to you?" ISNT the behavior of Yu Stevenson's a touch too domineering. After Gao-sin's outburst, he disregarded Galen's countenance and turned back to Helena, asking, "Miss, may I inquire how much all these items I just bought cost? Oh, and by the way, I noticed you have many more necklaces. May I purchase a few more?" Helena glanced at all the items Gao-san had acquired, mentally calculating their value. Before she could respond, Steward Galen stomped his foot in frustration and angrily addressed Tommy, who stood nearby. "Hey kid, who the heck is this guy? Did you bring him here to mock us?" "Well done, kid. Let me ask you, do you still want to keep your shop open? Do you even know who our lady is? It is an honor for you that she is here to purchase items from you. Now, you are to immediately oust this rude fellow. You are not to sell him a single item. Quickly, bring everything over for our lady to inspect. Hey, why are you still standing there like a fool? Did you not hear? Lord Galen has ordered you to bring those items over for our lady to examine." "Exactly. Our lady is graciously visiting your humble shop. You ought to be grateful. How can you be so ungrateful? Indeed, that big guy is far too arrogant. Who does he think he is to disregard our lady? Yes, kick him out. If you don't, we want to let this go." The others behind Galen joined in the clamor. And as their voices rose, the expressions of all present grew increasingly grim. Tommy, standing next to Galen, wore a look of frustration and bitterness, for none of the items Gao-sun wished to purchase were from his shop, making it impossible for him to meet Galen's demands. Meanwhile, Gao-sun, standing before Helena, was ablaze with fury. He turned sharply, glaring at Galen and his entourage, seemingly on the verge of confronting them with his fists, ready to retaliate against their mockery and disdain. Lin Yuan also bore a changed expression. He had grown accustomed to the arrogance of Galen and his entourage, as well as the stunning beauty, Mephisha, who was surrounded by admirers. Thus, he regarded them with a deepening frown, his gaze toward Galen and the enchanting Mephisha now tinged with hostility. However, Lin Yuan was not inclined to provoke a conflict and remained silent. "Hey, kid, did you hear what I said? Do you truly wish to jeopardize your standing in this city?" Galen threatened again with an air of superiority. Tommy, exhaling helplessly, glanced at Lin Yuan and Gao Sr. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly appeared more relaxed, straightened his posture, and smiled at the now irate Galen, saying, "Steward Galen, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot comply with your request, as these items do not belong to me. They are the property of this master, and I have no authority to prevent their transaction." "What? Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Galen faltered momentarily, then looked incredulously at Tommy. "Kid, do you realize that with a single word from our master, your shop could be shut down immediately? What? Do you doubt my words? Would you like to test it?" "I certainly do not wish to, steward, my shop is functioning well. Why would I want to jeopardize my own interests?" However, those items are indeed not mine. You are placing me in a difficult position, and I must respectfully decline your request." Tommy reiterated his position with a smile, then courteously stepped aside, gesturing toward his shelves. "Steward, Miss Mephisha, the items over there are mine. Should you wish to purchase those, I will offer you a very generous discount. But if you insist on acquiring these—" Tommy pointed at the magical weapons and the necklace around Gao Sun's neck, then glanced at Lin Yuan, smiling as he addressed Galen and Miss Mephisha. "Then you will need to see if this master is willing to engage in a transaction with you, for these items all belong to him." "Master? That master?" Galen finally grasped Tommy's words. He cast a surprised glance at Lin Yuan, and his demeanor softened. "Tommy, the master you refer to is him?" "Yes, it is this young alchemy master, Steward Galen. The magical equipment you see here was all crafted by him and left with me for sale. Therefore, if you wish to examine these items, it is imperative to obtain his consent, as I am powerless in this matter." Tommy respectfully introduced Lin Yuan to everyone present, and Galen, along with his entourage, instantly appeared skeptical, while Mephisha and the young man beside her looked on in astonishment. All eyes converged on Lin Yuan's face, a mixture of shock and disbelief rippling through the crowd. A young alchemy master. Was it truly possible? Lin Yuan paid no heed to the astonished and doubtful expressions directed at him. He merely cast a dispassionate glance in their direction, disdainful of the need to clarify or introduce himself. With a cold snort, he turned to Helena and calmly instructed, "Helena, please finalize the transaction with Gao Senator O and offer him a discount. This brother is quite straightforward, so let us give him a favorable price." "Certainly, Xiao Yuan, I understand." Helena nodded and smiled at Gao Sun. "Brother Gao Sun, the total value of your recent purchases amounts to 240 gold gallons. However, our Xiao Yuan has said to give you a discount. So you only need to pay me 200 gold gallons. Oh, and by the way, would you like to buy some additional items?" Upon hearing the price Helena quoted, Gao Sun, who had been furious over Galen and the other's mockery, was taken aback that he repeated the amount in astonishment, and upon receiving Helena's confirmation, he was filled with joy once more. Rapidly pulling gold gallons from his purse, he called out to Helena, "Miss Helena, how much is each necklace? May I purchase a few more to take home as gifts?" "Of course. Each necklace crafted by our Xiao Yuan costs 20 gold gallons, but please note, Brother Gao Sun, that this price is non-negotiable. How many of these necklaces would you like?" After accepting the 200 gold gallons Gao Sun had handed her, Helena quoted him a price again. Without hesitation, Gao Sun began to withdraw more gold gallons from his purse. At that moment, Tommy leaned closer and quietly asked Helena, "Miss Helena, I would also like to buy a few of those necklaces. Do you think you could sell me some as well?" "Absolutely." "Brother Tommy, how many would you like?" "At 20 gold gallons each, we can transact immediately upon payment." "Really? Then I will take 10. No, make it 20. Tommy immediately burst into excited exclamations, but before his words could fully escape his lips, Gaussen interjected with a disgruntled grunt. 20 pieces? Damn it, Tommy. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? You just bought up all the Master S necklaces in one go, leaving me with nothing to purchase. No way. You can only take 10. The rest are mine. Ridiculous. Do you really need that many? Hey, Gaussen, you're being unreasonable. You don't even have a shop. What do you need all those for? Are you trying to steal my brother's business and leave me starving? Pa, I have no desire to run a pitiful shop like yours. Anyone can come in and berate you. What is the point of being a boss like that? Enough of your nonsense. I'm taking these back to share with everyone. As you know, if I don't buy a few more of these fine items to distribute, they'll surely skin me alive later. So, Miss Helena, don't listen to him. Give me 20 pieces, and I'll pay you right now. As Gaussen spoke, he forcefully shoved Tommy aside and was ready to make his payment. Just then, a sweet melodic voice and a delicate, fair hand suddenly interjected between the two men, holding a purple crystal aloft. I'll offer 1 purple crystal for the remaining necklaces, dear sister. Would you sell them to me? Surrounded by a throng, Mephisha had somehow slipped in beside them, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Helena, her expression imbued with childlike innocence. Helena, taken aback by the purity of that hopeful gaze and the crystal held in her palm, instinctively turned to Lin Yuan for guidance. Meanwhile, Gaussen and Tommy, who had been bickering just moments ago, stood dumbfounded, staring at the purple crystal and Mephisha's exquisite features, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Step aside, you two brutes. Miss, why are you being so impulsive? Leave the purchasing of such trivial items to me. The steward, Garen, squeezed past Gaussen and Tommy. The crowd that had been surrounding Mephisha soon surged forward, engulfing her once more. Garen then took Mephisha's place and addressed Helena with authority. Young lady, how many of these necklaces do you have left? Sell them all to us. Our lady will take care of it. Helena glanced at Lin Yuan again, who smiled gently and softly advised. Helena, remember that business is about fairness and order. You should sell to us in the order we arrive. As for those trying to cut in line, simply ignore them as if they do not exist. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Garen stared at Lin Yuan, seemingly incredulous that he would utter such a thing. Meanwhile, Mephisha, still encircled by admirers, looked puzzled as she regarded the purple crystal in her hand, her expression revealing a hint of innocent disappointment. Gaussen and Tommy, having been pushed aside by Garen and his entourage, exchanged bewildered glances, then shared a moment of delight, nearly embracing each other in celebration of Lin Yuan's intervention. Following Lin Yuan's cue, Helena promptly disregarded Garen, waving over to Gaussen. Hey Gaussen, how many of those necklaces did you want again? 20, right? Yes, 20. Hey, step aside. Didn't you hear the master say that business should be conducted in order? Chapter 29. The innocent maiden Gaussen confidently pushed his way through the crowd to negotiate with Helena. After paying and receiving the 20 necklaces from Ian, Tommy hurriedly squeezed in beside him, eagerly calling out, Hey, Miss Helena, I'll take all the remaining necklaces. Whatever you have left, I want it all. Hey, Garen, why are you kicking me? Garen shot a fierce glare at Tommy, laden with warning. When Tommy fell silent, Garen huffed and, instead of stating how many necklaces he desired, politely addressed Helena. Young lady, although we are latecomers, we are still customers, are we not? How about this? Let us have one necklace to examine the quality of your goods, much like how one inspects a house before deciding to purchase it. Noticing Helena's gaze shift towards Lin Yuan, Garen deliberately raised his voice, clearly intending for Lin Yuan to hear. Lin Yuan, who had been observing the scene with a detached demeanor, chuckled softly and shook his head at Garen's presumptuousness. After a gentle nod towards Helena, he beckoned Gaussen over. Gaussen, clutching the necklaces, was grinning foolishly when he saw Lin Yuan's gesture and immediately scampered over. Upon reaching Lin Yuan, he beamed. Lin Yuan, are you satisfied with the attributes of this necklace? Very much so. Master, this necklace is truly a remarkable item that if I had more money today, I would buy even more to take home. Well, I'm glad you like it.as for acquiring more necklaces. That is certainly possible. As long as you have the funds, I can sell you as many as you desire. However, this is not a matter of credit. You must pay me in cash. Of course. I, Gaussen, am not one to accumulate debts. Here is the deal. I will return shortly with the money. As Gaussen turned to rush off, Lin Yuan caught his arm, amused. Don't be in such a hurry. I doubt I'll have any surplus items to sell you today. Just look at those few necklaces. They probably wouldn't even satisfy your brother. Lin Yuan gestured towards Tommy and Garen, still lingering near Helena. Gaussen, understanding the situation, nodded and halted his steps, seeing Gaussen calm down. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. Gaussen, I see you are a seasoned adventurer. You mentioned these items are to be shared with your comrades, correct? So, that implies you not only know many seasoned adventurers, but also have trustworthy friends. Am I right? Indeed, master. I'm not boasting. I, Gaussen, am somewhat of a celebrity in Hailongary. Most adventurers recognize me, and my brothers and I have formed a small adventure squad that regularly travels to Matak, earning at least this much in profit each month. Gaussen proudly displayed 5 fingers, flaunting his earnings, but quickly regretted it as he noticed Lin Yuan's expression shift to one of amusement. Realizing that his earnings paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's, Gaussen smacked his forehead in frustration. Master, please don't mind me. My income is nothing compared to yours. You could sell just one piece of equipment and sustain us for months. We endure hardships while you seem to earn with such ease. Lin Yuan chuckled, then leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. Is that so? Well, Gaussen, would you like to partner with me in a business venture? Earning money, as effortlessly as I do. Master, surely you jest. Gaosun blinked in surprise, then became animated. Master, do you have a lucrative opportunity to share? Just say the word, and my brothers and I would gladly devote our lives to it. Why would I want your lives? It's quite simple. Weren't you just asking me for a small favor? Right? I almost forgot. Master, I still want to ask for your help in concocting some magical potions. You know, for those of us who spend so much time outdoors. Not having potions is hardly what one would call an adventurer. Gaosun suddenly enlightened, slapping his thigh in realization. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. I comprehend everything you mentioned. You can relay your potion request to Helena. Provide her with a list, and I will prepare them for you. For now, let us discuss the partnership venture I have in mind. Gaosun eagerly nodded. Yes, I'm all ears. Lin Yuan smiled. Here's the deal. Due to certain circumstances, I urgently require a substantial sum of money. Therefore, I'd like you to act as my agent, seeking out alchemical business opportunities among your friends or acquaintances. For each deal secured, I will reward you with 1 gold gowron. What do you think? Gaosun gasped in astonishment. 1 gold gowron. Master, you must be joking. Your offer, what? Is it too little? Lin Yuan finit surprise. No, master. You are offering far too much. You may not be aware of how highly sought after an alchemist is at present. To be frank, if I were to step outside and announce that a master alchemist is available to provide desired alchemical services, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes for a throng of people to gather. Therefore, the terms you have proposed are exceedingly generous, and I cannot accept them. I cannot deceive you. Gaosun shook his head vigorously at Lin Yuan's suggestion. The cost of hiring an alchemist has been continuously rising, and simply employing one would require a payment of no less than 8 to 9 gold crowns per day, even if no work was performed. Moreover, should one desire assistance in crafting magical equipment or potions, additional fees must be paid according to a specified ratio for the items produced, without exception, since the lord of the city forcibly requisitioned most of the alchemists from the guild to exclusively serve the Hylon family's army and warriors in the creation of magical gear. The availability of alchemical resources in Hylon City has become even scarcer. Currently, it is not only difficult to hire an alchemist for personal services, but even occasional requests for minor repairs of magical equipment are a challenge. This situation has led many adventurers to accumulate a considerable number of damaged or soon-to-be damaged magical items. Thus, even if Lin Yuan simply wishes to offer repair services, hundreds of adventurers would flock to him, without the need for Gaosun to seek out business. After listening to Gaosun's explanation, Lin Yuan chuckled. Gaosun, I am well aware of the situation you describe. Precisely for this reason, I wish to partner with you in this venture. As you know, if I choose to engage in this work, numerous opportunities will undoubtedly await me. Will they not? This is the crux of the matter. After all, I am but one individual, and no matter how capable I may be, I cannot possibly craft hundreds of magical items in a single day. Furthermore, if everyone rushes to me at once, I will have no time to assist anyone. I would be overwhelmed with guests. Would I not? Therefore, I require your assistance. Look among your friends, brothers, or acquaintances for those in need of alchemical services. Select a few high-profit candidates discreetly and bring them to me, so we can conduct our business privately. Even if we only complete 10 transactions in a day, both you and I can profit, cannot we? Oh, I understand your meaning, so. You will only cater to the clients I introduce in the future. Correct? Gaosun pondered for a moment, and then his joy erupted. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile, but then he spoke with a serious tone. Of course, our relationship remains one of employment. This agreement is valid only while I am in Hylon City. Should I depart, the contract will automatically become void. Additionally, you must ensure that the clients you introduce maintain discretion. If they arrive with ulterior motives, our agreement will also be rendered null and void. Do you understand? Understood, Master. Rest assured, this is not our first foray into private dealings. Gaosun exclaimed, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Master, it's settled then. I shall seek out the first batch of clients right away. No problem. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, I do not reside here. My lodgings are at... Lin Yuan paused, tapping his forehead. Oh dear, actually do not know the name of the inn where I am staying. Do you happen to know a lovely innkeeper named Sophia? Oh, I know her. The Inn of the Flower, located in the east of the city. That beauty is quite famous around here. Hardly anyone is unaware of her. Gao Sun chuckled suggestively. Lin Yuan found his reaction rather amusing and remained silent for a moment before simply stating, "As long as you know who Sophia is, that is sufficient that I am staying at her establishment. If you wish to find me later, that is where you may do so." "Very well. I shall take my leave now, master. See you shortly." Gao Sun cheerfully bid farewell to Lin Yuan before eagerly departing. Once he left, Lin Yuan redirected his attention to Helena, Tommy, and the others to AT that moment. One of my fish's subordinates was mimicking Gao Sun, robust as an ox, carrying several tower shields and pacing back and forth. "You little rascal, if you do not tell me what you are feeling right now, do you believe I will break one of your legs?" Lin Yuan glanced over to see Butler Jolin watching the man with an expression of impatience. After a few more steps, the man finally stopped, excitedly exclaiming to Butler Jolin, "Butler, this necklace is real. Oh my, I can distinctly feel my strength has significantly increased. Are you certain it is genuine?" Butler Jolin's expression shifted slightly, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan before confirming with the man again. The man trying on the necklace exclaimed, "Indeed, Butler, why would I lie to you?" "Ah, Butler, you should try it on as well. I believe it would be effective for you too." "Really?" Butler Jolin was intrigued, casting another glance in Lin Yuan's direction before replying to the man, "Very well, please set it down and hand me the necklace. I would like to conduct my own experiment." "Of course." "Butler, just a moment." The man set down the tower shields and removed the necklace from around his neck. Butler Jolin took it and donned it, and after a few seconds he clenched his fist and uncertainly asked, "Hey, little rascal, how long does it take for this thing to take effect?" "As soon as you wear it, it will take effect." Before the man could respond, Lin Yuan stepped forward to interject, answering Butler Jolin's question on behalf of the man. Then Lin Yuan observed Butler Jolin's physique, furrowing his brow as he added, "However, good sir, I advise against wearing this type of necklace I have crafted. Your muscles have already begun to deteriorate and cannot withstand the intensity of the power enhancement. If you insist on forcing these additional powers upon yourself, it may cause unnecessary harm to your muscles. For the sake of your health, I strongly recommend that you refrain from wearing such a necklace." Butler Jolin was taken aback. "Is that so? This esteemed alchemist, I have never heard of such a thing. Is it not true that anyone can use magical equipment?" "Indeed, magical equipment can be utilized by anyone, but pure power enhancements are not something everyone can endure. Allow me to provide a simple analogy. Your natural strength is akin to a piece of wood, and upon donning my necklace, it is as if I have encased that wood in iron. While your strength may appear significantly enhanced on the surface, you must understand that the core remains wood. Although the iron may not break under the same weight, the wooden core is quite susceptible to being splintered. Do you comprehend?"